today on Divorce Court.
You know, Joseph feels like he's really smart and he can get away with things, but he doesn't know, like, I'm 10 times smarter than you. So, you know, that's why I call him a lying Leo.
She's spoiled. She has to have things her way.
Joseph will not let our kids see their grandmother, and that's my mom.
If my partner doesn't change, then we'll have to come up with a solution to do this apart.
It's not good for him just to walk out every time me and him get into an argument.
I had to make an ultimatum, either you do this inpatient program or, you know, I can get the kids back on my own and keep it moving.
If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't be almost 6 months clean.
I feel I can trust Janae. If I had to put it on a scale of 1 to 10, I'd say it's a 6.
Divorce Court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Janae Mixon and Joseph Brown. The two of you have been together for 2.5 years. You have been engaged for the last year. You love each other, but you're not quite sure you can get it to work out. That's why you came to see me. You brought your marriage license, and you've given me permission to tear it up should I think your union is ill-advised. You've also filled out my compatibility test, and we will get to that momentarily. Before any of that occurs, Ms. Mixon, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about you and why you are concerned about the viability of this relationship?
Well, Judge, my mom had me when she was 17. Then she had me when she was 18. Mm-hmm. She graduated with me on her hip. Then I was raised by my grandma because my mom was into drugs. I moved out to Los Angeles with my mom when I was 14. When I currently resigned out here with my mom ended up selling me to a pimp for $100. I started into the prostitution when I was 14, all the way to the time I was 19. So when I met Mr. Brown in February 2015, I wanted something different for my life. You know, I didn't want to do the prostitution anymore. I really wanted something really different. We met through a mutual friend through social media. You know, we were talking. We were really good friends. He asked me, can we start talking? I said yes. Every Friday, he would send edible arrangements for me and my daughter. Sending money out here to make sure we were okay.
Well done, Mr. Brown. Well done. First of all, Ms. Mixon, before you say anything else, I am so glad you're here and standing and straight and tall and getting this. I'm just so proud of you. You had every opportunity in the world to fall down and stay down, but you didn't. And I'm just impressed and happy to see you. I just want to let you know.
Thank you. He came out here after we started talking together. He came out here a few months later for his vacation. We spent 2 weeks with each other. Then he had to go back to work in Burlington, Vermont. He went back to work. As soon as he got back, he said he wanted to move to LA to actually be with me. And we've been together ever since.
Now, let me ask you, Mr. Brown, when did you find out about her past?
During one of our conversations on the phone, she was talking about one of her friends who had got murdered as she was working. It came up then.
It came up then, yeah. And all that. Now, a lot of guys, wrongly so, but would be put off by that. Why weren't you?
Well, I was in a previous relationship before, and as she stated, you know what I'm saying, she wanted change, I wanted change too. My previous relationship, it was just lies throughout lies.
Right.
So I moved to Vermont. You know, my sister was staying up there. She told me I can come stay with her for a while, find me a job, which I did. But then all of a sudden, it got too cold in Vermont.
All of a sudden, it got too cold in Vermont.
Yeah,
I hear you.
It was very freezing up there. Like, one day we had to work in negative 35 to negative 50 degree weather.
Yeah, no.
So that was the point of me saying, you know, I can't be in Vermont no more, you know.
How much time elapsed between initially meeting and you being together?
I want to say a couple of weeks.
A couple of weeks?
Yes, only because I wanted something different. I was used to the bad life, and I wanted to try something different.
Well, what about him was different? What did he say or what did he do that led you to believe he could give you different?
Well, when I told him about my past, because that's what I did, I came out and told him about my past, because I'm the type of person, I don't like anybody coming to you telling you anything about me.
Right.
Because ain't nobody can tell you nothing about me besides me.
Gotcha.
And when I told him, he wasn't judgmental, and the first thing he said, I don't care about your past, I want to be in your future.
Mr. Brown, you're looking so good over there. I don't even know what to tell you. I'm surprised it's not just sparkling on that side of the room. You know that? Not that you're not a reason to sparkle for, but you're looking good with it. Why are we here today? So far, I'm ready to be invited to the wedding. What's the problem?
You know, it's a couple of problems in our relationship that, you know, we feel like we need to work out. For one, it's this one female I call East Coast Girl. He cannot let go of East Coast Girl for nothing. We have a 1-year-old son together. And every time she phone, talk, anything, it's how is our son or how is my son? You didn't spend 14 hours in labor birthing that boy.
Now, hang on a second. At any point in time, are you aware that Mr. Brown and East Coast Girl had a sexual relationship?
He told me he hasn't, but I don't believe that. Because there is more than numerous occasions behind that. When I'm 6 months pregnant with our son, he's at work, he comes home, something tells me to get his phone. I get his phone, it's a lingerie picture of East Coast Girl. He tells me, oh no, it's for my coworker. If it's for your coworker, she should have sent the picture to his phone, not yours.
Mr. Brown, why don't you tell us about the East Coast Girl?
The situation out here when she was 6 months pregnant, it came to the point where I was on the phone with her, and it was some coworkers who asked who it was, and I explained to them who it was. They asked for a picture. So I asked her, would they send a picture? Would she send a picture? She sent the picture, but she didn't have their numbers to send the picture to.
So she sent the picture to you?
She sent the picture to me. I'm the type of person, I don't have nothing to hide, so
That's a show and delete situation, if you ask.
Exactly, but it's a show and delete situation, but I'm the type of person, I don't have nothing to hide, so why delete something if I'm not doing nothing with her?
Right,
you know what I'm saying?
right.
I don't have nothing to hide. I'm not about to.
Is that the most incriminating thing that happened with East Coast Girl?
No.
We're going to take a second. I'm going to give you an opportunity, and then you're going to tell me what the most outrageous East Coast Girl story you got.
I go in his phone. He's telling her, oh, I don't think this baby is mine. I have to wait till this baby is born. You know, I got his phone in his face like, you don't think whose child is yours?
Mr. Brown, your version of those events. So what's the most incriminating story you have about the girl from the East Coast?
Okay, I was 8 months pregnant with our son. He's sleeping in the bed. I say it's around 6 o'clock in the morning. Once again, something tells me a woman's intermission. I get his phone. I go in his phone. He's telling her, oh, I don't think this baby is mine. I have to wait till this baby is born. So you know what I do? I go over there, wake him up. Excuse me. Hello, can you wake up? You know, I got his phone in his face like, you don't think whose child is yours? Oh, what are you talking about? So I showed him. He tried to take it. No, don't take the phone. He's like, oh, well, you know, I just told her that because me and you got into an argument and I didn't want her to know the truth, so you rather lie to her and tell her that you think that our son is not yours. So what I did, I said, okay, since you want to lie, no, you are not allowed in no delivery room. No, you are not allowed to sign no birth certificate. No, you are not allowed to cut no umbilical cord until I get a DNA test. No, he didn't want to do it. Okay, you won't be in you won't be in the delivery room.
Mr. Brown, your version of those events.
When the conversation was given, like I said earlier, it was a relationship in the past that I went through for years of just lies.
Right.
Because of the lies came from her lying about being pregnant.
All right.
So I didn't know what to believe when, you know what I'm saying, she told me she was pregnant, this, that, and the other, you know. So I went ahead and thought what I wanted to think. You know what I'm saying? I didn't know what was true, what was not true. I don't know if she was lying to me or if she wasn't.
So how did the East Coast Girl get involved in your consternation over as to whether or not that baby was yours?
Just somebody that, you know, I confided in, you know. It was like we're somebody to talk to.
Right.
Know? It wasn't like I could,
Can I give you my little 10 cents on free radical women? Mm-hmm. A free radical is a kind of atom that has an extra electron out there and it goes attaching itself to things and people. But when you get into the habit of talking to a woman about how your relationship isn't working, opportunities pop up in their head. And you may not be getting the best advice because there's always an opportunity that maybe you and she. You know what I'm saying? It's not good business. It's not good practice. Doesn't make her a bad person, but it's not a smart decision on your part to talk with free radical women. What do you think is the major impediment to you two just waltzing down the aisle together?
She has friends as well. As one, he feels as if he can still say and do what he feels like he should do.
What kind of things is he saying and doing that you object to?
We should be together. You should have my child. You should leave him, come up here and be with me, you know.
Ms. Mixon, is that accurate?
Yes, that is accurate, Judge, but I tell this man all the time, I am with somebody. I do not want you. I have never been in a relationship with this man. We have never touched, kissed, nothing. It's called a fatal attraction. He likes me. I do not like him.
Do you entertain any conversations with him?
Yeah, I do. Because simple fact, how I am, yes. If he's going to entertain East Coast girl, I might as well entertain him.
Let me tell you something. First of all, that is a very new age response to problems. Instead of just dealing with the problem in between, I'm going to go out. He's doing something. He could be doing something wrong, so I'm going to do something just as wrong. That's a recipe for disaster. That's number one, too. If he's a little junior stalker, you don't talk to him at all. It encourages them. He's a free radical. He'll attach to you if he gets the opportunity to do so. And especially if he doesn't know what the boundaries are, one day you're going to look up, he's leering in your window or something. You don't want that happening. All I'm saying is that's a very dangerous game of tit for tat that you don't want to get involved in. And now that we've talked about this, we're going to move on to your professions of love, your compatibility tests, and other things that may be amiss. Janae and Joseph, I wanted to have an opportunity to speak with you in chambers because I wanted you to know how special I think you are as a couple. I want you to know how special I think you are as a woman. And I hope you understand that I don't impress easy and I don't impress often, but I am impressed by you. The one last thing, and this has to do with free radicals, you said, and I believe, Mr. Brown, you admit that East Coast girl was calling the two of your babies hers.
Yes.
What did you do about that, Mr. Brown?
I set the record straight. You know, you shouldn't. She feels some type of way about you calling our son yours. So
Why did she do that? Can I ask?
I guess it's. I don't know.
Let me tell you. Let me tell you why she's doing it. She's claiming ownership of you. Just your friend, no, but she's claiming some kind of ownership of you by insinuating herself into that one special thing you have with another woman. She's insinuating herself into that. There are things going on in the back of her mind that she has not expressed to you. You know what I'm saying? Have you cut her loose?
Yes, ma'am.
No, Your Honor. We just had a newborn recently. She'll be 2 months on the 26th. She was born 6 weeks early. You know, it was doing between me and his drugs addiction for marijuana and cocaine. But as of today, you know, we'll be 6 months clean next month on the 27th.
Yes.
My oldest daughter comes home on the 31st of this month, and our son comes home next month on the 27th.
Hallelujah.
Both of us right now are currently in programs. You know, we do what we need to do as far as getting our kids back. We left that past behind us, you know, the drugs behind us. So when our daughter was born, she had to go in the NICU. So we can't bring phones, we can't bring anything in the hospital. So he's upstairs. I have to go downstairs to call the social worker to say that they're going to release our newborn to us because our newborn she was born with nothing in her system. So to this day, we still get to keep our newborn.
Right.
So his phone is in the car. I go through his phone once again. June 3rd, he sits up in here and inboxes her and says, oh yeah, he says, oh, you're not talking to me anymore? She said, what are you talking about? He was just like, oh, well, we just had little man's birthday. Oh, how is my son? Oh, he got me tired, ran around at his birthday party. But before that, he just told me that he texted her and told her, oh, well, since you can't respect me and Janae's relationship, there's no reason for me and you to talk. Oh, I'm just going to sit here and block you. And he called me and told me he said that. But you're still inboxing her. You're still talking to her.
Can I just, I want to stop, and I want to talk to the two of you, because I like me some Mixon Brown. I really do. It's like a country. We're going to build us a new separate country, the country of Mixon Brown. You the king, you the empress. And we're going to talk about how you can build your kingdom and your empire without some free radical concerns. So I'm going to adjourn this court, and we're going to reconvene in my chambers. Janae and Joseph, I wanted to have an opportunity to speak with you in chambers because I wanted you to know how special I think you are as a couple. I want you to know how special I think you are as a woman. No one handed you anything. You fought and scratched for every piece of peace and honor and life that you have, and I really respect that. And I hope you understand that I don't impress easy and I don't impress often, but I am impressed by you. I want you to take that in and feel it and know it and have this image of me telling you that all the time so you can really know how fabulous you are and how difficult what you did it. And Joseph, you picked a great woman and you were a great dude. You know how to love her, you know how to take care of her. And she's gonna have issues that will continue because she's had a lot to work through. But what I want you to do is build the country Mixon Brown. Instead of going to the free radicals, whenever there is a pain or a concern, you come to one another. And you come to one another with a game plan. Reach out that hand, my man. Baby, I got this concern. And then you say what it is. And then you say, this is what I heard you just tell me. Is that right? So you can hear and feel one another. And there should be a place in your house that is just a spot where you two hold your hands and speak truth to one another. But never speak any word about either one of you outside of that house before you've spoken it to one another. You with me? Because you have to honor what you've done. You have to honor what you've been through. You have to honor who he is and who you are. And you have to honor all that work you did for yourself to become the woman that you are today. And I want you to promise me, and I mean promise me, you will take your issues to one another before you speak word one. And when I say speak word one, I mean Facebook, I mean all kinds of social media, letters, text. I don't want none of that to happen. I don't want that world inside the country Mixon Brown. That's your country. I think the world is yours. I think your children are lucky. I think you're lucky to have one another, and I want you to believe that and remember that. And I just wanted you to know how much I honor who you are and what you've done, and I think you should get married. Don't have a big wedding, have a small one. Only 4 people showed up at mine. Had that brother 30 years. You know what I'm saying? Small wedding, save your money, because you said something really good about money. It said I was sending her money so we would have something to start our life off with.
Yeah.
I like it. No fingernails, nothing. You with me?
Yep.
God bless you both. You're fantastic. I just love you.
Thank you.
I wish you the best, and I want pictures of the wedding.
Thank you, Andy.
Today on Divorce Court.
I'm here today because my husband is an alcoholic and is driving our family apart.
She nags me to the point I want to drink.
His DUI's been hard on me, been hard on the kids.
I've had numerous DUIs, high-speed chases, done a lot of time in jails, being away from my children, some cheating involved.
I was mad at Jeff, so I revenge cheated.
She got back at me by bringing somebody I didn't care too much about and sleeping with them.
Jeff, I want you to get the drinking under control.
I want the judge to explain to her 2 wrongs don't make a right, especially when you're trying to work a marriage out.
Divorce Court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Jeff Miller and Helena Miller. The two of you have been married for 10 years and have 3 children together. You do not want to be married anymore. Mrs. Miller, you are done and through because of an ongoing issue and problem. And I'm going to start with Mr. Miller and have him tell me why you're here in divorce court today.
Well, me and the wife have been going through a lot of issues since we've been married. From day one, when we met at a bar. Mm-hmm. And I'm kind of an alcoholic. It's
Kinda?
Yeah. It's been ongoing for years and years before I met her.
You sober right now?
Yeah.
You had to think about it.
Well,
You had a sip, though.
well, a little hungover, but yeah.
A little hungover, okay.
Yeah.
Is it owning you, Mr. Miller?
Probably so, yeah.
Okay. Mrs. Miller, does the alcohol own him?
Yes, it is.
Tell me what's going on.
Well, we're here because his drinking is driving our marriage and family apart. I mean, he had multiple DUIs.
How many is multiple?
Like 8 or something like that.
8 DUIs.
Yep.
Couple high-speed chases.
Do you recall any of that stuff, like the high-speed chase? You remember that? You're not a blackout drunk? You remember what's going on?
For the most part, yeah.
Do you really?
Yeah.
Yeah. I would ask you what you're thinking, but that's a stupid question because you were drunk and not thinking. Mrs. Miller, tell me what other things has occurred as a function of his drinking?
Just lying and in and out of jails and rehabs multiple times.
How many rehabs?
I lost count.
Do you know how many times you've been in rehab, Mr. Miller?
Throughout my life, probably, I don't know, 10, 11
10 times?
Yeah.
How long is the longest you ever stayed in one rehab?
Close to a year.
1 year.
And how long did you stay sober after you got out?
Not long.
Not long?
No.
Like within the month or?
With not even a month, no.
Did you know he was a drinker when you married him?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
I didn't realize how bad.
So tell me some stories about, because I want Mr. Miller to hear from you the ongoing nature of the disaster he has created in your life.
Well, it's just hard for me to trust him and everything. He broken the trust and everything, and just the drinking, how he missed birthdays and holidays with our kids, got family members that he gets into arguments with. And
Do you have any concerns about him drinking around the children or how his drinking is affecting the children?
My only concern about his drinking around the kids is their attitudes, because they don't really show him respect and they disrespect him, but I think it's because they're hurt by him not being there in their lives.
So he's not there because he's in jail.
Yeah,
for
jail,
DUIs.
rehabs, yeah.
Yeah. How long have you spent, the longest time you spent in jail for DUI?
A little over 3 years. I just got out
3 years.
5 months ago, yeah.
You just got out 5 months ago, and you're drinking again.
No, no.
How old were you when you started drinking?
13, 14.
13 or 14. What were the circumstances? Was it the thing to do with your crowd? Was it you were sneaking booze from the cabinet?
No, I really didn't have a crowd. I lived with my grandmother, and she took medications and stuff like that, and I was kind of like on my own, so I did what I wanted to,
Just free to be.
Yeah.
Do you feel like there's something that happened to you, or some way that you feel, or something that's going on in your head that you think caused the alcohol?
Honestly, I've asked that question several times in all the rehabs that I've been through. I've been through the substance abuse treatment part of it. I've been through the other part of it, like therapeutic community type stuff. You know what I mean? And
what did we find out?
well, I could say just the parents divorced when I was 8 years old, but I'm like 40 years old now, so I mean that really I don't think would be a factor or an excuse or whatever you want to call it.
Listen, whatever trauma you had, no matter the nature, there's no designated age by which you get over it. The pain was there, you work with it. So it doesn't mean, what happens to you when you're little matters. You know what I mean? Do you think it was that?
Kind of the separation, yeah. Could be, I guess. I don't know.
You ended up with your grandma, though.
Yeah.
Right. Give me the most painful or hurtful story associated with his drinking that he needs to hear so he can understand the nature of your distress.
The most painful is probably him thinking that just putting everything on my shoulders and the disrespect and how
When you
he
say
gets-
disrespect, give me a story that shows me how he's disrespectful when he drinks.
calling me names in front of the kids and just putting me down, calling me fat, ugly.
What's the most difficult thing for you? Is it the children?
It's not that I'm absolutely necessarily trying to do anything to my children, harm them in any way by, you know what I mean?
Oh, I know you're not
mentally
trying.
But as far as that goes, I just don't get intoxicated and just start talking nonsense to her. I mean, it usually resolves from us arguing, you know what I mean?
Yeah, about you calling girls in front of me, calling your ex.
That was, I didn't even really call her. I was acting like I did, but that's another issue, but.
But when you were drunk during all these episodes?
Yeah, I never called a girl in front of her. I acted like I did, but I didn't. She's talking about the last week.
She's mad about it still. We may have to address it. But what I really want to address is what you think is happening with your children as a not intentionally, but as a function of the fact that they live with a man who lives in a bottle.
I get to drinking sometimes and I think I'm just going to drink a few and then call it a day, but then it, of course, escalates till I'm up till like 2 or 3 o'clock at night.
I don't come home till 5 in the morning.
You know, the saying is, 1 is too many and 20 is never enough.
Right.
You do understand that you can't have one. What do you think is the most negative thing that has occurred with respect to your children as a function of your drinking?
I guess the fighting with my wife, you know, the yelling back and forth in front of them, and
What about that 3 years you spent in jail?
yeah, I'm sure it affected them.
Have you talked to them?
Well, yeah, I have since I've been home. Yeah, I let them
What
know
did
I'm
they
never
say to
going
you?
away.
Yeah, what did they say to you?
My oldest asked me if I was ever going away again. I told her no. You know what I mean? I'm home for good, or I mean, if something happens that me and her split or whatever, then I guess you know, I'm still going to be living in where I'm living. I'm not going to leave town and be out of their lives. You know what I mean? I'm going to be there for them.
You can't hold a job as a function of this.
No.
Tell me how the are you trying? Is it your record? Is it that
I'm
you can't
trying.
get there because you're hungover? What's up?
A lot of the jobs, yeah, it's because I was either intoxicated or hungover. I couldn't show up. I mean, I get to drinking sometimes and I think I'm just going to drink a few and then call it a day, but then it, of course, escalates till I'm up till like 2 or 3 o'clock at night, till I pass out or the bar's closed down. And
I don't come home till 5 in the morning.
You understand that, the saying is, 1 is too many and 20 is never enough.
Right.
You do understand that you can't have one.
Right.
You do do you
I haven't
fight
really,
that first one, or do you come say, I'm just going to have a couple?
pretty much, no, it's not going to be just a couple. Sometimes it's, I'll get a 6-pack, but I can't.
So you're
stop.
not fighting at all?
I guess not, I don't know.
I understand he cheated on you once while he was drunk.
Yeah,
Tell me what happened there.
It was a few years back. I guess he was at a bar or something. I guess he met a girl at a bar or something. Me and the kids, we didn't want to deal with him because he'd been drinking for a couple of days. So we stayed over at my family member's house. And he cheated with some girl at the bar. And that led to not trusting, and I was really angry.
Mr. Miller, did that happen?
At that point, I was actually waiting to go to prison on a DUI, and she took off with the kids to her mother's house over an argument, and it was just kind of one of them things. I was kind of.
Well, I'm about to go. I want to have some sex before I leave.
Well, no, it wasn't even like that. No, I wasn't even there to have sex.
I wasn't not right, but practical.
No, I mean practical, but I wasn't there looking for anything like that. I was just there, drinking, socializing, and
That happened.
It happened.
And then you revenge cheated.
Yes, I did. Probably a couple years ago, I was still upset and angry, and sort of want to play the get-even game, want to make Jeffrey hurt like he hurt me.
You're just tired, though, aren't you? I mean,
Yeah,
you're just exhausted.
tired of
you have all the money problems, all the
dealing
kids.
with everything, myself and everything, and why he run around thinking life is one big party pretty much.
As far as me cheating and this and that, I mean, I have an issue with her being on Facebook with somebody I know that she don't even know. And actually, a couple weeks ago, I deleted one of the girls she wanted me to delete on my Facebook, which there's nothing going on with her anyways. Okay. Never has been. Nothing even flirtatious or nothing.
Well, I'm going to take a moment, get off the drinking, and let's explore that for a moment so we can see what other contributing factors may apply.
I found out that why Jeff was in rehab this last time, he's the one that was acting like some high school student, passing notes around with some other chick that was in rehab with.
Were you philandering in rehab? So, Mr. Miller, you say she has an active Facebook life that you find distressing. Why don't you elaborate?
It's some guy back home, and he was my friend on Facebook before I went away this last time. While I was incarcerated, she told me, sent her a friend request, and I didn't think nothing of it. You know, I was like, yeah, go ahead, cool, accept it. My daughter's always telling me whenever I'd call from prison that Mommy has been messaging so-and-so, and I'm like, well, who? At first it wasn't a big deal, you know what I mean? She said the guy's name. But the more I kept hearing about it, you know what I mean, I'm like, you know, I didn't really even say nothing about it till I got out, and then I actually seen what was kind of going on, the flirting online.
Online. Ms. Miller, were you flirting online with somebody?
I did not start flirting with him until I found out that why Jeff was in rehab this last time. He's the one that was acting like some high school student, passing notes around with some other chick that was in rehab with.
Were you philandering in rehab?
He even had her phone number. He even called whenever he went back to, he got out of rehab, went back to jail. He had her phone number and was calling her from jail. At the same time calling me.
Is that right?
When I got violated and they re-paroled me to a rehab, inpatient rehab, outside rehab, it was co-ed. You know, that was still kind of on my mind, and it was just kind of, you know, I don't know, still kind of angry about finding out what I found out, and I wasn't really sure what was going to happen.
That's the guy I cheated with. You started the war.
And that's what I'm saying, started the war. I mean, it shouldn't be like that, tit for tat, you know what I mean?
But it's not tit for tat.
Yeah,
it is like
you started it.
No. It's not tit for tat. You give her no economic support, no emotional support, no parental support, no any of any kind. She is constantly spending her time and money dealing with you and all your negativity. You don't give her anything, nothing emotional, nothing at all. So she talked to somebody on Facebook, and you know what I mean? You have reasons for everything, but you can't get indignant about nothing because you're showing up not just nothing. You're like a black hole. You suck in all the light. You know what I mean? It's not like you're just like this ongoing negative thing in her life. You know, I mean, I'm surprised she hasn't done more. You with me? Not that it would be right.
Not really. I mean, the dude's sleeping with her. He ain't paying no bills. He ain't.
Neither are you.
Yeah, I mean, but how? I mean, how could I be so in the wrong whenever, you know what I'm saying? If that's a game, if it's a game, then I guess it's a game.
It's not a game. She's exhausted. She's tired of having to deal with you.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Do you get me, though?
I get you.
It's worse than having another kid. She's supporting and dealing with all of the negative ramifications of a life with an addict.
Right.
Doesn't make it right. Doesn't make it the way to handle it. But you need to understand the nature of the pressure she's under.
Right.
You with me?
Right.
Your wife says that one time when you were drunk, you told the kids to get away from you and that they weren't even yours. Is that accurate?
It wasn't. It didn't go down like that. Me and her was arguing, and I was trying to make a point. And with the kids, they surround us and like take up for her. You know what I mean? And start screaming at me, telling me, "Daddy, get out, get out!" And I'm like, you know what I mean? I might have said something like, you know, I don't know where that even came up. I mean, like, I don't.
But do you understand why they do that?
Yes, I mean, just. I haven't been around. Yeah, they're taking up for their mama, but when they don't really, you know, I mean, I'm not really. We're just arguing, you know what I mean?
You're the big bad boogeyman. You're the guy who comes home drunk. You're the guy who has accidents. You're the guy who doesn't pay anything. She is their life. She's the support if they need anything emotionally, physically, financially. She's there. And when the big bad boogeyman comes out from jail and starts yelling at the only thing that stands between them and being out on the street, they're going to defend her. It's scary being in a house with a guy that comes in and got an attitude and ugly and drunk. Been there, done that.
It's not even like that, though. I don't come in drunk with an attitude. Me and her start arguing about whatever. It's like the nagging starts, and then it's like, what, you know what I mean? I'll throw some phones on, jam some YouTube, and be like, all right, get away from me. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And she's still nagging to the point to where I do. You know, I'm like...
Gotcha. Let me tell you something, Mrs. Miller. My man doesn't even see what a pit of darkness he is in your life. And he doesn't seem remorseful. He seems indignant about any kind of needs that you have. Maybe you don't approach them appropriately, but he's indignant about them, not realizing how many darts he's thrown at you. You don't need to have one foot out of the door. You need to have both feet out the door, and you need to do it now. Don't expose your children to that anymore. He's not even trying anymore, and he needs to step on and step away and step into something else while you step into better. Do you understand what I'm telling you? Mr. Miller, I wish you the best of luck. I hope things get better for you. I don't know what kind of dark you're swimming through. I really don't. But first thing you have to be is man enough to see how much negativity you've brought to your wife. And then after that, I don't know what you can do, but at least try to do that. Because you can do that. You know what I mean? Don't, yeah. You know what I'm saying?
Right on.
This matter is adjourned.
Yeah, there's damage done, but I think it could be fixed, whether a therapist or a judge or anybody else says that it can't. You know what I mean? They're not us. They don't know. You know what I mean? So
if he doesn't change, like, right away, like, and step up and show me within a month or something, I'm out.
Today on Divorce Court.
I'm here because my husband has lied to me numerous times.
She brings up my past a lot. She throws it up in my face and nags about it all the time.
The reason I'm always bringing up his past, quite honestly, I'm not over it. When I found out he got his ex pregnant, I was really disappointed. Like, how sloppy can you be?
And it takes for us to go our separate ways, then so be it. But I love my wife and I would like to continue our marriage.
Divorce Court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Jamie McLeod and Hassan McLeod. Mr. and Mrs. McLeod, you have been together for 4 years, married for 2. You have 2 children together, and you say your marriage is on the rocks, and you have come to me to assist you. Mrs. McLeod, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about the progression of your relationship and why we're here today?
Well, I say you really don't know somebody till you live with them. Mm-hmm. So, Hassan was a angry drunk. And he was off into the streets, you know. But I told myself that I wasn't going for somebody like that, but, you know.
You didn't see it right off.
Exactly. So we made it official, and I basically, you know, put my feelings aside to try to see where would this lead us. You know, like I said, he was an angry drunk, hanging out all night and phone ringing, he gone, he leaving.
How deep into the relationship were you when you found out he was like that?
It didn't take long. I mean, maybe 2 months.
No, Your Honor, that's not right, Your Honor.
2 months.
Mr. McLeod, you don't agree?
No, it was probably 6 to 8 months in.
6 to 8 months in before you got comfortable enough to show your true self.
Yeah.
Exactly.
What else did you discern about Mr. McLeod as things went on that you found were negative?
That he was, you know, very active in his hood life, where he grew up in. He was very
you know, involved in things that he really didn't have to be involved in. So that should have been a deal
Well, when
breaker.
hood life popped up for you, why didn't you just kick him out? And so he could stay in the street.
couldn't,
That's
Your
the
Honor.
part I can't get.
Well, my son, Your Honor, I introduced him to my son. I had him around my son. Like when we first met, my son was around. And I just didn't want to drop the ball so soon. You know, let's try.
Listen, they can get over that. But
Yeah.
what they don't need is a role model who's in the streets.
Right. And you're right, Your Honor. And that's the type of motive that I was trying to sell to him, to let him know, like, this is not healthy for us.
Yeah.
Like, I can't even sleep at night not knowing where you are or what time you're going to be here.
So I understand that you saw a huge red flag when he was in the hospital. Tell me what happened.
I threw him a birthday party. Mind you, he hadn't had an adult birthday party ever in his life. So this is his first birthday party. Did it real big, you know, nice food, nice drinks, everybody, you know.
Nice
around.
party, okay.
Yeah. And he went over and beyond on his liquor intake. So he got overly drunk. And my cousin was there, he's a male, and he was trying to, you know, calm him down, like, bro, it's cool, woo, 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 all that. And he wasn't going for it. So next thing I know, they break out fighting. Him and my cousin, who was trying to console him or calm him down.
Calm him down, cool him
Exactly.
out.
He must have did
Mr.
something.
McLeod, now, Mr. McLeod, why don't you give me your version of that event? I'm gonna wipe the
I
slate
can
clean. What do
give
you
what
got
I
to
can
say?
remember, Your Honor. I remember.
Exactly.
I
You don't remember any of it?
Not.
Exactly.
No,
exactly.
just yeah.
So how
You
could
don't remember
correct
how
me?
it started. You don't remember why you were mad.
All I can remember, she threw the party. She cooked real nice, invited everybody. Everybody looking
and
good.
the next thing you knew, you were in the hospital.
I ate. I actually mixed a lot of drinks, and you know I was drinking it, and I woke up in the hospital with IVs and a catheter in me, and she wasn't there. So I
An
yanked
IV and a what in you?
catheter.
Okay, okay. I'm sorry. I thought you meant like a cap, like
No.
somebody had capped you.
And
what was the nature of your injuries?
Alcohol poison. I had consumed too much alcohol, and when I woke up, wasn't nobody in the room, so I'm looking for her, you know. And she wasn't there. I knew she had to work the next morning, so I know I needed to get to her. So I yanked the IVs out and yanked the catheter out. I left the hospital fighting with security and everything, and jumped
You
on
were
the bus.
fighting. Were you still drunk when you woke
Probably, yeah. I probably was. I probably was.
up?
Had
So
a
you
hangover.
ripped out all the tubes, got out of bed, and went to look for her
Yes, ma'am.
because you were mad because she wasn't there.
Yes, ma'am. Despite that, I was doing the wrong things at the party as fighting and being angry.
Right.
I still was mad at her. I had
Mad
to
at her.
blame.
Yeah, well, you know,
I had to blame
when
somebody.
you're drunk, you don't have no sense. That's, I mean, that's just, it doesn't have to be, you know,
Well, a
I get it.
responsible adult that drinks.
Well, if
will
you
have
drink,
some
yeah,
good sense.
when you drink, but when you drunk,
Right,
you have no
exactly,
sense.
exactly.
So now it's gone from bad to worse, because I understand after the drinking there was a prison stint involved. So I'm going to get to that and ask what happened, when he went to prison, why he went to prison, and how long he stayed. Did you not remove yourself from your environment?
No.
Because if you're with the same friends, it's over.
No, I didn't change my people, places, and things.
Yes.
And I started back
A recipe for
doing it,
recidivism.
and it was another baby involved.
Yeah. Oh, I was going to get to that. So, Mrs. McLeod, tell me about when you first went to prison, what happened, and how that affected your relationship.
Well, we was like 10 months in of dating. He had a PAW, what is it called? A pending
PA.
application warrant.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I didn't really know much about jail and all of that. So when he told me that they got him and then they released him and he was out on a PAW, I really wasn't sure what that was.
What that meant,
But
yeah.
that meant, oh, they coming back to get you.
Right.
I didn't know that. So, yeah, when he went, they ended up getting him or whatever, the police. They picked up the warrant, so he was wanted for his arrest, and he was gone for about 16 months. Yeah.
Mr. McLeod, tell me about that. What went wrong?
I had caught a possession of controlled substance. Street activity. I was called myself, doing what I had to do to support my family. I caught a case, caught a PAW. I knew they was coming. I just didn't know when.
Did you give her a heads up?
I told her they was coming. I just didn't know when, So I actually went down to the same area where I got locked up at. They seen me and they locked me up while my son was at school and everything. And when I called and told her, just the sound of her voice, I knew she was hurt.
Mr. McLeod, you got out and then you went back in. Explain that to me.
I got out. I was happy. Everything was going good. I was telling myself the whole time I was in there, I'm done. God, just get me out of this one and I won't do it no more.
Won't do it again.
You know how the jail talk goes.
Right.
I get out for about 3 weeks to a month and I get back to it. Running full force, I start back hustling.
Now, what pulled you in? Did you not remove yourself from your environment?
No.
Because if you're with the same friends, it's over.
No, I didn't change my people, places, and things.
Yes.
And I started back.
A recipe for recidivism.
And I went harder, not really caring about the consequence. She telling me to stop, I'm not stopping, I need to support my family.
Didn't your love for her and your love for that boy say, hey, let me go do something else? It wasn't enough?
See, Your Honor, I felt like I was doing the wrong thing for the right reason. I was taking care of my family, so, it felt good at the time.
That was the way you brought in money,
I knew it wasn't the right thing to do, but right then at that time, it was the right thing for me.
How long did you go back in for the second time?
The second time, I violated my parole. I did like a little over a year.
A year. After he got out of jail the second time, tell me what happened.
When he got out the second time, he's been on a straight and narrow. He works at a factory job. He's been there for almost 7 months now, and he's doing pretty good. I mean, he take care of the household. We just had a baby 2 months ago.
So does the money he make come home to the house?
Yeah.
Does he's doing right with the bills? Is he hanging out with the same people?
Oh no, he don't hang out at all. Most hanging out he do is basketball practice and football practice and maybe a PTA if needed. Other than that,
Mr. McLeod, that is a hard corner to turn, and you turned it, and I want to applaud you for that.
Yeah.
It is hard to do. Yeah. You have to give up everything, your former associates, your former ways of entertainment, your whole life. And I want you to know, I appreciate that. Because I see the revolving door.
Yeah,
so good for you.
Your Honor, I think she left some stuff out. It was another baby involved.
Yeah. Oh, I was going to get to that. I do want to know how this other baby happened. So that's what we're going to talk about next.
Okay. I'm pregnant again. Yes. He's still sticking to the script. I ain't never sleep with him. I ain't never did nothing with her. I don't know what she's talking about.
Mr. McLeod, if you're gonna dip and travel, why not cover it up? Despite this miraculous reset on his criminal activity, there was another hiccup in the relationship. Mrs. McLeod, why don't you tell me what that was?
Okay, after the first time when he got out of jail, I ended up calling it quits right before he came home.
Okay.
Due to the fact that I was dating someone else. So when he came home, we was on this mindset like, oh, well, we're not together, da-da-da-da. So he goes back with his ex, gets her pregnant. And so in the meantime, in between time, he's telling me he's never even slept with her. He don't know what she's talking about. And now we're back getting to where we once was.
Uh-huh.
You know, and then I ended up pregnant like 2 months after she says that she's pregnant. So we get back together and we're trying to get our life how we want it. End up getting married and all of this. Now the blood test is finna come out because now she's wanting to prove that this is his child.
Right.
I'm pregnant again. Yes, so I'm pregnant and this blood test and stuff is going on and all of this. So he's still sticking to the script. Oh, I ain't never sleep with her. I ain't never did nothing with her. I don't know what she talking about and all this. So The blood test comes in the day before Thanksgiving. 99.9 is the father.
99% is his.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. McLeod,
Yes.
if you're gonna dip and travel,
Okay.
why not cover it up?
Okay.
So you just don't have children strewn hither and yon.
Your Honor, I don't really got no excuse. All I can say is I just should have been totally honest with her, because she was honest with me when I came home. I made a mistake. I'm here to put it all out on the table, and I would like for you to help her, get through it so we can go on with our life.
So, Ms. McLeod, what at this juncture is your major concern? Because you've been through hell and back.
Whew.
What's going on now?
My major concern was, it made me just think back, like, did he just marry me so that he could have this bond with me, this paperwork on me so that it could cover up what he did?
Right.
Because he was telling me he never sleep. You gotta sleep with somebody to make a baby now.
Right.
Come on now. So
Yeah.
once we got the results, it's like we went from you didn't sleep with at all, but now you got a whole life with her, a new life. So it was just like, it had me thinking, like, was this all just for front?
Yeah, to make sure he kept you when the news came out.
Exactly. So, I mean,
At this juncture, I think there is only one pertinent question. It's not whether does he love you. It's not whether he's going to do right or not. It's whether you can forgive him for what he did.
I'm trying.
And we are going to talk about that, because I think that's extraordinarily important. I think you have the potential to have a wonderful family, and I want to put something out there that will allow you to take advantage of that potential. It still hurts you, doesn't it, Mrs. McLeod?
It ain't even the fact about the child, because I got enough love to go around. But it's the fact about him lying to me. And like I said, it make me think, like, was this all just a front? Or was this really what you wanted? Am I really who you want?
Mr. McLeod, you got 30 seconds. Look at her.
Thank you.
And clear this up for her.
Baby, I know I lied. I did, again, the wrong thing for the right reason. I knew if I told her that I had slept with her, that she would leave. And she's very loyal, a very beautiful woman, and I made a mistake. And I had to do what I had to do to keep her. Mm-hmm. And I knew I wanted to marry her. I didn't want to bring another baby in the world without being married. So I figured I'd marry her. I didn't want I only slept with her one time, but that's all it takes, the baby man, you know what I'm saying? And I just want you to judge, help me help her get over this so we can put it past us. I know it's a hard pill to swallow, I know that. You know what I'm saying? I know it's frustrating, and I make it even harder because when she ready to talk about it, I shut down, or I even up and leave. You know what I'm saying? Won't answer my phone, power it off, and that's not being supportive of her feelings or her emotions. So I know I'm wrong for that. So I'm just here to do whatever I need to do.
Let me tell you something. I've been on this bench for 12 years. On this one, I've been a couple of decades, other benches. But let me tell you something. I know when a man is being truthful. I know when he's hurting. I know when he's sorry for what he did. And this man is sorry. This man loves you. This man has turned over his life in order to be with you. You're the best thing that ever happened to him. You're the reason he's a better man today. He's a better man today because he wants to be a man that's good enough to keep you. And I want you to believe that. And I want you to understand that. The second thing I want you to know is you got a decision to make. You know, you can feed your insecurity about wondering why he did what he did, or you can enjoy the fruits of your labor. And the fruits of your labor is a better man who's going to work, who's coming home, who's dealing with his kids, who's paying child support. Those are the fruits of your labor. So every time you think about what mighta, coulda, woulda, did happen, turn around, have a gratitude list of what's going good on that day. Reread it so you can have something else to do other than think about what was. You've done the work. It's like going to work all week long and then not accepting the paycheck. Take the paycheck, because you earned it. Now, for you, Mr. McLeod, there's a way to do, you know how you have to, you do the crime, you got to do the time.
Most definitely.
Yeah. When a woman is hurt, she's got to express that hurt, and you got to absorb it.
Yeah, I got to work on that.
Don't run away. When she comes at it with you, lean in, hold the hand. What is it, baby? What can I do? What do you... Sometimes all you can do is listen, because we want to talk. So just listen. I'm sorry, and I love you. Can we keep it moving? And you do that. You have to work at getting over the hurt just as much as he has to help you. But you got a good dude here. Remember, you did the work, cash the check. Good luck to both of you.
The judge said that we should stay together and I should get over this big hurt that he's done. And I think that I'm willing to do that. I'm willing to cash that paycheck, like as she say.
Wow, and what I'm gonna do is be there to listen and don't get angry as much, up and leave. Give her that ear, give her that shoulder, and make
Grow
her feel
old together.
Today on Divorce Court.
I want the judge to tell Danielle to give me my space, give me time to myself, and let me be the man that I'm supposed to be.
The communication between me and Lee is horrible. He never listens. If he do hear me, it goes one end or out the other, because can't nobody tell him anything.
Trust issues going on. I mean, look at me. Look at me. Look at me. I can't do it all by myself.
All he do is lie. Like, it's stuff that I don't even have to ask him about. He just lies.
I see myself being with Danielle for the rest of my life. That's my companion, man. Her being there for each other from thick and thin.
I need a man, not a little boy.
Divorce Court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Lee Fowler and Danielle Bradley. You two have been together for 6 years. You have one child together, 9 months old. But you are saying today that you no longer wanted to be together. Mr. Fowler, you left the house, and now you're suing for those things you left behind that she discarded. Mrs. Bradley, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about this relationship and why we're here today?
Well, Judge, me and Lee have been together, like you said, for 6 years. We've been engaged for the last 2. We do have a 9-month-old son. Since me and Lee been together, all he have been doing to me is lying, and I'm suspecting that he's cheating. For example, one occasion, I went through Lee's phone. Mm-hmm. He was asleep, and I saw a text message from a number that was not stored in his phone. So as I'm going through it, I see a girl with a picture of her JJ. What she said was, "Is this what you wanted to see?" As if he's been asking her to see it.
Right.
Wow.
His response was, he had the emojis with the eyes, like as if he's blushing, like, "Oh my God, you something." Exactly.
I ain't want to see it.
So he say, "Ooh, I need that." That like literally like crushed me. Like it dropped like every thing that was in me. I just broke down. Like I just couldn't believe that. And he laid with me every single night. He be with me every single night. He tells me he loves me every day.
And he's got that on the phone.
And he got that in his phone.
Can you tell me any other circumstances where you felt he's been disrespectful or unfaithful?
Yes, it's been another situation where it was Christmas time. He had asked one of his baby mamas.
How many baby mamas he got?
3. I'm number 4.
You number 4?
I'm number 4.
All right.
When we got together, he only had 1 at the time.
So he collected 2 other baby mamas while you two were together?
We wasn't together because I had moved on. I had moved out of the state and everything. Like, it was kind of like an on and off situation.
Right, yeah.
So
twice while you were off, he made babies with other people.
And then when we got back together, then this last year, then it was 1 with me.
Okie dokie.
He had asked one of his baby mamas, "What do my baby want for Christmas?"
Right.
So I'm guessing she asked they baby and whatever. So she texts back and say, you know, the things that they baby wanted. He asked her, "Oh, so what do you want?" Like she deserved gifts for Christmas or something. Like, who is she to be asking what
Forget.
do she, right.
Right.
He didn't even ask me what I want for Christmas.
Okay, Mr. Fowler, what do you have to say about these situations?
Well, Judge, I probably misspelled something in that while I asked her. I probably just misspelled something up in there. But
He didn't misspell nothing.
Judge, I ain't had nothing to do with that. I had asked, no, I ain't no flirting. I already had a while. I'm going to flirt again. My baby mama stayed miles away. She stayed way in another state somewhere.
Did that happen, though?
I don't remember it happening, Yana.
I don't remember.
I don't remember it happening at all. I remember asking about the Christmas gifts, but I don't remember that it happened like that, Yana.
There we go.
I don't
Same
remember
thing
that. I don't remember that. I don't remember that, Yana.
Same thing I hear.
Usually, if it's something like that occur, Yana, she always have a little screenshot or a picture of it on her phone, and she always bring it to my attention, but she ain't never bring it to me, let me see that. And then you talking about I got another person over a private in my phone. I don't know that, but I don't know about that, babe.
What do you mean you don't know about that? Either you did or you didn't.
I know I did.
I know I did. I didn't see what I saw with my own eyes.
Nah, I know that she tried to wake me up. She look, Yana, I work nights. So when I know I came home, I laid down in the bed. It's probably about 6:30 in the morning. I get out of work by 5:36. I know I laid down. I know she came to me. She waking me up, demanding that I wake up, tell me I go get my phone with my phone, and she need to see my phone, and she going through her phone, and she got an attitude. So right there and there, I'm looking at her like, what are you talking about? What did you need to see my phone for? But if you were already wanted my phone and you seen that, why you asking me to go retrieve my phone and you know my phone at already? What you doing in my phone anyway?
I'm exhausted.
What's she doing in my phone anyway?
Ho.
Your
Honor, no. Tell me about when you went out to have a smoke. And she got, Don't be scared.
Look,
go ahead and do it.
Look, Yana. So I go out and go have a smoke. I promise you, I can't even walk out the door a good 5-10 minutes and I got the devil behind me.
You sound like I'm just that bad.
Behind my back. I'm talking about, I can't even step out the front door without her being behind me. I promise you, if I turn around, Joe, if I turn around, I'm gonna step on her. I promise you, that's how close she be on insecure. She don't give me no space, no nothing, Yana. I tell her I can't even go hang with the fellas, Yana. It's always a problem if I go hang with the fellas. It's always something.
Because it's always a problem that occurs when he leaves. When he comes back, it's always a problem.
She'll text me with negative things, Yana. I ain't even gone 15 minutes and she know I'm finna go out and have a good time. She texts me, I'll make sure you wear a rubber. I hope you have fun with the little nasty skis, you and your cousin, y'all nasty. Yeah, we nasty. We ain't even did nothing. I just walked out the house. Yana, let me tell you another
Lee
time.
is easily provoked. Anybody can persuade him to do anything.
Let me tell you another time, Yana. So I'm at work and she called me while I'm at work and she said, baby, well, come outside, I'm gonna bring you lunch. So I said, okay, I'm down with that. So it's this old lady that I be talking to. I be talking highly to the old lady about that. Yeah, I love her. This is my girl, man. Her gonna get married to my fiance. So I bring the lady outside with me while I come grab the lunch. And the first thing she said when she rolled out, what's she doing over here with you? I'm like, man, don't you see this lady behind me? I don't care what she doing. You screw her too. Old. This lady 65 years old. What I'm gonna do with this woman 65 years old, y'all?
Ms. Bradley, why do you think the situation was suspect?
I didn't think it was suspect, and she wasn't old, Your Honor. She wasn't old. It's just that, I don't know. Lee is just so sneaky. Like, I have to,
Sneaky?
He's
okay.
sneaky.
Well, speaking of that, let me redirect our attention. I understand that, Ms. Bradley, you spend a lot of time trailing him and tracking him and trying to find him doing wrong. So I want to figure out what things you're doing and if they're really warranted.
She steady going on the internet buying red bottoms. She want nails. She need new jewelry, everything. But we saving money. But at the same time, she's spending the money. So when we get to that point, when it's time to take care of the business, we got a problem now because she talking about where the money is.
Ms. Bradley, well, you tell me what his economic sins are. I understand that you two are really balling out there, spending more money than you're making. You got a whole lot of designer this, that, and the other thing, but you can't make rent. Mr. Fowler, would you care to respond to that?
Well, Yana, I'm going to start it off like this, Yana. Man, I always have a pot going on, so it's like when Christmas and everything, the birthdays and stuff start coming around, we always make us a pot ahead of time, so when we get there, it's already taken care and paid for already. Mm-hmm. So this time around, we had came up with a pot that we was finna, I think it was about to be Christmas time or one of our birthdays, either hers or mine. Birthday was coming up, but anyway, We supposed to call ourselves saving and everything, so we doing good, we saving. She calling me one day talking about, where am I at? I'm like, where am I at? What you mean where I'm at? I'm at work. I'm playing it off, but I'm at home in the house sleep. I done hid the car around the corner because there been packages coming to the house that I ain't been know about. She steady going on the internet buying red bottoms. She want nails. She need new jewelry, everything. But we saving money. But at the same time, she's spending the money. So when we get to that point, when it's time to take care of the business, we got a problem now because she talking about where the money at. The money is in the boxes in the clothes.
$300 George. It ain't. Yep.
Miss Bradley, well, you tell me what his economic sins are.
Spoiling
this child support is eating his checks up. He need like
how much does he pay in child support every month?
I don't know.
How much do you pay in child support every month, Mr. Fowler?
Well, Yana, I pay 4 cases on my child support, Yana. So
you have 4
cases on. I ain't never had to pay child support, Yana,
until he got with me. Now ask
how that happened.
Because I'm trying to figure out to this day right now why I'm paying child support, but I'm glad I am paying child support so I can go and get it out the way.
Wouldn't it be cheaper to stay home?
Yana,
you know what I'm saying? Having all these kids.
I stay at home. Yana, I work 2 jobs. She didn't tell you that. I work 2 jobs.
Yes, he do.
I make sure I take care of
and I do too. I work 2 as well. I work 2 as well.
But I deserve some time. I deserve to walk away and go and give me a little breather. I can't sit down and keep. Look what I'm dealing with. She going through my phone already. So what else can I do? I can't never go out and go have a smoke.
If he wouldn't be lying and sneaking all the time, I wouldn't have to.
What am I sneaking?
I wouldn't have to.
It's called sneaking if you get caught. I'm right around. Right around.
And he's been caught. You see what I mean? And he's been caught.
Where the evidence
and he's been caught.
Yana, where the evidence? I want to know where the evidence is.
He's been caught.
Yana, if I leave my phone out, evidently, it's open season. You can see whatever's going on, but I don't be seeing this stuff. And then, a couple times she say she's seen pictures and all this going on. I'm trying to figure out where the pictures at. I ain't seen the pictures, but she say
deleted them, of course. Of course.
Can I get back to the money for just a moment? You guys are living a balling lifestyle. Can you afford it?
Yes, we can. We can occasionally. It all depends.
I wrote down what it is going in and going out because it's my contention that you can't. So here we go. Combined income, about $3,000 a month. Combined spending, $3,800 a month.
I said
so to me, you're $800 in the rears every month.
Yeah.
Is that about right?
I agree with that. I agree
that's about right.
I agree with that.
Everything is behind.
Everything is behind. Why don't you stop buying stuff you don't
She
need?
can't, because every piece of bundle that she see and she see extra long stuff, she gotta have it. She gotta have it. She'll never want to take a break, Yana. She study high, so
but
she don't
he
want to take
likes
a break.
it. He likes me wearing long bundles. He loves it.
You know I do. I love it.
Long bundles of hair?
Yes.
Bundles.
He loves it.
How much do you spend in hair?
What? How much she spends?
Hey.
More than my Jordans. More than the Jordans. More than my Jordans.
How much do you spend?
Like gifts.
I want to know how much you spend on your hair.
We need to put that down. I need to know too.
I want to know.
Maybe $500 to $600. Maybe every year. Because they last. They last a long time. You can wash them, condition them, reuse them. I reuse.
That's not the point. She can buy 3 bundles, 3 to 5 bundles. Then 3 more months later, she want to buy 3, 4, 5 more bundles. You see what I'm saying? She want to keep adding to the collection. But she got a big old tote full of bundles that she ain't even using, but she still want to keep adding on. So I don't know what she doing. She a pack rat. That's what it is.
But no one says nothing about all the Jordans and jewelry that study coming to the house.
Hey, I'm going to stop for a moment, regain my composure, and come at it again.
We was in a club. A man coming past me. We don't know each other. I never saw him day in my life. He puts his arm in front of me so he can feel the man rub his arm to make sure he don't touch me.
Watch out, homeboy.
And like try to push him off.
Push him off.
You want to go? If you want to go, we can leave.
Ms. Bradley, you say he's a pathological liar. Tell me what he lies about that's unnecessary.
Everything. He lies about everything.
Well, tell me about the car and the gas.
Okay, Your Honor. I know my car.
Right.
I know how much it takes to fill it up.
Right.
He tells me one day, for no reason, I didn't ask. I didn't say, did you put gas in there? He just comes in the house. Yeah, I went, I paid, this, and I went and got some cigarettes. Oh, and I put $30 in the tank. Oh, okay, so it's time for me to go, probably get the kids and whatever else that I do for the day. I gets in the car, it's only a quarter tank of gas. Now, how did you put $30? It take $30 to fill my tank up on full.
She probably drove it up out of there, going to go pick up packages.
How? When I'm just not coming out the house. I'm thinking he must have put the 30 in and rolled it out and then came home and then said, well, here you go. You know, I did put 30 in there, but didn't tell me he rolled it out.
Okay, well, Ms. Bradley, you also
just be lying.
Yeah, you also say he has an anger problem.
We was in a club. Now, Lee standing in behind me, so we standing up. We dancing.
Snuck up behind.
Stop.
So a man is trying to get through. Mind you, we in the club. It's packed. It's crowded. We gotta squeeze through. Excuse me. A man coming past me. We don't know each other. I never saw him day in my life. He puts his arm in front of me. So he can feel the man rub his arm to make sure he don't touch me.
Watch out, homeboy.
And like try to push him off.
Push him off.
So I had to turn around like, Lee, come on now. Like, you want to go? If you want to go, we can leave. So instead of causing a scene, we had to leave the club early because he ready to fight everybody that walked past.
What is your view on that incident?
Am I wrong, Joe? I'm a man.
Leave Joe
looking good in the club. She looking good in the club. I'm gonna let somebody walk all over her feet. I paid for them brand new shoes, them heels she got on. Them heels got but he gotta watch where he going.
But if I don't have a problem, then why?
I got a problem.
Like,
I got a problem.
You say that you're angry all the time because she's too demanding. What is she demanding about?
Like I said, I work 6-7 days a week, both jobs. I work. I get off, I go right back in. I don't get no breaks. So I'll be at home one time, I catch me a little break, I'll be laying down in the bed. I'll let the kids tear up the house. Why not? It's their house too. Well, I ain't finna keep running downstairs trying to see what they doing.
So that means when I get off, I got to come clean up all day.
I be tired too. I'm gonna let the kids tear up the house. I'm not finna keep running up and down these stairs. Look at me, I'm already big. I ain't finna keep running up and down these stairs trying to see what these kids doing. I know they ain't tearing up the house too bad, but I'm saying if she get mad because you gonna let the kids do this. I gotta come up and clean up. I gotta straighten up. Okay, what's wrong with that? But I gotta go outside, cut the grass, straighten up, get all the plastic stuff out the yard. You don't let the kids and the neighbors throw everything in the yard, and you ain't did nothing about it, but you got an attitude though. So what's the problem with that? I don't understand what's going on with that, but I always got to move when she say move. If I don't, it's always a problem. That's her demanding part right there. She always got an attitude about everything.
I think I see what's going on here. Wish it didn't, but I think I do. Mr. Fowler, you say Miss Bradley kicked you out of the house and you had to go. When you came back, she got rid of all your stuff. Tell me what happened.
So, Yana, like, she brought up the story about the pictures in the phone. So, after me and her got into it about the picture in the phone, and she accused me of having them in the phone, but I ain't get to see the picture. I get put out the house for 2 weeks. I don't got no clothes, no nothing. She done threw me out, took my keys off, my car key ring, everything. Yeah, 2 pair of drawers and a T-shirt. I'm going to survive off of that.
You keep going.
I have a tank of gas, Yana. I'm outside naked. I can't do nothing, Yana. She got me outside for 2 weeks. She finally let me come back home. I come back home, I'm looking for my clothes, I'm asking where they at. She tell me, go look downstairs in the basket somewhere. I go look for it, they ain't even in the house. So the baby come tell me, I said, hey, I got $2 for you. Where my clothes at? Mama had us take them outside and throw them away. What throw my stuff? What you throwing my stuff away for? I don't do her like that. When me and her get into it, I don't put her out the house for 2 weeks, Yana. I don't put her out for 2 weeks and throw her stuff away. She'll have a fit. So why you touching my stuff?
Mr. Fowler wants $1,000 from you because you threw away his stuff. What do you have to say about that?
I don't think, well, I contribute to most of the stuff that I throw away. I buy him just as well as he buy me. And if he wouldn't have never been sneaky and lying, and if I would have never saw that in his phone, he wouldn't have never been put out. He took the things that he wanted, all the Jordans and the Levi's and all that good stuff. I say, what do you want me to do? You know, you leaving this. What do you want me to do? I don't care. You can do what you want to do with it. You know, acting all cocky.
But she know I'm coming back home, though. Why you want to put it up?
No, I got you. Woo! Hello. Have you let him back in the house?
Yes.
Keep him in the house.
He's there.
Yeah, keep him in the house. Let me tell you something. First of all, you can't afford to leave because you can't pay no more child support. That's too much. You cannot pay no child support. You need to calm it down. Stay home. You don't need to be running around. You don't need to be doing nothing suspect. You know, I already got caught too many times. You're paying too many bills. It ain't going to work out. You guys got to stop paying the stupid tax. The stupid tax is, you know, you wearing expensive clothes, can't pay the rent, got to pay a late fee. Stupid tax.
Right.
That's all the stupid tax. You get mad, you put him out, you throw away his clothes, then he's got to replace them. Stupid tax. Stop paying the stupid tax because you don't have enough money to pay all those things. Other than that, I think you should calm down, relax, get together, and stay together to keep us all safe from both of you. This matter is adjourned.
Well, we came in here together, ready to tear each other heads off when we came in, but since we done talked to the judge, and I guess we're gonna commence and go ahead and make it work.
Yeah, we're gonna make it work. We're gonna stay together. I mean, through everything, he's a great person. He's a great man. I guess it's just a couple of bumps we need to get through, but we got it. We'll get it together.
Love you, boo.
Love you too.
Today on Divorce Court.
I want the judge to tell Kedrick that he needs to change. He's cheated in the past. He's been watching porn videos constantly. When I say I'm not gonna have sex with him, says he's not gonna pay the bill. If he doesn't act right or straighten up, I will be gone and out the door.
Divorce Court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Portia Lamar and Kedrick Thomas. The two of you have been together for 2.5 years, married for 2 years, has 6 months engagement. You know you're going to hear from me about that. But you do not want to be together anymore. Ms. Lamar, you would like $6,700 from Mr. Thomas as you take your leave of him. But before we get to that, Ms. Lamar, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your marriage and why we're here in divorce court today?
Well, Your Honor, we're here today because my husband is like wolves in sheep clothing. We started off good, and then he did a whole 360.
He did a 180, but that's okay.
Yeah,
360, right, but that's okay. Go ahead.
He did a 180. Yes, ma'am. And so 3 months after we got married, he immediately stopped wearing his ring. And I knew something then was up. So, and I believe he's a compulsive liar and he's a cheater.
Give me a story that tells me he's a wolf in sheep's clothing.
Okay, so a woman's intuition. I went through his cell phone, and lo and behold, I found that he was looking at pornography on his cell phone constantly. He was also on a website where they solicit women, and so I caught that on his cell phone. And I seen messages that he had been messaging women constantly, trying to get at them, lying about our marriage. And
yeah,
I have
Mr. Thomas,
I
it's
have
too much
evidence
out
of
there
it.
and you grinning too hard for that not to be the case. I'm going to give you an opportunity to respond, however, to tell me what's really going on.
And he's in the blue, Your Honor.
Okay. Keep talking. I'm listening.
The devil is a lie. First off, okay, the porn, it is true because every man watch porn. Hey, I mean, because if she ain't giving it to
constantly?
me. So, hey, I mean,
And I'm not giving it to you, could you?
I'd rather watch a porn, take a nap, wake back up, take a shower, and just.
But you haven't cheated on her. In your marriage, there's been no cheating.
Oh, well,
See, Your Honor, that's what I'm talking about right here.
Mr. Thomas is about to have a moment for us.
Well, I mean, I cheated upon purpose.
Yeah, he said.
Explain that to me.
Okay, because I was trying to get her attention, but I never cheated physically. You know, because I was tired.
You pretended you were cheating, maybe? Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah. Well, no, sort of, kind of, you know.
Clear it up for me.
So what I done was I went to the mall up on purpose. So I started talking to a chick up on purpose.
It wasn't on purpose.
She was just a
Now,
thought.
I feel stupid. Is
She was just
on
a thought.
purpose a place? Is purpose a place?
No,
or are you
that's just
talking
an
on
excuse.
purpose?
Me, because this woman here.
That's just an excuse. That's his
Do you
excuse.
know what I'm talking about? He did it on purpose.
She's the devil in disguise, Judge.
No.
in disguise. See, look, please don't let her smile, her cuteness and hotness and
Your
everything fool you. But look, This woman.
But see, he has accusations, assumptions.
No.
He's never caught me cheating. He don't have any proof. I have proof, Your Honor. As you can see, the messages.
Well, I mean, that was some inappropriate text. I mean, it wasn't anything graphic, loud, or lurid, but it was an indication of a lack of faithfulness.
No, it was a lack of wifiness. You know.
Explain lack of wifiness to me.
Okay, the lack of wifiness is when I'm working two jobs.
We both work, Your Honor.
Well, look, I'm bringing in the money.
And I'm bringing in the money, too.
And look, and basically I'm paying all of the bills.
No, that's just now, Your Honor. We had an agreement.
Hang on. Let him finish out.
See, look.
But make your story a little shorter, Mr. Thomas. You're working me.
Okay, see, look. This is the problem. When I come home, I don't have no food ready. Man.
He knew that when he met me, I didn't cook.
No, hold on.
So now it's a problem.
No. I mean, excuse my language.
When we met, he knew I didn't cook.
No, Judge.
And I clean. Ask him who clean.
What?
I actually told this woman for how many years? 3, 4 years?
But when I have cooked for you, you don't eat it. I've cooked several times, Your Honor.
You cooked 7 times in 2 years. Stand up, Mr. Thomas. Stand up, Mr.
And he don't eat it.
Mr. Thomas.
He don't eat
it. Are you a terrible cook?
Yes, I am. But at least I attempted. At least I attempted. It's a thought that counts.
Train that woman to cook.
It's a thought that counts.
She said this right here. Man, I'm not cooking. See, because my mama didn't teach me how to cook. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So therefore,
But I clean.
let me show you how to cook. So just when I try to show her how to cook.
I got it. You say that he refuses to pay the bills if you don't have sex with him.
Yes.
So I want you to tell me when he's done that and what has occurred as a function thereof.
He gets mad and he gets on this rant talking about he's not going to pay the bills. Then he gets verbally abusive.
Are you not nice to her during the day? Are you fighting and fussing and carrying on and just expect to have sex even though things are staticky in the household? So, Ms. Lamar, tell me what your problem is at home about him paying the bills.
Your Honor, if I don't give this man sex, he gets mad and he gets on this rant talking about he's not going to pay the bills, he's not going to contribute or do anything. Then he gets verbally abusive and he gets to calling me out my name. He calls me hoes, fat, and sometimes in front of my daughter, and I tell him I don't appreciate that.
Now, why do you refuse to have sex with him? Is there a reason for it?
Yes, because every time he comes at me, accusations about cheating, or if he comes home and
he strike that woman down.
Will you please
right now for lying.
do not interrupt again? Go ahead.
And so when we get mad at each other, I don't feel like having sex. And then one minute he'll be good, and then next minute he'll be bad. So when he's acting out, I don't feel like having sex, and he comes at me with all this sweet talk and stuff like that.
Just trying to make it right.
Just trying to make me give him sex.
Mr. Thomas, do you hear what she's talking about? I mean, no, hold on. You don't listen, because you always start talking before the other person stops. So I know you're not listening. So I want you to shh. Are you not nice to her during the day? Are you fighting and fussing and carrying on and just expect to have sex even though things are staticky in the household?
It's not true. See, because now the point, I do get mad.
Yes, you do.
I mean, because I give this woman $500 a week. And still pay. Oh,
when do you give me $500?
I don't have the proof.
That's a lie, Your Honor.
Oh, so I never.
You have before, but you don't give me $500 a week.
So I never gave you $500.
Let's not argue about it. No, she's saying you don't do it every week. You seem to be claiming that you do.
I spend money on this woman.
No, he doesn't, Your Honor. He's stingy, selfish. And he knows it. That's why he's laughing.
Well, give me an example of him being stingy or selfish.
He believes in his mind that his money is his money, even though we're married, Your Honor. I don't know anything about his bank account, and we have separate bank accounts. He spends money on himself.
Bank account.
And he gives us money when it's convenient for him. And he complains about me getting my hair done, but I get my hair done every 2 months. But I feel like I don't think nothing's wrong with me getting my hair done and treating myself every now and then, me and my daughter. And he complains about that. But he doesn't give me money. That's out of my hard-earned money, what I work for. He doesn't give me money.
Do you contribute equally to the bills, or does he have a better... My sense is that he has a better-paying job. He works a really good job, and he's the primary breadwinner.
Now he is, Your Honor. At the beginning, I was for a year and a half. He was going from job to job, temp services to temp services. And so I was holding down the bills. I was paying majority of the bills then. So now that he does make more money, we've made an agreement that now that he would take over, but he doesn't. He doesn't like paying the bills, and now he complains all the time about paying the bills.
Okay, Mr. Thomas, so let's just get the facts straight. When you first got married, was she the primary breadwinner for a while?
Hell no.
Yes. You must forget, he was living with me, Your Honor.
When I first met this woman, I started paying bills. I'm talking about the very first time I got your number. Did I?
You helped out, yeah. You helped out.
I was paying rent.
But you were staying in my household. You must forget.
I wasn't even staying there at first.
At first, and then 2 weeks later, you were staying there.
Get your lies straight. I mean, man, look, man, this lady...
I'm not lying, you lying.
Man, see, if y'all believe this lady here...
Leave Joe alone. Leave Joe alone.
No, man, I'm just...
No, we're gonna leave Joe alone.
Man, look, man, this lady, I mean, man, the only thing I asked for this one...
Put that finger down.
Exactly. See, this is...
I'm tired of seeing you finger. Listen,
and this is what I have to deal with.
You say you've had 3 miscarriages due to stress. I want you to explain to me the circumstances under which that happened. Tell me about the 3 miscarriages you had as a function of stress.
So all the miscarriages because he was verbally abusive. And then this last miscarriage was a few months ago. He said that he wished that I didn't have the child and that I had a miscarriage.
Mr. Thomas, were you a good, comforting husband and potential father to your wife when she was pregnant? You say that there is a heavy level of disrespect at your house and that you've had 3 miscarriages as a function of stress. Why don't you tell me how he's disrespectful and then tell me about the miscarriages?
Okay, Your Honor. He's very disrespectful. Like I said, he's verbally abusive. When he gets mad, he constantly calls me fat, hoes. He's very disrespectful. And then females, I'm constantly catching him on Facebook, adding new females, talking to them through the inbox. And then every time I confront him, he denies it, or he'll come back later and then admit it later on afterwards.
Mr. Thomas, just on a for real tip, do you do things that are inappropriate on Facebook? Do you kind of like tip around, inboxing folks that you shouldn't be inboxing and saying things you shouldn't ought to be saying?
I have friends, like...
Well, you can have friends, but I can't have friends.
Hang on.
That I grew up with, that I went to school with, you know what I'm saying, like friends in high school, and now they grown. So they be texting me like, hey, Kiki, hey.
But you text them back.
So just,
Kiki.
how you doing?
Yeah, that's his nickname, Your Honor.
Oh, okay.
Kiki.
I mean, hey, Kedrick, so how you doing? What you been up to? Oh, nothing but chilling. I'm married now, you know. I'm just
so, okay, you just have regular conversation.
Yeah,
That's what you're trying to tell me. That's what you're trying to tell me.
me.
So, tell me about the 3 miscarriages you had as a function of stress.
Yes, well, the first miscarriage I had, it was due to him stressing me out, being verbally abusive. Well, all the miscarriages because he was verbally abusive. But the first miscarriage, we was in the hospital.
Stand up, Mr. Thomas.
I was having a miscarriage, and he was talking to a female on Facebook, and I seen it. So I grabbed the phone, and I was very upset, and he was laughing. He thought everything was funny. Then I had a second miscarriage. I believe that one was due to stress as well. And then this last miscarriage was a few months ago. was due to stress, and he was very verbal abusive then. He said that he wished that I didn't have the child and that I had a miscarriage.
Mr. Thomas, were you a good, comforting husband and potential father to your wife when she was pregnant?
The reason why she had those miscarriages because she had a tumor inside her belly.
No,
so
I
look,
don't.
we tried 3 times. Okay, the first time it was a whole lot of argument, back and forth because of her and me. The second time, I was begging this woman, hey, please stay at the house because she was clubbing still, pregnant.
No, I wasn't.
Okay, but the third time.
Your Honor, I don't have a tumor.
I know you don't. I ain't worried about it. You shouldn't either.
The third time, okay, it was her fault because whenever we moved to Texas, you know what I'm saying, she was still trying to club, kick it,
Got it.
drink.
All right, got it. Now, I want to talk about the $6,700.
Yes.
So, Ms. Lamar, you want $6,700 from this man, $4,000 to pay off a truck that you say is in your name, and $2,700 for both set of wedding rings that you say he promised to pay for.
Yes.
Explain that to me briefly.
As far as the truck, we agreed that he would pay the notes on it. He put down the down payment, but he agreed that he would pay the notes because I agreed that I would put it in my name because his credit wasn't good enough. So I put it in my name, and he was a co-signer. He agreed on that, and he made the first few payments, but then he stopped paying it, and it got repoed. And so now that's on my credit. And then the wedding rings, he agreed that he would pay that as well. He got that from me and made it sound like I said wolves in sheep clothing. Made it sound like he was gonna pay the ring, and I put that in my name as well because it's his credit, and I have proof of that as well. And he paid the first couple payments, and then he stopped paying that as well, so that's on my credit as well.
Show me your credit. Show me the bill. Show me something.
Oh,
show me your
Honor,
receipt.
I didn't
show
bring.
me what you signed.
I didn't bring that, Your Honor.
Please.
I didn't
I
bring
want to
that.
give you some money.
I know.
Oh no! Good Lord.
I wasn't thinking.
I
about
can't
that.
give you any money if I don't, just based on your words. So whatever you say or whatever you don't say, it doesn't matter because she doesn't have any proof to show me. They were very nice rings, however. Let me say this. First of all, I'm so sorry about those miscarriages. And I know that it's such a tremendous loss that you feel. I mean, not even just emotionally, but hormonally, everything is going out of whack. And oftentimes you don't get the care and concern from your partner that you're entitled to, and I'm sorry about that, because clearly he ain't that cat. So, I want you to know how I feel. I want you to know I believed everything you told me. I want you to know that I know who you are, and I peep exactly who he is. That's why I'm talking to you, ain't bothered with him. You go on and be a happy person. You shouldn't live that kind of life. A life where people are at you and on you and picking at you, have no kindness for you, running around with other women, using you as an emotional punching bag. You just shouldn't let that happen to you. You should feel good enough about yourself to be able to walk away when the time is right. The time is right. So, just feel good about yourself. You don't need to be unhappy all of the time. And being with somebody and being unhappy all the time is far worse than being alone and find yourself feeling good about yourself in whatever circumstance you're in. You understand what I'm saying? I didn't see anything positive from this side of the room. Nothing at all. It was so nothing, I don't even need to address it. You know what I'm saying? He didn't tell the truth in here. He didn't talk about what he wanted to talk about. He didn't even admit to the things that he admitted to in here. So, you got a whole handful of nothing. Let it go. There will be no recovery in this matter. It is so ordered.
Deep down in my heart, I'm a really soft person.
He's verbally abusive of me, so I feel that my daughter shouldn't go through that. So I know that I need to take the necessary steps of getting out of the marriage.
She leaves, I'm not gonna cry. You know what I'm saying? I'm just gonna go out, find me another replacement.
on divorce court.
I'm unhappy in my marriage because my husband is a cheater.
I had 2 babies by someone else because I was just doing me for real.
James accuses me of cheating because the ones that do the most assume the most.
I don't trust my wife because the whole hood know her. She's too friendly.
I would like for the judge to tell James to start respecting me, appreciate me more.
I figure she lies in my face all the time because she's scared of the truth.
I do not see me spending the rest of my life with him unless he changes.
I tell her all the time, like, we ain't even gotta be together. It's her who wanna be together, not me.
I want a man that is faithful, that's committed, and that appreciates me like I appreciate him.
Divorce court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here with James Cannon and Aaliyah Cannon. Mr. and Mrs. Cannon, you have been together 5 years, married for 1, and you have no children together, but you have children from other relationships. You are getting a divorce, and in so doing, Mr. Cannon, you want her to pay you $1,325 for things that we will discuss momentarily. But before we do, Mr. Cannon, tell me, how did we end up in divorce court here today?
Well, Your Honor, you know, all women want a good man.
Yeah.
But a lot of women don't know how to keep them. So as far as the simple fact that, I mean, I admitted in the beginning, I was doing what I wanted to do. I done had kids, I done had babies or whatever, but I changed.
You had babies with other women.
I had babies
while
with
you
other
were
women.
with her.
Yeah, but it wasn't. We wasn't like. It wasn't like serious. It was like not serious. I was kind of doing me, but she was kind of
serious, and we was living together.
She was kind of doing her too.
So were you living together while you had these?
No. We wasn't really living together when this happened.
Right.
So we was.
Were you living with any one of the other 2 mothers?
I stayed by myself the whole time.
You were just traveling.
I was traveling. I was doing me, she was doing her too. She wanted to make it seem like, oh, well, it's all me. No, she was doing her too.
She was up to some things.
She was up to some things too. Like, Your Honor, it was for a simple fact. It's been some times where when we was together, like, this is why we was married.
Right.
I was cleaning up the house one day, and as I'm cleaning up, I found her pants. And in her pants pocket she had some pennies in her pocket. This is why we were married, but they're balled up in her pocket.
What happened with the panties in the pocket?
It was just the panties after I had them on, like I had balled them up, just put them in the pants that I had on, and they was in the laundry.
Ms. Cannon, do you think he stopped cheating, or do you think he's still cheating?
Just a few days ago, I found that he was on a dating site. And on the dating site, you know, I found out through his email that he had this dating site, and when I clicked on it, the name of the site popped up, and it was a picture of him. And he wrote things about himself saying that he was on there looking for a queen. When I asked him about it, he said it was a religious account, and that he was on there trying to find other spiritual people that were just like him. But when you read what he wrote, which I have.
Oh, well, let me see it. What do you have? Now, Mr. Cannon, while I'm reading what you wrote, why don't you explain why you wrote it?
Your Honor, I'm on. We all got a regular. No, we all be on sites like whether they're like.
Everybody don't do dating sites.
No, not dating site. I mean, it's just another site that everybody be on. Like, it's like, you know, people got Facebook, or then they got other.
No. Let me read what he said, Joe. I'm fun-loving and free. I'm a provider, and I am the head and not the tail. I've grown a lot over the years from being in the streets to being saved and praising the Lord. I have a great testimony that I will carry with me forever. My story is beautiful. I'm just looking for a queen to share it with.
He put that in his divorce.
That's not really cheating, Your Honor. I mean, everybody it's the same as having a Facebook. That's like everybody got Facebook.
Looking for a queen?
That's exactly what I said.
That's saying I want a woman.
Yes.
And you said I'm free, and you're not free. You're married.
Yeah,
you're hollering God and lying at the same time.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You might be right about that.
There you go. I know I'm right.
It just at certain time, but but I have plenty of reasons why I feel like I need to be looking for other things, because she's not giving me everything that I need.
What is she not giving you? No.
I mean,
what is she not giving you?
It's been plenty of times where, like, I done changed, Your Honor. I mean, I changed a lot. Like, I used to sell drugs. I used to cheat a lot. I used to have a lot of different women.
You were just
now
out
he
there.
slowed down.
I used to sell drugs. I used to cheat. I used to smoke a lot of weed. I used to drink. I used to just go out. I used to just do everything. But as I got saved and put the Lord first, and He delivered me, it's like I changed my life because He showed me a different path. Like I could have still been out there in the streets, dead or in jail somewhere, but.
What isn't she giving you, though? I understand about your growth, and I'm proud of it, but...
She's nagging all the time. All she
What
do
am I
is
nagging
nag
about?
and complain about nothing. Like, she nagging and complaining about Facebook stuff when she's on Facebook more than me.
He's meeting, I'm sorry, he is meeting people off.
No. But aren't you meeting people on there? You're looking for women?
I just created it. I don't even be on there. You got to pay for that. I don't even, I don't even be on there like that, because that's the site that you got to pay for. It didn't even start off as that a meeting.
But the payment
website.
part shouldn't be the part that stops you. If you are a believer, you got a wife. You got to deal with that situation first.
Exactly. You're right. But the thing is, that's not the site that I started on. I was looking for like other Christian sites, but it ended up pulling me to that site.
Then go to church. Go to church.
Now I'm gonna say one more thing. I'm gonna leave it here. You know, it's not the site that you picked. It's the thing that you were doing that is contrary to the beliefs you espouse. That's all I'm trying to say.
I understand.
So, but my understanding is you believe she has been unfaithful as well, and that's what I want to talk about now.
Well, I'm getting to pick her up. And as I'm at the corner of the driveway, Aaliyah is pulling up with another guy in the car. Like she didn't expect me to show up early.
Right.
So I'm looking at her dead in the window, in the front window. I see her like she's in the car with another guy. But once they saw me, they back out the driveway and shoot down the street.
Ms. Cannon, did that occur? So, Mr. Cannon, you say she's been unfaithful to you as well. Explain that to me.
Yes, ma'am. Well, it's been times where my kids, they stay in Dayton. That's a whole nother city from where I live, because I live in Cincinnati, Ohio. My kids stay in Dayton. It was one time where I had dropped Aaliyah off at her aunt's house, which is like in Cincinnati, right around the corner, and I had to drive to Dayton to take my kids back.
Right.
So by the time I would have got back to her, it would have been like 2 hours, something like that. So as I'm taking my kids back to Dayton, I came and picked her up a little early. And when I'm getting to pick her up, I'm at the corner of the driveway. And as I'm at the corner of the driveway, Aaliyah is pulling up. She was just now pulling up with another guy in the car. Like she didn't expect me to show up early.
Right.
So I'm looking at her dead in the window, in the front window. I see her like she's in the car with another guy. But once they saw me, they back out the driveway and shoot down the street. I'm like, oh, so she's trying to run. So guess what? I hopped in my truck and I pulled up on her. I sped down the street.
Now we got a high-speed chase.
Yeah, we on a high-speed chase. Look, we chase. I'm chasing her, and I'm looking dead at her. So they at the light now. We stopped at a red light. I pull up on the side of the car. I'm looking dead at her like, hold on, Aaliyah. I'm honking my horn and everything. She got a hood on, and then she looking the other way. So I guess she thinks she invisible. But I know her. I know how she looks and everything. And I'm like, so the guy ran the red light. So he run through the red light. So I run through the red light. So now I'm chasing her. The guy actually busts a U-turn in the middle of the street, fly back up the street, past the police station. I'm like, you know what? I'm not about to keep on chasing him. I stopped chasing him. I'm like, you know what? I'm done. I'm done with her. I don't know.
Me and the rest of the driving citizenry appreciate that.
It was a full-blown high-speed chase.
Ms. Cannon, did that occur?
No, it was not even me in the car, and I keep telling him that. I keep telling him that. Like, no, like, it really was not me in the car at all. Like I told him,
do you know that there was a high-speed chase that began where you lived?
No, he told me about it, and I was down the street. Like, I had walked off. I had went to the store. Like, I came back, and like my aunt telling me, like, oh, JJ was outside, and he pulled off real quick. And I'm like, okay. So then when I called him on the phone,
that's a lie.
He told me to go back to that you was just with. I'm like, what? I wasn't just with nobody.
5 minutes later, she calling my phone. Baby, where you at? I'm like, what you mean where I'm at? I just chased you up the street.
That
wasn't me, baby. I'm like, man, you know what? Don't come back to my house. I'm like, don't come back. Get your stuff and get out. So I'm at my house.
Your house. That's one of our problems.
So 5 minutes later, she pull up at the house. Oh, baby, what's going on? I'm like, man, what you mean what's going on? Don't play dumb with me. I seen you in the car with the guy. Like, I seen, oh, it wasn't me. I'm like, man, you know what, man? Just leave me alone.
Leave it alone.
Leave me alone. Like, I don't understand, like, why she just want to keep on lying and lying and lying.
It sounds a little suspect, Mrs. Cannon, really.
Man,
I mean,
it really do.
It wasn't
her.
me, you know, come
Why
on.
was the guy leaving? Why was the guy running? Why was the guy speeding up the street?
It sounds suspect, but it really was not
Do
me.
you
Like,
have
he
any
randomly,
idea what random man was at the house where you were supposed
no,
to be?
because he said that he was outside and he was outside the door and a car pulled in and then pulled out and he automatically just started chasing the car.
It was her.
So the car supposedly
people.
I'm speeding down the street and the car is he chasing the car and talking about a U-turn.
She actually admitted to me that it was her.
No, I did not. I did not admit that to you.
Told me,
Why would you
was
sit here
jealous.
and say
That you had you went on the high-speed chase. It wasn't that I was jealous. It was just the fact that I caught you on your lies because you always want to play the victim. Like, it's always me. No, I seen you in the car, so I wanted to show you that I saw you. Don't try to get away from me. I wanted to let you know that I saw you in the car.
Okay, I got you. It's a hot mess with all the free radicals out there. I got that.
Yeah. I had picked her up from work, Your Honor. We started arguing or whatever, like, and she told me, like, well, yeah, I slept with somebody else. I had a relationship with somebody. I'm like, well, okay. Well, since we've been honest with each other, So did I. I had sex with somebody else too.
Mrs. Cannon, what do you have to say in response to that conversation? There's another significant issue in your marriage that I think we need to address. Mrs. Cannon, I understand you want to have another baby. Is that accurate?
I would love to.
You would love to?
Yes, ma'am.
But between you already got 12 children.
Yes.
Okay. Now, how many are yours?
I have 5.
You have 5, and you have 7.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I take it you don't want any more.
Nah, I'm cool. I'm glad. I love my 7 that I got, but I don't need no more right now.
Why do you want to have another one, especially as rocky as this situation is?
Well, I would love to have a baby by my husband. Like, it would really be something nice for me to have, but I can't have kids. My tubes is tied. So that's why him having them 2 kids on me bothers me as much.
Do you think that would solidify the marriage somehow, to have kids with them or something?
Well, no, I don't expect for a baby to be able to fix anything, but that was in the beginning when we first got together, you know, that I wanted a baby. Right now, if we would had a child, it probably would be terrible because we probably be battling back and forth about this child. But the problem that I have is the fact that I cannot get over the fact that he had 2 kids on me.
Right.
You know, like, it's very hurtful. Not only did you have 1, you turned around and you had 2 of them by the same chick.
You know what, Your Honor? It's like, the thing is, her tools is tied, and I'm a guy, so, I mean, my tools ain't tied, so it's like...
What does that have to do?
Hang on, let him finish.
If she cheat and do what she want to do, won't nothing happen. Like, no matter how many guys that she mess with or sleep with, she won't get pregnant. But if I go out there and have sex, it can only be one time, and it can be like a baby. Like, it's not like something that I planned on happening.
There's 99 million different forms of birth control out there.
Yeah, but that's not my.
Oh, yes, it is your responsibility.
Yes, it is.
It is your responsibility.
Thank you.
If you don't know that woman, if you don't know everything is cool, you cover it up. You don't bring diseases home. You don't leave kids littered out there. You cover that up. You're responsible for that.
I understand.
I'm talking about it's not my job. Please.
No, I mean, I understand that. I mean, but I take care of my kids. I love my kids.
I didn't know.
But it's the fact that you had the 2 kids
That isn't the
on me.
point. I mean, you should take care and love your children, but you also should be responsible not to create them
and have
if that is not
respect for me,
appropriate under the circumstances. That's what I'm telling you.
You're right, Mom.
Mr. Cannon, I understand you finally filed for divorce. What brought that on?
It was one time, Your Honor, it was like, well, I had picked her up from work, Your Honor. As we got to the house, we got into an altercation. Like, so we started arguing or whatever, like, and she told me, she admitted, like, well, yeah, since you want to keep on talking, yeah, I actually had sex about I was accusing her of having sex.
What did you say to me before I said that?
I'm gonna get to you.
The first time, look, that's what she told me she had sex first. She told me, like, well, yeah, I slept with somebody else. I had a relationship with somebody. I'm like, well, okay. Well, since we've been honest with each other. So did I. I had sex with somebody else, too.
Mrs. Cannon, what do you have to say in response to that conversation?
In the midst of us arguing, you know, we saying things to each other. You know, he's saying bad things.
And then
you know,
all
I'm
of that
saying bad
came
things.
up.
But when he said it, it crushed me because I know for a fact that he probably more than likely actually really did it.
And you just said it for a fact.
And I just said it, you know, just to make him mad, but don't get me wrong.
She told me she had relations first.
I got it. I got that part. I got that part.
But don't get me wrong, like, I don't want to make it seem...
Yeah, I see we are completely and utterly off the cliff. I get that. Know why we're in divorce court? Now I want to talk about the money. So, Mr. Cannon, I understand as you're divorcing Mrs. Cannon, you would like her to pay $1,325, $325 for the filing fees, and $1,000 for property damage, including clothes and tires. Explain that to me.
Well, Your Honor, I actually did go down there and file for divorce, and I had to, because I felt like it was her reason that I filed for divorce. I wanted to get it over with, so I went down there and paid $325 for us to get a divorce. And out of anger, she ripped my clothes up. Like, she cut my couches. This is the paper right here that I went to go file for the divorce.
Do you have anything to show me the nature of the damage she did or what she did it to?
I probably have pictures on my phone about with my couches that she ripped up.
What do you have to say about that, Mrs. Cannon?
Well, when he told me that he had relations with that woman, the outfit he had on, I tore it up. Them shoes he wore that day, I tore it up. I mean, I wanted to tear up all the clothes in the closet for real. I wanted to break the TV, the fish tank, the whole nine I was mad. But instead, I just tore up the outfit that he had on for that day. So the shirt, the pants, the shoes, and I did tear the couch, but that's both of our couch. Like, how you gonna try to charge me for something?
That's not both of our couch. I paid for it myself.
Anything that you purchase while we're married is both of ours.
Man,
what are you talking about?
she always trying to claim something
Believe it or not, I have a glancing familiarity with the law, so I think I got that part, okay? Anything else you want to say? No. Listen, here's the way it goes. You filed for divorce, you paid for the filing. That's what she's going to have to pay for her side, her attorney, all that kind of stuff. You want to get a divorce, you paid for the filing, that's it. She doesn't owe you the money for the filing because you believe she's the reason that you filed. You did quite enough dirt on your own, by the way. Number two, you can't tear up somebody else's stuff. Can't do it at no point in time. But the outfit that you had on probably has very little, if any, value. But I'm going to just do a little rough justice just because it's wrong to tear up other people's stuff. I'm going to charge you $100 for that to pay him for his stuff. You don't have to pay for the couch. The couch was jointly owned. She tore up her own stuff. That's fine. But you can't be tearing up other people's stuff. Can I say this? I know you got... I'm so glad y'all getting a divorce. It's so good for you to be done. And I want you to be happy and move forward. Don't think about all the things that he's done for you now because you're putting a period on him. It's over. Women tend to ruminate on it, how it happened, why it happened. Doesn't matter anymore. He's just another dude off the street to you now. You know what I'm saying? You don't have any children together. You're a pretty young lady. You go out there and enjoy your life. Whatever happened between the two of you happened, and it's done, and it's over. Mr. Cannon, I hope that you have grown in the bosom of the church as you so claim. I really do.
Thank you, Jesus.
Part of doing that, there's no point claiming religion if you don't obey the rules that's in them.
Walk how you talk.
And that's what I'm asking you to do. $100 in favor of Mr. Cannon. It is so ordered.
I would have hoped things would have got better between us, but I know as a woman how I'm supposed to be treated, and I need to be treated better.
Today on Divorce Court.
Antonio cheated on me.
She never trusts me. I can go to the store, I'm cheating.
He lied to me.
If I go to the garbage can, I'm cheating.
You know, I saw him actually cheat on me.
If I go around her mama's house, I'm cheating. If I go around my mama's house, I'm cheating. You put a cat in the house, you probably think I'm cheating with the cat as well.
Hold up. Now, there's something is wrong here. I look in the window and I'm seeing them having sex.
She constantly believes that I'm having sex with anybody who comes around.
He needs to make sure that, you know, I'm the only woman in his life if that's what he wants to do, of marrying me.
Divorce court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Michelle Cheatham and Antonio Dillard. The two of you have been together for 3 years. You've been living together, but you do not want to live together anymore. Ms. Cheatham, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me about this relationship and why we're here today?
Your Honor, we're here today because
I just don't trust him. You know, he cheated on me. Can I explain what happened?
Please.
We went out for drinks, me and a close family member, and we had a nice little party and get together. So we decided to bring the party home.
Mm-hmm.
So we continue, and as we continue, they wanted me to go to the store. I knew something went wrong. Why you want me to go to the store of all people? Why not him? Why not you? You know, so I didn't trust the situation. So I went parked my car down the street and I walked back to the house and went around the house, you know, and I saw them having sexual intercourse. And I broke the window. And, you know.
You broke the window? Why didn't you just go in the door?
Because I was trying to get in the house.
Oh, why didn't you just go in the door?
It was locked.
Oh. Now, Mr. Dillard, did you really go home and send her to the store and to have a quickie with the woman and lock her out to make sure she didn't get back in? Did you really think that would work?
Of course I did. I didn't. I really didn't think that would work. It didn't happen exactly like she said.
Will you tell me how you say it happened? What do you say?
We all went out. You know, we had some drinks, and the person kept, you know, they pursued it. They gave it to me, and they told me about it, and this, that, and other little stuff leading up to that. I told her about it as well, because I didn't want to do it.
Right.
But I was drinking. Look at her. Take it.
See, that's the thing. You didn't want to do it, but how did it happen? How did it happen?
Look, alcohol is some strong stuff now.
Oh, I agree with you. Your judgment goes and all that kind of stuff, but if you knew there was a problem, why didn't you make sure you went to go get some stuff instead of her?
I ain't gonna lie, I kind of have like a 50-50 thing on that. I tried to do my best, and I was too intoxicated to try to go to a store, period. I know that.
So why didn't you just say everybody stay where they are? You kind of wanted to, right?
A little bit, yeah, I did.
Yeah, you did, yeah. Now, Miss Chick,
a wee bit.
How long had you been with him when that occurred?
What, 2.5 years? This was recently. So,
2.5 years.
So, I mean,
it was recently.
This probably happened like 3 months
about
ago.
2.5 years ago.
That's what I call a DKM, a drop-kickable moment. Why would you not just drop-kick this dude out the door? You're not married to him. You're living with him.
I tried to do more than that, Your Honor. I mean, I honestly and truthfully, I tried to...
Well, when I say drop-kickable, I mean don't drop-kick him physically. I mean get rid of him.
Well, that's what you did,
I wanted to physically drop-kick him, though.
I didn't make that clear. Right. I'm not advocating violence. I'm advocating a leaving.
Right.
But what about the beating?
How come you didn't?
Tell about the beating.
Beating?
Yeah.
You deserve that. You don't think that you should have deserved what you got?
Nah, not
What
really.
happened, Mr. Dillard?
All right, listen, this is what happened. It wasn't quite like that. It's not like me and the people, the close family members having some kind of passionate love and nothing like that. It wasn't like that. She's been accusing me of cheating from day one, since day one.
Right.
I mean, no matter since I met her.
But she did catch you in bed with this other woman. I mean, there's no quite getting around that, is there?
No, there's no getting around that. She caught me on that one.
Okay, all right. Is that the only time you cheated on her, or is this a regular event?
Yes. Take it.
You, Mr. Dillard, why don't you tell me what the problem is? You say there's a lot of arguing and stuff going on. What's your problem with the relationship?
See, she's lazy. She's very lazy. She's insecure no matter what. I mean, since day one, I had the same number that I've been having for years.
Right.
People call. You know, this was the past. I wasn't dealing with anybody else, but if people call, she would constantly check my phone, go on the internet, access my code to find out who all I've been talking to, who all I haven't been talking to. And no matter what I tell her, despite of what I show her there every day, I don't go out, I don't hang out with buddies, I don't hit the club. If people call my phone occasionally now, and I put them in the place, and she still will put me with those people.
What do you think's going on with his phone and his texts and all the calls?
Let me tell you something. First of all, he be saying that he put them in their place, but it shouldn't take you 20 minutes of the whole conversation, because it shows me how long they stayed on the phone. It shouldn't take you 20 minutes to put somebody in their place. I got a woman. That's it. It's the end of it. You shouldn't have to go and draw out a whole conversation for them. You shouldn't have to. You shouldn't have to explain nothing to them. I am not single. That's it.
I got an example, Judge.
Please tell me.
I went to the doctor. It was a lady there. There was the receptionist. I don't know what position did she work there at the hospital or whatever. And the lady was calling me about the appointments. She accused me of cheating with this lady.
Did
got
you
mad
accuse
at
him of cheating with a lady that he was just trying to make an appointment with?
I did, because let me explain that situation. She would call and it started off as the appointment. You know, hey, I'm calling to remind you of an appointment that's 6 months away from now. Not to mention, you started the conversation and then it ventured off to something else. So when we decided to, try to call it quits, he left one day, and as he was gone, she called my phone. And she went to yapping, oh yeah, you mad, he left, he with me, this, that, and the other, woo, woo, woo. So how would you feel? Of course I'm finna buck on you. Of course I'm gonna know, and I'm gonna feel like you got something going on with this woman. Why? Because she calling my phone.
Now you missed that part of the story.
That's not true. That's not true. That's not true. That is not true. That's not true. All right, listen, I'm gonna tell you something. Listen to me. She goes so far, no matter what goes on. Me and this lady never met up. The other lady she's talking about never met up. It was nothing else personal, no physical contact, nothing.
Yeah, but there was some flirting going on.
I flirt with a lot of people. I love black women. I flirt.
You complain that she's insecure.
But I don't flirt like that
You
now.
continue to flirt.
I'm not ridiculous.
Whatever flirting you're doing is making her insecure. So you can't complain about the insecurity if you're doing things to continue to make her insecure.
Thank you.
I'm right, you're wrong. Let's move on.
That's right. All right, let's go. A lady that I had any dealings with, just knew her, through her. She accused me of cheating with this lady, took a love wrench to her car, bust the windows out, beat the woman's car up, unloosened the tire. I mean, the woman had no type of dealings, none.
Ms. Cheatham, did you tear up another woman's car? Mr. Dillard, I want you to tell me about her rageful conduct. Give me a couple of examples of what she's done.
A lady that I had any dealings with, just knew her, through her. She accused me of cheating with this lady, took a love wrench to her car, bust the windows out, beat the woman's car up, unloosened the tire. I mean, the woman had no type of dealings, none.
Ms. Cheatham, did you tear up another woman's car?
And tried to tear her house up and her too. It was the thing they do.
Based
like he
upon
said,
what information?
He was over there.
No,
and I had asked him where he had been at. And he was like, oh, I had been...
I went over there.
What he said, at a friend's house. And I'm like, okay, no, you wasn't. How you knew I did all of this if you was over here? You wouldn't have never known that, right?
The lady
you
called me.
So he told me exactly, we know everything I done. You knocked on the door, you kicked the door in.
So we was there.
Yeah, you had to been there. You wouldn't know my every move. I mean, even if she called you, you still wouldn't know everything I did.
I got to fuss at you. None of that does anything to secure a relationship. None of that. You probably committed a couple of felonies. You lucky nobody called on you. Then you could go to jail over some nonsense. That's number one. You mad at the wrong person. Number two, she's not your problem. She didn't make any promises to you. You're not in a relationship with her. Be mad at him. But keep your hands to yourself.
Yes.
That doesn't ever resolve anything. But now that I have said that, do you continue to be insecure about this relationship? And what kinds of things is he doing that makes you insecure?
I mean, the thing that he does that makes me insecure is the innocent flirting that he does, the way that he acts. He would, like his phone, that is the biggest secret in the world. He would get it, change his passcode. As soon as I find out the passcode, he has to change it. And he will make sure I don't see it. Like, he's one of those people, he'll turn his back to you when... Why you gotta do that? It feel like you hiding something from me. I'm your other half. You shouldn't hide nothing from me.
What's with the phone?
Can I say something about that?
Certainly.
She'll make a scene over anything. The reason I had the passcode of my phone is that she gets in it for no reason. It don't have to be no text in there, no calls in there. She'll just get in there and start some trouble.
Like what kind of trouble would she start?
And she'll just go looking up exes. Just go looking them up. Go text them and just see what they'll say. Just to see what they say to get kicks out of them. Then you want to
should be on Facebook liking your ex's stuff.
Does she text your exes?
Yes, she will. She'll text exes me. She'll take my phone, destroy it, make public scenes, throw phone, anything she can. Skillets, plates, you name it.
Have you done all that?
Yes.
For nothing.
And what does that do?
It's
Where
not,
does that get you?
He's saying that it's for nothing. It's not for nothing. That's how I feel. I don't feel like it's for nothing. You know, like I said, with the ex thing, you had your ex constantly calling. He's friends with a lot of females that he's had sexual dealings with on Facebook. I don't feel like you should be liking and commenting on their stuff because that, to me, that look like my man is thirsty. I don't need a thirsty man. I need one who's just for me, not for the whole world. I don't want to share you with all of these different people. That's how I'm viewing it. He can't seem to see it from my point of view. And when you do these things and make me feel this way, you know, like you're hiding something from me, your phone ring and I know it's a text message. Oh, no, that wasn't a text message. That's my game went off. No, it's not.
Yeah. We can go back and forth over this all day long. Mr. Dillard has brought with him a witness that will support his position about the nature of her insecurity. And I would like to call her at this juncture. What makes you think he's cheating?
I think he's cheating with her. One day I come home, they got lube in the bathroom, bracelets in the bed. There's the evidence, so am I still crazy or
Well, let's ask
what's going
her.
on?
Ms. Thomas, is she all wrong? She got it all confused? Are you just friends? So here's where we are. After we all agree that you had that one little mishap in which you were having an intimate relationship while she went to the store. Now you say you're simply innocently flirting and she's overreacting.
Definitely.
So I brought in a witness here that you have shown me because she's going to support your position that she's overreacting.
That's right.
So your witness is Jennifer Thomas. So I'm going to have Ms. Thomas come up. Now, Ms. Cheatham, before Ms. Thomas says anything, do you have anything else that supports you, other than what you were talking about, the sketchiness with his phone?
Yes, I do, Judge.
What makes you think he's cheating?
I think he's cheating with her. One day I come home, they got lube in the bathroom, bracelets in the bed, and I'm wondering where the heck it come from. So I asked both of them what happened, whose stuff is this? Oh, she's saying it's not hers, and he's saying he don't know where it come from, and both of them just looking at me as if I'm crazy. There's the evidence, so am I still crazy, or
Well, let's ask
what's going
her.
on?
Ms. Thomas, is she all wrong? She got it all confused? Are you just friends?
No, I'm Becky with the good hair, baby. To sum up the story, we've been having sex for like 7 months.
Well, why don't
So wait, what do you mean? So you still been coming to my house and you been coming over here and you still been having what I mean?
Hey, you know what? You know what I'm gonna do? I don't want anything to break out over here or anything break out over here. Becky with the good hair, you can come over here.
More like bad hair.
Seem like you mad.
Becky with somebody else's hair.
Something like that. But you know, it's paid.
Ms. Thomas, tell me the truth.
We've been having dealings for about 7 months. We've, you know, all kicked it from time to time, and, you know, it just happened. I mean, I don't feel bad for it.
How do you know you don't feel bad?
No, ma'am.
How do you know her?
I mean, I knew her through another mutual friend, and we met like that.
And you know they're together?
Yeah,
and why don't you feel badly about having sexual relationship with somebody else's
I don't owe her no
man?
loyalty.
And see, this is the people that he choose to you know, deal with. This is what I have to deal with constantly. That's what I said. He want to make it seem as if I'm crazy and I always overreact.
You are.
But here's your proof.
You are.
Well, how could she be overreacting and being jealous when you are, in fact, sleeping with her man?
If she know how to control her man, then she wouldn't have that problem. All she gotta do is play her role. Then he wouldn't be opting out of the miniature size and opting into tons of fun. You know what I'm saying?
Mr. Dillard, do you have anything you want to say at this juncture before I lose my mind?
Thank you.
This is a lie, Your Honor. A lie.
Since
She's
when?
crazy, and this is a lie.
Since when?
And that's all you got?
I mean, the truth gonna go but one way.
Yeah.
And that's a lie.
It's
I
a
ain't never
lie.
heard.
So she just made it all up.
Okay, once, okay? But we weren't having sex for 7 months. Enough of that about that.
One time?
Huh, at one time.
One time.
All these one times adding up though.
I'm gonna yell at everybody. I'm gonna start to my left and I'm gonna make my way to the right. First of all, Ms. Thomas, if women don't respect one another, men are never gonna respect us.
But if you don't respect
No. It's me and it's me. You know, you have to have some dignity and class about yourself. Just because you're able to do something doesn't mean you ought to do something. You're able to do a lot of bad things. People with class don't do them, even if they're able to do them. It is tacky and wrong to say, well, she handled her business, you wouldn't have. Everybody says all that nonsense. It's not true. It speaks to your lack of character. It speaks to your lack of value. It speaks to your lack of respect for women in general and black women specifically. We're having a tough time. We are at the lowest socioeconomic rung. We're single mothers fighting over a piece of man that's never going to do right by us anyway. And part of that has to rest on us to the extent that we behave like you do. I've said enough, now get out. You should have been finished with him the first time he got in bed with somebody while you were outside the door. If you're gonna lay down like a mat, he's gonna walk on you. Don't do that. Have some dignity about yourself. It's better to be alone and be dignified and righteous than with someone who's treating you like you're nobody. And he's treating you like you're nobody. And you're not nobody. You're somebody. You got value, you got worth, you got ability, you got intellect. Don't let him just travel all over you. You get rid of him. You put an end to it. But he will never respect the line you failed to draw. Draw that line. You should have drawn it before. You don't give him no more chances because you know he ain't worth it, Mr. Dillard. You're a traveler. And our community cannot tolerate any more travelers. You don't have any dignity about yourself. You go from one woman to another. Get a good woman and keep her. Or if you can't do any better than run around out there, then don't lie to anybody about what it is you're doing. Say, look, I'm not about nothing. I want to have sex with you. And I'm going to tell you, it's sad, but it's true. There are women out there who'll do it. They will. I know you're not about nothing. I know you're not faithful. I know you're not a right dude. You just traveling through and you may knock me up and not take care of the children, but hey, it's cool.
No, that's not true. That's not true. That's not true.
If you can't be better, at least be honest. Get rid of this dude. This marriage is done.
I'm satisfied with the judge, however the judge ruled it. She put on some good knowledge or whatever, but you know, it was just some lies.
I see that the judge saw my side and she understood where I was coming from. She saw, you know, the hurt and the pain that I've been through with Antonio and obviously dealing with these other females. So I'm glad, you know.
Today on Divorce Court.
I love Alicia. We've been at this now for 3 years. But if she's gonna continue to lie, cheat, and not talk to me, then there's no way that we can be together.
I think she's cheating on me. She stays out late at night. Her guy friends, they buy her hundreds of dollars worth of name brand purses. I don't trust it.
I know she stepped outside of the relationship because girls have come and told me that they have. They showed me pictures, they showed me letters, they've shown me text messages. I feel like she gets away with lying because she's manipulative.
Jamaica, I want you to communicate with me without calling me names, without telling me how bad of a person I am.
It seems like she can say anything to you and you're supposed to just let it roll off your shoulder. I just want her to be honest with me, but for some reason she can't.
Divorce Court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Jamaica Odell and Valicia Carrington. The two of you have been together for 3 years, engaged for the last 7 months, but you can't seem to work it out. You're living together, but you don't want to live together anymore. And Ms. Odell, you want Ms. Carrington to pay you a certain amount of money based upon the things that have happened in the house, and we will talk about that momentarily. But before we do, Ms. Odell, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me what's going on and why we're here in divorce court today?
Well, Your Honor, we're here today because I'm not happy with how I look. There's been a lot of insecurities that have built in me because of things that Valicia has said or done. To go back, Your Honor, I actually used to be a size 14, and I ended up having liposuction and graft facting to my bottom area.
Oh, so here you go.
Yes. So my before,
there,
my
and then
after.
you went there.
Yes, ma'am. And I was very comfortable at my size 8. When I was a size 8, we argued less. I didn't hear so much about other females anymore. And then, of course, as we
kind of went down. We started arguing more. So I started gaining more weight because I started eating more. We have children, so I'm taking care of them. I didn't have time for myself anymore. And then that's when we started again, where it seemed like she was very unhappy with how I looked. And so I got suckered into that. With that being said, it seems like we argue more on my physical features, on the fact that I don't have a big enough butt or that I'm not small enough. You're looking right now, Your Honor, I have on an actual shape-shifting girdle. So it does.
We all have a shape-shifter on. All of us.
Well, it makes things smoother, and I do feel a little bit better when I'm wearing it. So, you know, it's just that I want her to be happy with what I look like, but it seems like we have problems with that. For example, I can tell you she was a part of a lesbian chat group on social media, and instead of actually showing off this beautiful woman that she's so in love with, she showed off my goodies in the group. Yeah, my goodies.
Ms. Carrington, are you obsessed with the physicality of your woman, and do you make her feel insecure if it's not exactly what you want?
No, I don't feel like I do. I mean, I tell her she's beautiful all the time, every day, 50 times a day. She hears it from everybody. We go out places.
But I don't want it from everybody. I want it from you.
Ms. Odell.
You get it from me. You get it from me on a daily basis.
Have
you
you
don't
ever
accept it.
said anything about her size? Her physical? Never, not one time.
Nothing negative.
Nothing negative.
Nothing negative.
So, Ms. Odell, she says she's never said anything. Now, think about it. Is it what you're assuming she's thinking based upon what you think about the way you look, or is she actually saying things to you about
Your
the
Honor,
way you
I'll
look?
say it's indirect. So it's more so we see somebody walking by, or, you know, she'll say, oh, look at her ass. Or she'll say, you know, she's built nicely. Or, you know, I remember when you used to, or my ex-girlfriend this or that. I don't need that. I don't care about your ex-girlfriend. I'm the current girlfriend. I'm the current fiance. Let's work on that. And to me, I take that at heart. It may not mean that, she may not say it directly, but that's how I take it.
That's how you take it. Ms. Carey, are you comparing her to others?
No, I wouldn't say that I'm comparing her to others. I mean, we go places all the time and we both make comments on how other people look. So I don't understand why it's an issue if I make a comment on how someone looks, but she can make a comment on how someone looks. So it's just, it's a flipping thing. It's like, in a way, it's not my problem that you're so insecure because I tell you all the time how beautiful you are. If we can sit somewhere and both comment on how someone looks, why is it a problem if I comment separately?
That I'm insecure, but yet there's comments that are being made or there's things that are said or done that make you feel that way. I don't even feel comfortable having my clothes off when the lights are on.
What does she say, though? Because so far, she's denying that she does that at all. You say she's, oh, look at this beautiful woman, but she tells me you do that too, do you?
Well, we do that together. We will say together
so
something.
What does she do that is
She'll reference back to that size 8. Oh, that size 8 girl is beautiful. That size 8 girl, whatever.
Does she say that to you?
Yes. Yes.
So when she looks at a picture with you, that size 8 girl was beautiful. She actually does that.
She's actually done that because I bring up my size a lot, that I'm uncomfortable with it. So we do talk about our size, just like she's insecure and wants lipo as well.
I think it's you. I think that no matter what she says, you know, if you wear purple glasses, everything you see is going to be purple. And you are wearing, I don't like how I look glasses. So anything that she says or does that could remotely be interpreted as a ding on your size, that's how you take it.
That's probably everyone.
I understand that you had liposuction at one point.
Yes.
And it didn't turn out too well.
It did not.
What happened?
I actually suffered with an infection afterwards. Basically, I swelled up twice my size. I had to stay in the hospital for almost a week and was under antibiotic therapy during that time frame.
Have you always had issues with your size? You know, and take a little out of here, put it back there?
No, I actually, before my kids, I actually liked my size. It was after my kids that I started struggling with that.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah. But that's your struggle.
It is my struggle. It's just that I don't take the things that she says to me that she's insecure about herself, and I never flip it on her, or I never bring up any reference. Because to her, she was smaller when we first dated as well, and I never bring that back up, even though she will. Anytime that we've had an argument before, and during the argument, she'll tell me that just because you're not happy with yourself, there are things that you can change with yourself. There's things that you could definitely do differently. There's things that why don't you just get up and exercise?
I I think that's probably in response to, there are things you can do differently because you want to do, because I know you want to do more plastic surgery.
I do.
And she's probably already weak in the knees behind that liposuction you did because it almost killed you. So when you keep going on about that, finally she gets frustrated and says, there's things you could do. You could actually exercise.
But, Your Honor, if that's the case, then why does she want to do lipo? She wants to do the same thing.
Do you want to do liposuction?
Yeah, I did want to do liposuction on my stomach area. Yes, I did. And the reason I wanted to do it is because I have embarrassing moments when we go places with our kids and I can't fit in a seat. So I have to be the one to stay back while they go and do everything else.
So is that not a double standard?
Go out, get some gym shoes, and but that's healthy. Drink more water. You know what I mean? It's you know, it's better than surgery. It's cheaper and everything. So
I wake up one day and I get a phone call from work and I need something to write on. So I go grab a notebook that's on her side of the bed, and when I pull it out, it's a 10-page letter between her and a female that she works with. So if you're in a relationship, then who in their right mind would write a 10-page letter to another female?
So, Ms. Carrington, why do you believe Ms. Odell cheated on you with a coworker?
Because, I mean, I find too many things or I see too many things. So, I mean, for instance, I wake up one day and I get a phone call from work and I need something to write on. So I go grab a notebook that's on her side of the bed, and when I pull it out, it's a 10-page letter between her and a female that she works with. So, therefore,
what did the letter say?
I mean, just how she enjoyed her time out with the girl and how she's in love with the girl's body and just the physicality of the girl. And it's just like, if you're in a relationship, then who in their right mind would write a 10-page letter to another female?
Did you write it?
Yes, Your Honor, I did write it.
And in that letter, did you say things that would not be appropriate for a person in a committed relationship to say?
She understands what the letter was. At the time, she was doing a bunch of things that she shouldn't have been doing. That was being brought to my attention. There was a bunch of things that were being not just said, but shown to me through social media. So therefore, this coworker that she's referring to and I decided to write a letter back and forth to each other. The part of it that makes what she, I guess, just leaves out is that it's left out. If I'm doing this in between somebody else, why would I leave it out? The whole intention was for her to find it in the drawer that she found it in. So she finds the letter, and then we even go back, and that coworker actually volunteered to talk to her to say, this is why she did this, because she wanted you to feel a certain kind of way that you don't feel whenever she's doing all of the things she's doing.
Well, tell me what she's been doing.
So she's been on social media and she's entertaining different chicks. She's telling them compliments, the same, they're beautiful compliments, and everything she tells me. I felt no different from any other girl that she could walk up to.
The same
I
way
felt
you
like
felt no different
she
with the girl
just
in the letter,
basically
right? And you tell her the
played
same
me
things you
or whatever
tell
the
me?
whole time because I was taking care of her. Because I was working, she wasn't. She was pretending to be working, but she wasn't working, which is what we come to find out later. I'm taking care of her daughter. I never did any of that expecting anything from her other than to be loyal.
Were you flirting with folks on Facebook and whatnot? And were you telling her that you were working when you're not working?
Yeah, I did. I mean, it was some innocent Facebook flirting. Yeah, I've admitted to that. She knows that. We've discussed that, so that's nothing new. So, I mean...
Just because it isn't new doesn't mean it isn't hurtful. That's number one. And number two, if you're with a woman who's insecure, the last thing you need to do is to feed that insecurity by telling other women that they're beautiful. I mean, that's like, oh, this is where she's weak. Bam! You know what I mean? And then wonder why she does weird stuff. Because she's been injured, okay?
Yes,
why did you pretend you were working and you weren't?
Well, in the beginning, I was working, and then I wasn't, and it was just one of those things I didn't really feel comfortable in coming out telling her that I wasn't working.
What was it about being unemployed that you couldn't tell the woman that you love, this is what happened to me?
It was a pride thing. Like I said, it was just something I wasn't used to not working. So to not work, in my eyes, it looked, I guess, kind of lame. Like, I'm lame, I'm not working, she's working, we've got the kids. So it was just a thing that I wasn't ready to tell her, so I didn't.
I got it. I understand.
We're supposed to take a trip to Florida together. Her plan, not mine. We get to the airport. She lets me dress up, get down to the airport, lets us get into the airport and look like a complete idiot in front of everybody in line because the lady says, oh, we've been trying to contact you, let you know it was insufficient funds, that the tickets were never purchased.
Ms. Odell, you say Ms. Carrington is verbally abusive. Why don't you tell me about that?
Your Honor, when she gets upset, it's a completely different person. I tell her all the time that when I look into her eyes when she's mad, it's like you don't see anything but darkness. She'll turn around and she'll say some of the most cutthroat things to get under your skin. She just wants a rise from you. She can call me a bitch, she can call me a hoe, she can call me anything. Things she knows is untrue, just because she's upset. And so then she goes into these spurts of, like, you know, yelling at me and screaming at me. And even though it's not physically, it's just as detrimental as it is if she was putting her hands on me.
Okay, Ms. Carrington, do you call her a B? Do you call her an H? Do you call her...
Yeah, I do when I get upset, the same way that she says things when she's upset. We both say things. We both say hurtful things. We say things that we both regret. I mean, to me, yeah, I have called her the B word. I've called her a hoe. I've called her, I mean, any word that you can think of.
I've called
when someone's upset.
Right.
I've called her that. And I regret a lot of things that I say to her when I'm upset. But she does the same exact thing. So she can't tell me I'm verbally abusive when she does things too. We can get in an argument and she'll look at me and tell me I'm the worst mistake, that she shouldn't be with me, and all this. So to me, it's like a game of back and forth. So don't pin something on me when you do the same exact thing.
I don't say she's the worst mistake. I can think of a million mistakes I've made that are worse than that. But for you to turn around and say that you've made these changes and then turn around and continue to do the same things.
Well, what is she continuing to do?
The lying, the keeping things from me.
What does she lie about?
She's lied about so much. For instance, I have a perfect story for you. We're supposed to take a trip to Florida together. Her plan, not mine. She decides it's a couple months. I'm doing a countdown on social media, excited to go. We get to the day of the supposed to take off. We get to the airport. She lets me dress up, get down to the airport, lets us get into the airport and look like a complete idiot in front of everybody in line because the lady says, oh, we've been trying to contact you to let you know it was insufficient funds, that the tickets were never purchased. I said,
let her finish, and I'm going to get to
if it's that easy of a mistake and you're saying that you paid for the tickets, pull up your bank statement and show them on your phone that you paid for the tickets. She never would pull it up. It was always, oh, my account doesn't work, or oh, I can't log in, or oh, I can't do this. But the lady said we sent multiple emails telling you that the tickets never went through.
Ms.
So did we go? No.
What do you say happened?
The lady didn't come off top saying, oh, it was insufficient funds, first of all. We had everything that we needed, and I'm sorry, but an air flight anywhere is not going to send you confirmation of something if you did not pay for it, period. I had no cancellation. I had no insufficient funds.
What happened?
That's all the lady said. Well, we tried to contact you. One lady says that. Then another guy says, well, no, because you have all the confirmation stuff here. So obviously it went through because you were able to receive confirmation. So I've already paid this money. She gets upset because she says, well, how about we just pay for another ticket now? No, because I've already spent money on these tickets. So why am I going to go spend again for the same exact tickets that I've already purchased?
Right. So there was a mistake on their on their behalf.
Yes.
Why do you think it was a lie? It sounds like a perfectly...
No, it wasn't, because
perfectly
when they
airline-like snafu.
No, when I talked to them later, because I did go back and I looked into it more, because it didn't make sense to me. As much as my family works with airlines and we have people in that industry, I've never heard of this. She turns around and tells me that she got the confirmation number. You're right. When you purchase it and it's pending, you do get a confirmation number for the tickets or whatever. She got that. But then she got an email following it a couple of days later that stated that the transaction didn't go through. And so, therefore, that's the part she wasn't given.
I got it. Woo!
Yeah.
Do you want to stay with her?
I love her with my entire heart. I've never loved anybody the way that I love her. I've never loved anybody.
Do you want to
that
stay
way.
with her?
Yeah.
Well, let me try and help you. Ms. Odell, you want $900 from Ms. Carrington. I'm hoping that the relationship can be saved, but if you leave, you want $900. Tell me why.
So part of her wanting to contribute was her wanting to take over some of the bills in the house. And so I did. I gave her the cheapest bill in the house, which was the utility bill, the electric bill. And I thought she was, and here's these lovely confirmation numbers again that she made up and gave to me, and she told me she was paying it. 3 months down the road, my lights are off. And I'm trying to figure out why they're off. So I called to my company, and they tell me, now mind you, I've been with them for 7 years in great standing. I call down there and they tell me that Miss Carrington has made phone calls asking for extensions every month. And every time that they've talked to her, I even listened to audio at the time from the representative where she was talking to them saying that we had a flood in our area and so her paycheck was late and so she needed an extension there, or that she was going to get an assistance check from a company.
I got the idea, Miss Carrington. She's got a lot of specifics there where you're paying fast and loose with the utility bill and taking them on a merry ride as to why you didn't pay it.
It was more than just the utility bill, and there was other instances that came up where she would swear I didn't pay it, but it's all proved that it was paid. So yes, there were some things that
do you have proof that she didn't pay it?
I do have the bills that I ended up paying out of my account.
So
on my phone.
did you take the utility room? Did you make all those excuses? Because those are very specific.
I called and asked for extensions, yes, because I didn't have it. So I did the right thing by.
Did you tell her you didn't have it?
No.
Or were you still telling her that you had a job that you didn't have?
I just called in and asked.
And she gave me confirmation number.
Ego is a crazy thing. Ego, you know, they say pride goeth before the fall. That's, you know why? Because it's true. Ego it's absurd. Your ego didn't allow you to tell her, I can't do it. And that's what a partner's about. I screwed up. I can't do it. I was wrong. Whoops. Okay, baby, let's keep it moving. Listen, that was agreement. You guys were holding a house together. She doesn't owe you that $900. You owe the utility company that amount of money. She can get a job that would be fine to repay you, but that's not an obligation that she has to you that you can recover in court. It just isn't. I wish you all the best. I really do, but you got to get past this ego and insecurity, or y'all ain't gonna make it, not only with each other, but with anybody else. And so there will be no recovery in this matter. It is so ordered.
As far as her losing her job and her taking that to heart and not feeling comfortable with coming to me, I can see that because I know that she does suffer with wanting to be the dominant one or the breadwinner in the family. And so I didn't think that maybe it affected her that much because she didn't show it.
I feel after today that I'm more comfortable in expressing things with Jamaica that I wouldn't express to her before. And it takes a huge weight off my shoulder because I can communicate those things to her.
Today on Divorce Court.
When James gets drunk, he's destructive. He thinks he's God's gift to women.
She always get me when I'm intoxicated. She like to talk to me crazy. She say this and that to me. So when she try to down me or I feel less of a man, that's when I go in on her.
He's a very selfish individual. He thinks that everything is supposed to be about him.
She control it because of the financial situation we in. I don't work at the moment.
He stays out all night, be gone for days and days at a time, won't call me.
I can't go nowhere by myself. She don't like me to be out of her sight.
I'm gonna need him to step it up for me and my children and be the man that he said that he was gonna be.
I would love to stay with her forever, but I can't stay forever with somebody that don't want to stay with me.
Divorce court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Amanda Thomas and James Bright. The two of you have been together for 6 years. You do not want to be together anymore. You have 3 children together. You're trying to end this relationship. Ms. Thomas, you want some money from Mr. Bright as you leave. Before we get to that, Ms. Thomas, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me about this relationship and why we're here in divorce court today?
Well, Your Honor, James, he is a habitual liar and a habitual cheater. I have caught him cheating on me several times on numerous occasions. For example, one time we were having a get-together at the house. Friends over, you know, we're having a good time listening to the music. One of our friends pull us to the side. She's like, girl, you see your man in there? He's in there kissing on another woman in the living room. So I go up in there. I see him sitting next to her. I lost it, Judge. I turned off the music, got to yelling, put everybody out the house, including him, not thinking that he was going to go out there and get up in the car with her, and pulled off right in front of my face with her.
Mr. Bright, did that occur?
Well,
I know this is going to be a good one.
You better believe it. But anyway, I didn't kiss the gal. One of her friends, whoever friend probably told her that probably liked me anyway.
That's
She was probably doing that trying to throw Amanda off. You know, your man, he ain't no good. You know what I'm saying? He in there kissing another girl because he probably wanted me at the end of the day anyway. I don't remember.
So you think she made it up so she can get with you?
Yes. And,
Okay.
But now, as far as me leaving with the girl, yeah, I did. She put me out. I need a ride, so I live with her.
Ms. Thomas, do you have any other stories to relay to me?
I do, Your Honor. There was a time that he had been gone for a couple days. I'm worried about him. I'm pregnant. I'm at home worried. I'm scrolling social media.
Yeah, he wasn't worried about me.
Anyways, I'm scrolling social media trying to see if I can get a hit, see if I can see where he's at. And I scroll down, and here he comes, popped up, arm around his ex, smiling ear to ear on the couch. He has her arm around him. He comes into the house a couple days later. He don't know that I seen the picture yet. He said that he's at his grandma's house for a couple days. I pulled the picture up. His mouth dropped like this. He didn't know what to say. He was just like, no, she just happened to be there when I was there. It was nothing. You don't have anything to worry about. That was in the past. That hurt my feelings, Your Honor. I feel like that she was a threat to me in my relationship, so I lost it.
Mr. Bright, do you recall that circumstance?
Yeah, I sure recall it.
What happened there?
Well, it my ex-girlfriend, she came back to visit. And her circle and my circle is about the same. So we mingle around the same people. So she was at the same get-together that I was, and I felt like, it'd been years since we've been together. We could cordially be around the same room with each other without it being, anything sexual, anything like that.
So it was an innocent photo, is what you're saying.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Because, her nephew...
He was smiling from ear to ear.
That's what you do when you take a picture.
No,
Cheese,
this was
say
not no
cheese.
innocent photo. You know you was not supposed to be around that girl.
They say cheese.
They do say cheese, Mr. Bright. You're absolutely right, Ms. Thomas. Anything else to tell me?
Well, this is the one, Your Honor. One day we had gotten a verbal altercation. The police had came, arrested him for disorderly conduct, for being loud, cussing out the police. They take him to jail. The next day I go up there and try to help get him out the situation, tell him that it was just the altercation, everything was gonna be okay. I'm in line. Next thing you know, here comes this ratchet white woman, comes up to me and said, "Are you JB's baby mama?" I said, "Yeah, who are you?" She said, "I'm his new girlfriend. I've been dating him for 3 weeks. I drive to the store every day, buy him what he needs to get through the day." He's been lying about this woman, Your Honor, for the longest. And she came up to me and embarrassed me in front of everybody in the courthouse.
Do you know the woman about whom we speak?
I know it's what she's talking about.
Well, can you tell me your version of that event?
Well, the thing was, man, they let me out of jail. And I ain't know who.
And they shouldn't have.
I figured that, my old lady here came and got me out of jail.
Right.
So, but she wasn't outside the front. So the courthouse and the jail is like right across the street from each other.
Right.
So I walk across the street with my plastic bag, and I see her truck. So I walk to the truck, fat, dumb, happy. I think he came and got me. I'm sorry, baby. I'm ready to kiss her and, whatever.
Right.
So she come out talking about some white girl, said she had went and got her lawyer to come get me out of jail. In my first mind, I ain't thinking nothing about the white girl. We don't have no dealers like that to come get me out of jail.
Oh, they had dealings, Your Honor.
Stop.
And so she told me the white girl came and got me out of jail. She done beat the girl up, Your Honor. She done beat...
Now, Mr. Bright, some woman that you didn't know, did you know her?
I know her.
You know her? Do you know why she came and got you?
She didn't. It was just that, probably through the wind, one of my partners or something told her that I was locked up, and so she wanted to feel like Superwoman, like she would come down there to get me. She made that story up just to piss Amanda off.
Was she trying to get with you too, but you didn't like her?
Trying to do something else.
He had been with her, Your Honor, for 2 weeks prior to this occasion.
But
she knew what she was talking about when she came up to me. She knew who I was. I've never seen this woman a day in my life, Your Honor.
Did he ever admit that he slept with her?
Not to me, Your Honor. Still to this day, even though I know that he hasn't. He won't tell me.
That's what women do. They get another woman jealous.
He thinks that Not true, Your Honor. He thinks that everybody wants him. He thinks that everybody wants him. Yes, you do.
Speaking of... Hey, speaking of that, my understanding is, Ms. Thomas, that you say when he drinks, he becomes quite the ladies' man and thinks every woman wants him. So I want you to tell me a little bit about his drinking habits and what he does do when he's drinking.
Next thing you know, here he comes banging on the door. I'm telling him, I have company, James. He absolutely lost it. He picked up a rock out the yard, threw it through my bedroom window. He's trying to kick in the door, saying he's gonna beat the man up.
Ms. Thomas, tell me about Mr. Bright and his drinking habits.
Well, Your Honor, when James drinks, he thinks he's God's gift to women. I've caught him numerous times on Facebook cheating. He becomes very destructive. There was a moment that he had put me through a lot over the 4 years, so I decided that I was gonna give him a taste of his own medicine. So I had some company, male company, over at our house that we share, not thinking that he's gonna show up.
We share.
Next thing you know, here he comes banging on the door. I'm telling him, I have company, James. You left me. I don't have to let you in here. He absolutely lost it. He picked up a rock out the yard, threw it through my bedroom window. I can hear him out there carrying on, cussing. He walks around to the back porch, knocks over the glass patio table, glass everywhere, kids in the house. He's trying to kick in the door, saying he's gonna beat the man up.
It was just a hot mess.
It was a hot mess, Your Honor. Finally, he pulls off, calls me 2 days later, upset, crying, everything. But he's put me through stuff for years, Your Honor. I just wanted him to have a taste.
Taste of his own medicine. Mr. Bright, what do you have to say about that incident?
Well, before I get into that, let me say I ain't never called her crying. I don't know why she said that.
Yes, he did, Your Honor.
But we got that cleared up.
He was hurt, Your Honor. He was hurt.
Out of all that, you found that important. But anyway, go ahead. Go ahead.
I did come home. I did come home from a long night. And, you know, I do stay out, you know, night or two at a time. I do that. It's nothing new. We've been doing that since we've been together, so it wasn't no thing for me to come home.
He promised me
You know?
change.
Stop.
And so I walk to the doorstep. I knock on the door, say I can't come in, which that's natural. She tried to be, you know, hard about it, you know what I'm saying? But as long as I stay, she let me in. But I look over, I see another brother head in the window. So now I done lost it. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I'm halfway full from last night, and I done lost it. So she right, I did break the windows out, but in my philosophy, I don't want to do nothing to her. I don't want to get into it with him because I might do some damage, you know, to my aggression, you know what I mean? So I figured I'd break the windows out. If they gonna sit in there and be comfortable, you gonna freeze to death. It's cold outside, y'all gonna freeze. That's the real AC. That's the real air conditioning. And you gotta fix the windows. So you can have all the company. Since you want to mingle with them, tell them fix your windows too. That's God on the truth. Y'all gonna freeze together.
Ms. Thomas, has he been like this throughout?
Well, no. Actually, I feel like he tricked me in the beginning. He charmed me.
How did he trick you?
He's a good-looking guy. He's smart. He's funny. He keeps me laughing. But the whole time, he's telling me one thing and doing another. And I just don't feel like that it's right the way that he's treated me and our children.
Okay. Mr. Bright, do you feel a little that you have mistreated her and not given an appropriate home to the children?
I have mistreated her, but I love my kids. I do everything for them.
Yeah,
you know,
but you do mistreat her.
I will. But you know,
how is that
you know
okay with you?
It's not okay, but she started. So you start playing with me.
In what way does she start it?
Well, because she like to downgrade me as a man. I ain't this and that because I ain't working at the moment, stuff like that, you know, or I might not make a smarter decision. I'm an idiot. I'm dumb. So I feel like you can't out-talk me. So whatever she say to me, I just hear it even harder.
She always has to have the last word, Your Honor.
But
always.
she can't dish it and take it. I heard she hurt. When I say it back now, she's so heartbroken. I can't take your mouth the way you called me stupid.
Right.
So maybe I called you Shelby. That hurt your feelings, huh? Well, it hurt my feelings when you called me dumb.
I got you. Then now I want to move from here to the financial problems that you're having because of Mr. Bright's actions.
He goes down to the plasma center and donates his plasma like it's a real job, thinking that $75 a week is going to do something for us. He really thinks that's a legitimate job, Your Honor.
Mr. Bright, is your main source of income selling your blood? Ms. Thomas, you say that the things he does makes you financially unstable. Why don't you give me some examples?
Well, he'll call into work if he's had a long night and put himself at risk of losing his job. He goes down to the plasma center and donates his plasma like it's a real job, thinking that $75 a week is gonna do something for us, then turn around and spends the money on bills, really trying to save the last dollar for his beers. He takes his bonus money from the plasma, that all goes to beers. He really thinks that's a legitimate job, Your Honor.
Mr. Bright, is your main source of income selling your blood?
No. That's...
Don't lie.
No,
Don't lie.
That's not the case, Your
Well, what do you do
Don't
for a
lie.
living?
Well, I'm a welder. I'm a welder by trade.
By trade?
Yes, but
what do you actually do?
Well, now I'm unemployed, and the
And
reason,
how long have you been unemployed?
I've been unemployed now for about 6 months. Mm-hmm. And now the reason why I go sell my plasma, for one, I'm a humanitarian. I like to give back to you. You know what I mean? I know that people sick that need that. And if I get a couple dollars on the side for it, I do it.
Yeah.
But I don't do that as a mean of my main income. You know, you can't pay no bill $40, $50.
Right.
You know,
right.
so I give her the bulk of it, and yeah, I spend $5 or $10 on a couple of drinks. What else you gonna do with it?
And not only that also makes him irresponsible with money. He has never paid a bill in his life, Your Honor.
I'll let you pay him.
Like he said, he gives me the money, I have to go pay the bills, and he just takes his money and scurries on down the street
That
and
ain't the
expects
truth.
me to go pay
You won't
everything.
let me.
That's a lie.
You know,
he does what he wants to do, Your Honor. I've never been able to go out and have a good time with my friends. I stay at home.
She ain't got none. That's the problem.
That is the problem. I can't have no friends because I can't get out and mingle, Your Honor.
You can go out if you want to.
I'm a full-time mother. I stay in the house, get up every day, 5 o'clock in the morning, get the kids off to school while he lay on the couch. I'm running through the house mad. He's still laying on the couch. I'm getting everybody ready for school.
Do you work?
Right now I'm unemployed, but I have worked to support us this whole time.
Uh-oh.
And now that I just had our 4-month-old, so that's why I'm home with our children.
Why do you keep having babies with him? I mean, what?
That's true, Your Honor.
And it makes our financial problems even worse.
Well, you just as responsible, Mr. Bright. What are you doing?
Yes, I am.
What are you doing to further this family and experience?
I love my kids, but she did have those kids that try to just keep me around. And that's why I feel.
That's not true, Your Honor. We was in this together.
But she was tricking me, talking about she on the pill. I
never said that. I've never tried to trick him.
And I should know better. I'm 31 years old.
Why would I try to trick him, Your Honor?
I've been in the game a long time. I should have known better when I was doing that.
You're responsible for what you do.
I know it.
You
I should have known better.
responsible for what you do.
I can't get
And
pregnant.
let me tell you
But
what it
she on the
is.
internet
Hey, I'm all done. I'm so finished. I don't know what to do. And let me tell you what I need to tell you before I run out of here. Ms. Thomas, you say that this man owes you $826 for impound fees. Explain that to me.
Well, another one of his drunken rages, Your Honor. We had an ice storm. He is out there, trying to act like he's doing the right thing, putting the salt down so I won't slip in the driveway. He comes in and gets the keys, asks can he move the car so he can put the salt down on the driveway. Well, he backs out. He rear ends the neighbor's car, puts a dent in their car, and scurries down the road in the car. Next thing you know, I have the police showing up my house talking about they done impounded my car, took him to jail because he hit somebody's flagpole up the road. And I don't even understand why he was doing this, Your Honor. He knows he ain't supposed to be driving. He promised me he was going to pay me back for the money. They just let him out of jail the next day and kept my car. I had to pay $800 to get the car out of jail. Let him out. They should have kept him and gave
And
my
gave
car
you the
back.
car. Mr. Bright, what do you have to say about that?
I should have been driving. She right about that. I shouldn't have been driving. But I've been telling her for months to get the brakes fixed. That's what happened. The brakes went out.
It had nothing to do with the brakes.
I know how to
Your
drive.
Honor.
The brakes went out.
Let me say this. Y'all a hot mess.
No.
I'm all done. You're a hot mess. I could yell at you for letting him get away with it, but I think the first time okay, the second time maybe, but really? I mean, this long, 6 years, 3 kids, Mr. Bright, you can do better. I know things must be slim pickings out there with not a whole lot of dudes, because I get guys coming in here trifling, no count, no money, no support, no kindness, no love, cheating, running around, coming in here, and women still with them. Yeah. So something must be going wrong out there. I get that part. But don't be as small as you're capable of being. Do you know what I mean? Be a better man than that. You got a daughter?
Yeah.
Don't be the
Two of
don't be that. Yeah, see there?
And a 4-month-old son.
Your daughter will take all of the nonsense you give her, because she thinks that's as good as it gets. You get a guy who runs around and comes home every once in a while. You get a guy who comes home and throws rocks in the window. You get a guy who's drunk and doing all that. That's what you're teaching them as normal.
I feel bad about that because they see that.
Yeah. And if she's not stable, they're not stable. So everything you do to her gets multiplied and falls on them. Be a better man. You know what I mean? Don't give your kids bare minimum, because if you give bare minimum, they'll hardly have anything at all when they grow up. But you know what they'll have? Yeah. $826 in your favor. It is so little.
The judge told me I need to step up and be a better man. I should. I'm going to do so. I'm going to be more diligent in staying in the workforce, finding a job, a constant job, and being there for my kids the right way.
As far as us being in a relationship, it's not going to work. So hopefully we can work this out for our children, just to co-parent, but I'm moving on with my life.
Today on Divorce Court.
Aaron, your ways is not the holy grail of all ways, Mr. Prodigal Son, that you think that you are.
Cher's verbally abusive. You shouldn't be speaking to me that way.
When it comes to me and my mouth, I just have no chill.
We used to have sex multiple times a day. Can't go from that to nothing at all. It's like going from steak to going to hamburger helper. Nobody wants that. It was no need to get married if that's what you wanted to go for.
You can't sex somebody if they don't look sexable and they hygiene looking all terrible. You run around here looking like a Miss Dwarf Rick Ross. Nobody want all that mess on their face. You're not ZZ Top. Cut that mess off.
We can never find that common ground to move forward. If it's not gonna be conducive for both people, it's no need for even having it. That's why I think we need this divorce.
Divorce Court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Sherry Shepard and Aaron Shepard. Mr. and Mrs. Shepard, you have been married for 9 years, but separated for the last 2, and you do not want to be married anymore. Ms. Shepard, you want $3,200 from Mr. Shepard as you leave this union. But before we get to that, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your marriage and why you're here in divorce court today?
Your Honor, I'm here today because I'm just tired of being broke, busted, and disgusted, okay? When I got married to Mr. Shepard, I had a job, he had a job, we keep jobs, we do what we do, and we have nice things, okay? Right. Somehow, somewhere down the line, he thought my mindset of having a mediocre life was going to change. That's never going to change. I like things, and if I have to work 40, 50, 60, 80 hours to obtain those things, I'm going to do what I have to do. And I expect him to do the same thing, but he doesn't. He's a penny pincher, and I can't deal with that.
Give me some examples of his penny pinching.
Okay, one example, we had a family cruise. I had a daughter who graduated college. I want to go on this cruise. It costed a certain amount of money. Well, we talked about this. We planned this. And I'm like, hey, I'm going to put half, put the deposit down, and you're going to have to pay the rest of it. Mm-hmm. Well, I put the deposit down, and then every time it came for the payments, Mr. Shepard wouldn't pay, so I had to pay. And then we get to the point to where it's time to go on the cruise. I'm like, look, okay, since I paid for the cruise, can you just pay for the transportation to Florida, from Florida, and pay for all the excursions? Oh, yeah, I got that. He worked. He's supposed to have it. He always say he don't got no money, but he always have money because he always stashed it somewhere. So we get down to the cruise. He paid for us to get down there. We get on the cruise. I want to go do all these excursions that I had planned. We don't got no money. All of a sudden, I don't got that. We can't do this. But he managed to buy him like a half a case of some expensive wine, or actually liquor, so he could bring back home and sell it half for himself. Okay?
You can't deny he has an entrepreneurial spirit. Mr. Shepard, what happened with respect to the cruise?
Okay, so, Your Honor, pretty much what happened, I started working when we first set up for it, I was unemployed for a little bit. I started driving cabs. I drove for like 30 straight days. I did have some money. In retrospect to what she says, yes, some of it, I did not come up with the amount that she did want me to, but I did come up with what I felt was fair and what I was able to come up with at the time.
You did the best you could.
Exactly, because I had other bills and stuff to pay that I was paying, and like I said, prior to that, I was unemployed for a little bit, but I did contribute to it, and she likes to make it like I didn't do anything at all, which is definitely
Mrs. Shepard, what
not
are you
the case.
dying to say?
All I'm saying is you can't use the word fair. Fair means the cruise is $6,200, you pay your $31. That's fair. You didn't pay half of the cruise, and then past that, I paid it is good. Fair would be you pay the trip going down, the trip coming back, and excursions in between. That's fair. You can't use words fair when you're not going to do what's fair.
Let me ask you this. There's the word fair, and there's the word capacity. And capacity means what he's able to do.
Capacity
was he employed to the extent that he would have enough to pay his bills and put that amount of money on a discretionary event?
That's of no never mind to me.
Really?
She's right, Your Honor. She's telling the truth on that.
That's of no.
Absolutely.
When
you don't care.
When you sit down and you plan, and you come up with this plan, then you hold the plan. You don't devour. He had a job. He left that job. Did he tell you that?
When you made plans, he had a job?
Yes.
What happened with this particular job? Do you recall?
He'll tell you they don't fire him. He walks away because he gets agitated. He don't like how somebody's talking to him. I work in mental health. I don't like how patients come running at me. I don't like how people come targeting me. But I still have my job. I don't like going to work every day. I want to sit on my butt. But no, I always have to go to work.
Mr. Shepard, are you one for walking off jobs?
I have left a job or two, definitely. And
what is behind that?
Usually it's to me it feels like I'm being disrespectful. Like I deal with a lot at jobs. I'm willing to take a lot of different things, but I don't like being totally disrespectful. I believe what happened the time before
what
that.
What constitutes totally disrespectful? Because
Okay.
it seems to happen to you a lot, or at least fairly often.
It happens a fair amount of times. Just people, when it gets to the point that I feel like either I need to go or I'm gonna have to lay my hands on somebody, I think instead of me going to jail and her having to come spend money to bail me out of jail because I didn't attack somebody at work, I think it's best for me to leave that environment. That's the way I look at it. I'm not a violent person, but for me to feel that way, I'm a very calm, cool, collective individual.
Do you think you get angry or upset quickly or easily?
No, absolutely not.
Because most people don't have to walk off jobs fairly frequently because of the way they're spoken to. So it would seem to indicate that the common denominator is you getting annoyed by what average bosses say.
And usually I ignore that. I blow it off, I gaff it off, it's not a big issue, but sometimes it is like to a point where I think, you know, it's best that we vacate the situation so it's not a major issue for everybody. Because then if we got to spend bail money for me to get out, that's another bill's not paid.
I understand that. That's neither here nor there. Why don't you tell me what else he does with respect to employment that makes you busted, broke, and disgusted?
That alone is enough for me. When you are a husband and you are a father, you don't have the liberty to just walk off of something without having something secure. That's just it. I come from a family, and I chill with people where our responsibilities is our responsibilities. So if I have to go get 2 jobs, 3 jobs, whatever it is, you go do what you have to do, and you make it work. The answer is never, I don't got this.
Right.
And he's okay with, I don't have this. I'm not okay with that. I'm never going to be okay with that.
My thing is this, what I was going to say is she says that, and then it's to the point where I'm working, because I've worked 2 and 3 jobs before. I've worked 60, 70 hours a week, and then it becomes an issue of her complaining. Oh, well, you working too much. When are you going to take time to see your kids? When are you going to have time to do this? It can't be both. Either you want me working and making all the money, or you want me
home
Yeah, like
doing-
I can't do, it can't be right and left. It can't be up and down.
Do you complain when he works hard?
I complain. I do complain at times, but the same thing. I'm constantly
lot of
working
times.
overtime, but I still come home, wash clothes, clean, cook, take care of them same dang children, take them to doctor's appointments and everything, even on my lunch break.
Right.
So I
do the
don't
same.
understand. Then I have time to try to sleep with you, even in my time, just lay there and say, get it. But it happens. You get your bed, and it's all good, and I can go to sleep to start the next day.
Yeah. Mr. Shepherd, I'm getting a picture of a woman who feels like she's giving everything and getting nothing in return. I also understand there's some issues with respect to cheating, so I want to turn and speak to those.
One day I walked up on this video that he took of him instructing some female to play with her womanly parts. No woman on this planet is gonna let you videotape their vajayjay, but you ain't sticking no dipsticks nowhere near it.
Mrs. Shepherd, you say you've caught Mr. Shepherd in some compromising situations. Why don't you tell me about what's going on?
Yes, ma'am. For a long time, I thought he was cheating on me because my body was having different issues that I never had, okay? But one day I walked up on this video that he took of him instructing some female to play with her womanly parts, okay? And she's doing it. So in my head, there's no way he trying to tell me, oh, that was just a video, we ain't have no sex. No woman on this planet that I can be clear of, at least I think, I don't know, y'all can tell me, but it's gonna let you videotape their vajayjay, but you ain't sticking no dipsticks nowhere near it.
That's not true, Your Honor.
Okay, you had two videos
It's
of
not
two
true,
separate
Your
looking
Honor.
chicks, so they both just let you videotape their vajayjays?
Mr. Shepherd, what happened with respect to the videos?
Now, as far as the videos go, yeah, I will say it was video in my phone. However, no, it was no intercourse. It was something that I was doing. Another one of
What were you doing?
One of my other entrepreneur avenues that I was pursuing. And, you know, I've never cheated on my wife before. I'm not a cheater. I don't condone it. I don't like it. We've had issues with her when it comes to her being sneaky.
Then what
and-
about
You're
the chick when I
saying
went up to her
those
job?
videos were porn videos that you
Yeah,
were
pretty
going
much.
to sell.
I'm a
to
director.
sell.
I wasn't in it. I'm not there.
Directing
how am
on
I-
his phone, Your
Well, I'm
Honor.
going to
It was
record
on his
half of
phone,
it. If
not
I'm
on
going
the
to record,
reel.
I'm going to record the whole thing, right? Why? You feel what I'm saying. If you're going to record something, I'll record half of it.
Leave Joe alone.
Okay, all right. I'm sorry, Joe. I'm sorry.
He doesn't
I'm
even want to
sorry.
hear about it. He
I'm
certainly
sorry.
don't want to talk
Okay.
about it.
And then she
Okay,
brings
he's
up this stuff.
outstanding.
But yeah, I catch her in the middle of the night texting guys she love them and things like this, 3 o'clock in the morning on instant message. Now that's direct. That ain't no falsified evidence or
Okay.
anything else.
I
That's
did.
actually reality. That's going on. You're meeting up with guys, you're having them take you to
No.
meet guys and things. That's crazy.
That's crazy.
You supposed to be getting tutored, but you in movie theaters watching movies. That ain't no, you studying in the movie theater in the dark. Who study in the dark? Please tell me.
We was done studying.
You study in the dark. Okay.
So, Mrs. Shepherd, we're going to have to turn to you. Are you making inappropriate phone calls and doing inappropriate things with other men?
No, ma'am, that's not
Email.
inappropriate. No, let me tell you something. The guy that I told I love you to, I will always love him. He is still a best friend of mine to this day. I was going through a rough situation, and he paid the down deposit from my place and for me and my kids to be okay. This is before me and him.
It was a friendly
I love you. He had been going through some things, and I had let him know, look, I love you. I will always love you.
It's
And I'm going
always
to tell you to
friendly
your
on her
face,
part,
to his
Yana.
face, I don't care, because it is what it is.
Okay, I got you.
But the friend with the movie theater, he was tutoring me, and I passed my class, and
I
it was
bet
his
you
birthday,
did.
and so I went to the
I
movie.
bet you did pass that class, I'm sure. He passed his too, didn't he?
So I'm going to turn my attention. Mr. Shepherd, you say there are other sneaky things that she does, and I want to
I don't do no
know
sneaky
what they
anything.
are.
We were supposed to be going out to dinner. All of a sudden, she gets a call, and now she needs me to go take her to meet somebody somewhere. She gets out of the car, rides to their car, gets in there, is in there for almost 10 minutes, whatever long it was. It was too long for my comfort. Plus, you want me to park way down here for what?
Mr. Shepherd, you say your wife canceled on you with an event and then went out with someone else. Why don't you tell me what happened?
So yeah, pretty much what it was, Your Honor. We were supposed to be going out to dinner. We have both been I had been at work out running all day. She had running errands and things like that. And then we met up finally. And in the middle of us supposed to be going to dinner, out to eat something that was her idea, Yana, because we hadn't been spending time. All of a sudden, she gets a call, and now she needs me to go take her to meet somebody somewhere. Now, we get to this parking lot. It's at a little restaurant, and she tells me, oh, park right here, but yet they park about 10 spaces way down. She gets out of the car, rides to their car, gets in there, is in there for almost 10 minutes, whatever long it was too long for my comfort. Plus, you want me to park way down here for what? If you just going to talk to somebody or meet somebody to get whatever it is, what'd you get?
Well, let's see. What'd you get?
I don't even remember that situation.
Yeah,
And he could have
I'm
brought
sure,
his behind to the window if that's what he wanted. I wouldn't even give a damn.
Remember nothing
Do
when
you
it's her
think
turn.
she would have brought you along for an illicit interaction?
Yeah. Yes.
You really do?
I do.
Okay.
Because what was the purpose of it?
I got it, Mr. Shepard.
Okay, all right.
Mr. Shepard, I'm going to ask you this. You say that he's verbally abusive. Why don't you tell me?
No, he's not verbally abusive. I'm the verbally abusive.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah.
You say she's verbally
She
abusive.
is. Absolutely.
Why don't you tell me about that?
Okay, so like one of the times she's telling me to get the F out the house, okay? So we talking about whatever. She gets upset. Well, you can just get the F out.
It ain't
Fine,
whatever.
I'll
You calling
leave.
me selfish, and I'm not selfish.
Stop.
I'm like, that's fine. I'll leave. I'm getting my stuff together. She's like, you're not moving fast enough, you bitch. Throwing my stuff down the hallway. And I'm like, yeah, you're being real selfish. And then she throws my DVD player and cracks it up against the wall and it breaks. This is ridiculous. Like, she's talking to me this way. Like, she wants to be the man. I'm supposed to be the man. She wants me to take charge, and then she doesn't want me to take charge. Like, she's confused. Like I said, she like to live in a falsified reality, y'all.
Right.
And then you're calling me MFers and all this other stuff. That's not my name. Right. I don't call you those things. I don't call you out your name. I call your name. I call you Sherry.
I got
Your
you.
Honor,
I
she
got
feels
you.
like she can express any and everything that she feels isn't the way that she wants it to go until it's my turn to talk about what I want to talk about.
That's
And
not
then
true.
all of a sudden it's a problem. It's whining, you complaining, why you bringing up old stuff, this and that. But you'll bring up stuff from any Timbuktu, under the rock, anything you can find and think of at the time, because it's not you. And then when it turns to you, face the own mirror that you like putting up to other people. That's the way I
Face my
see it.
mirrors.
I got you. I got you. I'm so glad you're getting a divorce. I don't know what to do. But I do know what I need to do next, and that's determine whether or not Mrs. Shepard is owed $3,200 from you, Mr. Shepard, and that's what we're going to talk about. Mrs. Shepard, you say Mr. Shepard owes you $3,200. Why do you say that?
I had a Montero Sport.
Uh-huh.
I asked him not to drive my vehicle. I was getting my vehicle prepared to be a part of a truck club. I didn't want the vehicle touched, right? I get in the shower, I come out, my truck's gone, he's gone. I get a call from his mom, and his mom's like, he's been in a bad accident. So the same truck I told him not to get in,
he got in.
He got in it, and it got wrecked, like completely totaled out. The reason I'm asking for the money is because when I went to go get a new vehicle, one, his insurance paid for it, but they downgraded the value of my vehicle, so I only got like $1,200 back. And then the vehicle I needed to get was costing $3,200.
Mm-hmm.
So I put that towards it, and I had to take a little bit of money out my 401k in order to get me a new vehicle. And I'm more upset not with the fact that he wrecked my car, but the fact that he thought that since his insurance handled it, he didn't have to help me come up with a down payment for another vehicle.
Okay.
If you'd have never got in the car, it wouldn't have been
It never
wrecked.
would have happened. Mr. Shepard, your response to that?
Yes, I did take the car, Your Honor. She claims that she told me not to drive it. I didn't hear. We drive each other's cars all the time. Anytime she want to drive my car, it's not a problem. The reason I took her car was because I had just brought this new CD. Her sound system was better in that car at the time, so I wanted to hear my CD in the car. Now, I went to my mom. I had to handle some business. On the way coming back, a drunk driver wound up hitting me.
Okay.
It wasn't my fault. It wasn't me driving reckless. If it was, every time we go somewhere, she wouldn't ask me to drive and not want to drive herself.
I got you. Mrs. Shepard, his insurance paid you. You're only allowed to get recompensed for the amount of money that you actually lost. Your loss is based upon the car that you had and how much it would be to replace that car at that age in that condition. And that's what the insurance company gave you. What you want is money on top of that in an effort to replace the car, which is not what the courts do. So I can't give you that. Mrs. Shepard, you're done and it's over with. I would say to you, be less interested in nice things. Be more interested in kind acts. I think that you are somewhat enamored of that which the Joneses had.
No.
Oh, yeah, you do. And you got to work 30, all this extra time to do a cruise and all that kind of stuff. I work for nice things, and if I got to work 60, 70 hours to get nice things, then just check your program. That's all I'm saying. Mr. Sheriff, behave a little better. But there will be no recovery in this matter. It is so ordered.
I would like to make this divorce legal now. I'm done. Don't want no more. Finish, finito, down the block. Period.
Sherry's ready to go ahead and get this divorce over with, so am I. I think we're better off as friends, being co-parents, but as far as relationship, I think it needs to be completely dissolved.
Today on Divorce Court.
We're in court today because we lost communication. He won't interact with the children. He won't interact with me, but he has time for the cell phone and for his video games.
When I'm trying to come on to her, trying to have sex with her, she rejects me and pushes me away, and I feel like she has someone else on her side.
I'm at a point where I'm not sure whether I want to continue to work on my marriage or if I want to leave and go in another direction.
I want the judge to get down to the bottom of our marriage.
Divorce court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Janisha Doss and Deontay Lewis. The two of you have been married for 4 years, together for 7 years, correct?
Correct.
And you've been here before, because I remember y'all. You were here for Save My Marriage. I had some things to say. Apparently you didn't listen, so we're back. And I want to see what we saw last time. When you date a child, this is what you get. He's not mature enough to handle a family and a wife. He hasn't got it together enough. That's why he gets angry all the time. He's watching porn. He's doing what a 22-year-old does. If you're going to dip down into the kiddie zone, you got to be prepared to raise him a little bit. Mr. Lewis, once you decide you get married, once you decide you have children, your days of being childish are over. Grow up, get a clue. You bought this on yourself in favor of Mrs. Doss. It is so ordered. Dipped into the kiddie pool. Ms. Doss, what happened since I last saw you, and why are you back again?
When we left, we did some counseling. Deontay got better with the porn and took care of that, and he even sought out therapy for anger. But what brought us back before you today is Deontay is not pulling his weight as a husband or as a father, and he's still getting angry over things that he shouldn't be.
What's wrong now?
What's wrong now is that Deontay has a problem with me having time to myself. He recently got injured at work, and I've been his nursemaid and everything to everybody in the house. And so I asked about maybe a weekend or spending a one night at a hotel. He has a problem with that.
He got hurt at work?
Yes.
At work?
Please highlight that.
At work?
Yeah,
I mean, the
highlight
last
that.
time you were here, he wasn't working. So hurt at work.
That's a big progress, isn't it?
Why you mad about it?
I'm mad about it is because he takes advantage of the situation. Like right now, when he first broke his ankle, I was in charge of grocery shopping, caring for the kids, bathing him, and doing all of that, and I was fine. As he started getting better, he started getting lazier, and it wasn't like, oh, I need you to do this because I'm hurt. It's, I need you to do this because I don't want to get up and do it myself.
I got it. Now, Mr. Lewis, let me ask you this. And this happens to people. People get used to not doing stuff. They get used to getting taken care of. Did you, at some time, not on purpose, but get used to being taken care of and you don't want to let it go.
No, I'm independent. So whether if I'm hurt or not, I try my best to get up, move around, spend time with the kids, get our child, help do the dishes, clean up.
Stop. Now, tell me what it is, how you contribute to the household, broken ankle and all.
I get up, I help do the dishes every now and then. You know what I'm saying? When she starts to cook, every now and then I'll go in there, just to keep her company and,
Every now and then I keep her company when she cooks.
Every now and then.
Oh my goodness.
Just talk to her, talk to her, and things like that. Or whatever, just so she won't.
If you ask somebody what they do during the day and they have to say 3 times, I get up.
That's all they're doing is getting up.
They're not doing anything. Mr. Lewis, let me tell you why she's upset with you. She's upset because you haven't taken on any tasks and responsibilities. Every once in a while, I is a person who is just dipping. They're not doing. And a woman or a man who's in a relationship wants to be able to say, hey, this individual has got this taken care of. If you think companionship in the kitchen while she's working is taking care of business, you don't know what the business is. That's all I'm going to say to you. Having said that, Mr. Lewis, what is your primary complaint about Ms. Doss?
My primary complaint is that she complains too much and she's easily triggered.
Easily triggered. What does she do once she's triggered?
Like, she'll just snap and shut down. Like, say, as far as we were supposed to went to the laundromat. I had a couple dollars and we were supposed to went to go wash. So I bring up the fact, okay, how about this week we go and wash, you know what I'm saying, and get our clothes clean. So when I bring it up, she gets an attitude and be like, and oh my God, and all this other type of stuff, because all she want to do, is just lay down and, just sit and chill. And it's we have to go and wash because we got to have clean clothes.
Does she not?
At home.
Yeah, at home, but it's a full-time job.
Yeah.
And she does all the cooking, right?
Yes.
Because you only keep her company while she cooks, so we know she does all the cooking, right?
And I got kids to keep me company.
And she's got what? A 4-year-old, a 6-year-old, an 8-year-old. I mean, she's working. So all she does is lay down could not be true.
How would he
Now, Ms. Dawes, let me say this. Your primary problem with him, other than lazy, is he's not making any money. But he had a job at the lumberyard. Can you give him a little room and credit for that?
Yes, I give him credit for that. I was making his lunches for that job that he was going to and making sure that he had what he needed. I cook and clean. I make money too. I do whatever it is that's necessary. I make sure the paperwork is done because some things, he don't understand when it comes to whether it's job paperwork and things like that. It's just that he's not appreciative. He feels like I have to do the things that I have to do, and it's not because I love him that I'm doing it. And as far as me cooking, that's a full-time thing. Cleaning the house, that's a full-time thing. Right. You could come there anytime and the house is clean. And with that many children, a lot of people cannot say that.
Right. But it's not just you.
Okay, Mr. Lewis, do you contribute meaningfully to those things, like cleaning the house and take care of the children?
I bought. Now I know she loves to cook. That's one of the things that she told me. She loves to cook. So she wants to start a cooking business. I bought her a flat top electric stove. She complains about.
So she can get out there and cook, make some money.
Yeah.
You went out and spent a whole hour.
And so
helping her work. How dare she?
How dare you?
How dare she?
The hell? You know what I'm saying? And so she gets...
Okay, I think I have got this issue fairly buttoned up. I know what's going on. So now I want to move on and talk about your opposing parenting styles.
I try to back up her play. It all depends on what they do. And it's like, this talking about this is not gonna work. You see what they just did. They just lied to you right to your dang face.
And so do you.
Do you feel like he backs your play? Mr. Lewis, you're only 24 years old, and I've got to say that's a lot of children to be responsible for. Do you find it overwhelming? And do you feel maybe you're a little bit out of your comfort zone dealing with so many children?
A little bit, because, you know, for me being 24, you know, and I work, it's like I'm extra tired. You know, when I come off of work, that becomes another problem in our marriage, because she feel like I don't spend enough time with the kids because I'm tired. I don't spend enough time with her because I'm tired after work. You know what I'm saying? I gotta get up at 5 o'clock in the dang morning.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And I catch the bus.
And
you know what I'm saying?
Hang on, let him finish.
And so, you know, she homeschooled the kids. You know what I'm saying? She does a hell of a job with the kids.
Yes.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? She does a hell of a job with the kids. You know what I'm saying? So,
do you feel like that you're backing up her play, or you have a different way of dealing with them? Or do you disagree with her?
I try to back up her play. It all depends on what they do. And it's like, I just like, okay, this talking about this is not gonna work. You see what they just did. They just lied to you right to your dang face.
And so do you.
Do you feel like he backs your play?
No.
No, she don't.
No,
So I don't care though.
Because if it's a situation, any situation, for the majority of the part, he has a problem with. And I don't always talk. I do take away things, like they're not allowed to go play, you know, do certain things.
And so they be in their room just playing and clowning.
His problem is that I'm not aggressive enough. But being aggressive does not always work. Being aggressive out in the street could get you arrested. Being aggressive at school could get you suspended. There's a lot of things that aggression does not solve. And if you're not going to find a different way to do it, then the way you're doing it is not working either. So we can both sit here and point fingers all day. But what we need to do is try to figure out how to fix it.
Okay.
But in the street, though, you gotta be tough. You can't be out here in this world and just, just try to talk out the problem. You have to have some type of heart, some type of toughness in you, especially with boys.
Mr. Lewis, I understand what you're saying. Let me say this about boys. You don't teach aggression, you teach self-confidence, and that's different. Self-confidence doesn't come when somebody's angry and yelling at you. Self-confidence doesn't come from that. That doesn't teach them to be hard and tough on the street. That teaches them to be uncontrolled and as uncontrolled and angry as you are. You are uncontrolled and angry in here. That's what the problem on the street is. The problem is everybody's out toughing one another. Nobody's thinking and nobody's talking. So I just want to say that. But I'm gonna move on from there, and I want to talk about your concerns about his disappearing and not being available. Why do you think he was cheating on you when he leaves like that? What makes you think?
Because he gone, like he working a job. Like, where do you have to go until 3 and 4 o'clock in the morning?
Is there any truth to her concerns that you might have had a situation with another woman? Ms. Doss, you say Mr. Lewis disappears a lot and you believe he's cheating on you. Why do you believe that?
Because he'll take something minor, and even when the argument is over, that'll be his reason to leave. We got into it over the stove.
Oh, man.
Now, this stove that he in here bragging about, oh, I bought it, blah, blah, blah. So he burnt something on it. And then instead of moving from that eye and cleaning it and moving on, he continues to cook on it. Now he's boiling stuff, and then he's doing all of this. And I don't know how to take care of it yet. So yes, I get upset because I'm like, you're not gonna clean that off? And he like, well, I am. Just instantly trigger. I can't even be upset about something I appreciate that you got me, and you're being careless with it. Mm-hmm. And so that turned into an argument. So the argument was over. He went in one room, I went in another room, and then the door closed. That was at 9. About 12, because I give him his space, about 12, 12:30, start texting, where are you? Because he's not outside.
When did he come back? What time did he get back?
3 o'clock.
3 or 4 o'clock in the morning?
3 o'clock that time. Then last time we got into it over a situation with the kids, that argument was over at 9. He left out at 11 and didn't come back till 4.
Okay. Why do you think he was cheating on you when he leaves like that? What makes you think?
Because he gone, like he working a job. Like, where do you have to go until 3 and 4 o'clock in the morning? Okay, but I bet you if I did
when we get into it, I don't want to be in the same house as her.
I get that. You're angry. It's all loud. And you want to leave to get your head together.
Yeah. And
okay. Is there any truth to her concerns that you might have had a situation with another woman? The smile says yes, so cop to it so we can move on.
Basically, I met a girl, you know, I met her, you know. She seen me at the park, you know, and we started talking, and one thing led to another, and that's how that happened.
It became a sexual situation.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so,
all right.
Long story short.
Thank you for the truth.
No problem.
And you found out about it?
I did today.
Yeah.
I did today.
I thought you already knew.
Oh, no, ma'am. No. It was just a thought. Just a thought, but evidently I was correct in what I was thinking.
So you didn't actually know, you just thought he was, and you revenge cheated just in case. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Tell me what you did.
I met up with an old friend of mine. We exchanged phone numbers. We've been talking. We've been out a couple of times. And I have not been sexually active with him. I have an emotional affair because I'm attached to him. I care for him.
So why you don't give me none then?
Stop.
Who would want to? But, you know,
Plenty
that,
of them.
you know,
Besides you.
I guess at the park, trifling.
You damn right.
No.
All right. We're done with this conversation. Now I'm going to move the ball forward, hopefully back onto the playing field. Much of what I want to say will echo what I said before. You didn't hear me last time, so I'll try to say it differently this time. Maybe I'll get somewhere. You're looking for a man where a boy exists. And the way to get a guy to level up is not to holler at him. The way to get the guy to do better is not to become angry and get an attitude. I understand he's frustrating as all get out. I'm frustrated. Been in here 15 minutes. I want to leave right now. I get that part.
But
No.
Okay.
He's childish. He's annoying. He doesn't know how to behave like a man. He doesn't know how to take it up a level and show up with as much as he can for the woman that he loves and as much as he can for the children that he's in charge of. What he does is he does whatever's comfortable for him at the time. You knew this, and I know you knew this because I told you.
Yeah, you did.
And you cannot ignore the truth of the matter just because you like the idea of having him. Because the idea of having him will soon get very old. That's what I'm telling you. Mr. Lewis, I asked you to grow up. You chose not to. You have 2 children now. You don't have any options other than to grow up. You 2 are going to have to pay. This is a Save My Marriage. I think that's the most absurd thing I ever heard. I think that you are not looking to level up. I think that you are looking to get away with as much as you can within the context of the circumstances that you are in, but to do no better than you have to do. That's going to frustrate the living daylights out of her, and you 2 will always be angry with one another.
I don't agree with that.
So I know you don't agree, but then again, you're here for a second time with an angry woman, an unsatisfied life, a whole lot of children, no money. So I've got a happy life, a couple of quarters, and no need to ask for counsel. So if you want to get better, the first thing you have to do is acknowledge what's wrong and then listen to somebody who knows more. If you put your ego before that, better never comes. So I don't know what to tell you. I can't help you save your marriage. Counseling won't do you any good if you're not looking to listen, if you're not looking to grow up, if you're not looking to be a better person. All the counseling in the world isn't going to do you any good. I'm going to send you back to one, but I'm going to say the same thing I said last time. You bought this problem by picking up a little boy and expecting him to act like a man, and you stayed a problem because you never turned into a man. How sad is that? This matter is adjourned.
It's like, why keep coming if it's not gonna work? If we're not learning anything, we're not moving forward, or we're moving forward and taking 5 steps backwards. That, I feel like it's no longer worth it, and I'm not willing to waste the time or energy.
Just skip it. You know what I'm saying? There's no need to even still stay together. Like I said, co-parent is better. She go her way, I go my way, and we'll be good.
Today on Divorce Court.
You spend too much time making videos that makes no sense.
It might not make sense to you, but it makes sense to the people that I'm doing the videos for. That's the whole reason I'm doing it.
You should put your priorities together. I feel like they're out of place. Going out with your friends most of the time, you could be working, making money.
Considering that I'm just 23 years old, I should be focusing on what I really want to do in life.
I understand that, but you always need a backup plan.
I just feel as if you just let me do me sometimes and you can just trust me that everything's gonna be okay.
All right, well, we can just let Judge Lynn decide.
Okay, wrap it up then.
Divorce Court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Ayanna Parks and Christopher McClendon. The two of you have been together for 2.5 years. You're both 23 years old. It says on my paper here that you've come here for my best advice to keep you together, but I'm not quite sure that's exactly what you want. I think you want a little more than that, but I'll put that on the back burner for right now. And I'll start out with you, Ms. Parks. Why don't you tell me why we're here today?
We have a problem with communication, and his focus isn't where it needs to be.
Where do you think his focus needs to be?
His priorities are being Instagram famous instead of trying to get into school. Basically kind of on my level. I feel like we're not on the same level.
Well, are you in school?
Yes.
Okay, are you in college?
Yes.
What are you studying?
Criminology.
Criminology? Yes. What do you want to do when you get out?
Work with ATF in the field, policing, then try to do ATF.
Well, you go ahead with your bad self. Mr. McClendon?
How you doing?
Why don't you talk to me about your dreams?
Okay, well, first I want to say before we even got together, she already knew what I was doing. So it shouldn't have been surprised to that this is what I want to do in my life.
Right.
As far as Instagram go, I just feel as if that's a very good platform for me to build on what I really want to do in my life. As far as being a social media, being on social media.
Well,
and doing things
what
like
do you do on your page? I mean, are you selling something? Or
that's the goal. Considering the people that I've been around, they're making a lot of thousands and thousands of dollars. They're living their life just off of doing Instagram videos.
Yeah, but I want to know how that works.
So pretty much, it goes off how many followers you have. So like right now I have 14K. In the Instagram world, that might be a lot, but it's a start in my opinion.
If I went on your page, what would I see?
You'll probably see me dancing with my shirt off. You probably see me.
We have an example?
See right here, I'm in the bathroom with some toilet tissue. I was doing a parody. But like, if you actually see the real video, you understand. I got that video.
I didn't understand that.
That video got 50,000 videos on YouTube, 50,000 views. Yes, ma'am.
So how many followers do you need before advertisers start knocking?
Well, as far as advertisers go, you need at least start off at least at 30K. So, I mean, everybody I'm around, they got millions of followers. So I feel like if they can get to that point, then I can get to that point.
Then why not you?
Exactly.
Now, if this doesn't work out, do you have a fallback? Because I'm not going to step on anybody's dream. And this is a whole new age, I'm sure they told Zuckerberg, don't leave Harvard and go with this silly thing. Right. And look at him now. So I'm not stepping on your dream, but do you have a fallback?
As far as the fallback go, I feel like you shouldn't have a plan B, because if you got a plan B, you'll be more focused on, well, if this doesn't work, then I have something to fall back on. So if I just stick with my plan A, then I feel like they'll work.
Mr. McClendon, this was my plan B. It's not bad. You know what I'm saying?
Yes,
my plan A was to be in a position. It really was my plan A. But when I saw that wasn't gonna work out for me, I went to plan B. And look at this. You know what I'm saying? It's not, it's logic. It's rationality. It's grown folk business to say plan A, plan B. No, seriously. I'm not saying don't not do plan A, but you always gotta have a plan B, because you never know.
That makes sense.
Yeah, you just shut me up. That's husband speak for be quiet. Mr. McClendon, what do you see as the primary problem in this relationship? Simply that she doesn't support your dream?
I don't think it's not that she doesn't support me. I just don't feel like she understands what exactly I'm trying to do. And I try to put her around the environment, but it's just not clicking to her. I just feel like she'd just rather me just, work my 9 to 5 and just be miserable in the house all day.
So do you have a 9 to 5 in addition to this work, or you solely use this work?
I recently had one, but I quit because I wanted to focus on what I wanted to do. Because it was just, I felt like it was in the way.
Is there a way to get a part-time job and do what you got to do just so you can bring in money in the interim?
I do that. I have a part-time job.
Oh, okay, cool. So you're supporting? You're self-sufficient?
Yes, ma'am.
Is he self-sufficient?
He's self-sufficient.
Why'd you leave him alone?
Thank you.
Because it's more, it's like he does that 30% of the time, but he records.
What else is he doing?
I mean, he's recording. Like, he does his videos with his friends all the time.
That's part of his work.
Well,
You're coming up light, Ms. Parks, over there. I get it. Wow. I mean, absolutely just wow. And, with wow, Ms. Parks, you can go anywhere you want to. And I'm nothing against him, but you can't make somebody else live your dream. He has to live his dream. Now, if you want to be with him, you got to be cool with his dream, but he can't be on your time period and on your dream arc. Everybody has their own arc. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So what else is the problem?
Communication.
Tell me about that.
We don't communicate, and if we argue about it, we don't sit there and talk about it. We yell.
Mm-hmm.
And so that makes us just not want to talk at all.
What's the last argument you had that turned into a screamer?
Just petty things. And it's not
Give
even
me an example.
Serious.
Mr. McClendon, go right ahead.
We got in a whole argument about she not wanting me to use a dishwasher. And I just feel like it's a dishwasher. She was like, well, they don't get the dishes clean. So she wanted me to hand wash all the dishes. And we had a whole dishwasher right there. And I didn't understand that.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, I can understand if I said, I can clean the dishes off and there's no food on it, then I can put it in the dishwasher and let it run. But she don't even want to use the dishwasher. It's like little stuff like that. I just don't understand it. And then it's another stuff where it's like I can't even get on the bed without taking all my clothes off. I gotta take off all my clothes just to get on the bed. Just to get on the bed.
All of them?
All of my
No.
clothes. Well, I mean, my boxes.
But why can't he sit on the bed with his clothes on?
Because you're outside all day, sitting in public, dirty places, and then you want to sit in the bed that you lay in. I mean, that's kind of like a phobia for me. I just don't like that.
Does she have a lot of phobias?
Yeah, a lot of them.
You got a lot of quirks over there, Mrs. Parks?
No.
Oh, you're reading a little quirky to me. What other things do you two argue about?
He doesn't listen to me.
About
he
what?
feels like I try to just to voice my opinion, and he calls it nagging. But I just want to, tell him how I feel, and he just thinks I'm nagging.
What do you think she nags you about?
Just anything like social media, anything that has anything to do with what I want to do in my life. And I listen to her input, but it's like I kind of already got the plan, and it's just like, if you could just trust me and just know that I know what I'm doing, then I'll be good, and we'll be good. That's how I feel. But I feel like she's not there as far as trust level goes, because in her eyes, she doesn't really see, I guess because she don't see the money coming in, she feels as if I'm not making any progress.
But you see the progress?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Okay. I also understand that the two of you don't trust each other, so we're going to move on to that subject matter.
I asked my roommate to meet him to get the dog to take back home. I guess he kept her number, and when I went through his phone, they were, exchanging text messages. Hey, how you doing? You want to go out?
Mr. McClendon, that's a little suspect there.
I mean, it wasn't even like that, to be honest with you.
Well, what was it like? Ms. Parks, you say that you don't trust Mr. McClendon because he's awfully flirty with women online. Why don't you tell me what your concerns are in that regard?
So if he posts a video and females will comment under it, he'll feel the need to, post, heart eyes back, and I feel the need that he doesn't need to respond to every female that posts on his page.
Does he respond to everybody or just every woman?
I feel like it's every woman.
I feel like that's what people tell me when they really don't think it's true, but that's what's bothering them. Is it every person or is it every woman?
I mean, if it's his friends, he'll respond back to them, but if it's a girl who sends heart eyes, I feel like there's no need to respond.
No need to respond. Mr. McClendon? What is your position?
I feel as if most of the people that do comment, I don't say anything back unless I know who they are, or unless I feel like if it's like somebody who's supporting me and that's been supporting me and that's always under my comments, I'll respond back with something, the most friendliest thing I can respond back to.
Mhm.
That's just how I see it. Somebody gave me some hard eyes the other day, and I responded back with a smiley face and some laughing emojis. And I just responded back because I knew who the person was, and we've done work together. So if I didn't respond back, it would have been a dang. So
Now, Ms. Parks, give me something else. Has he ever done anything, online or otherwise, that makes you think he's cheating on you? Anything?
There was this one time he had my dog, my puppy, and I was at work. So I asked my roommate to meet him to get the dog to take back home.
Mm-hmm.
Come to find out, I guess he kept her number. And when I went through his phone, they were, exchanging text messages. Just like communicating, just, hey, how you doing? You want to go out? And at this point, I'm just like...
Mr. McClendon, that's a little suspect there.
I mean, it wasn't even like that, to be honest with you.
Well, what was it like?
It was more like she had my dog that, I was trying to figure out who she was. And it's not like we was flirting or anything. I just wanted to get to know the person and have my dog. That's all.
Oh, you can't even keep the smile off your face while you saying it. That story was so light and so tired, you couldn't even tell it without smiling. That was pitiful. You know you were wrong. You were just poking out there around a little bit, see what might happen. Isn't that what happened?
I mean, her friend not even
Yeah, that's what happened. Uh-huh. Yeah, I know.
He took her out, too.
He took her out?
It was the Applebee's.
Doesn't matter where it is.
Are you serious?
2 for $20.
We're moving on.
If we go out, most of the time I pay. And then I find out that one of his roommates couldn't pay the rent. So he pitches in, and I'm confused because how are you able to help pay your friend's rent, but you can't take me out and can't get your car fixed?
Mr. McClendon, you want to respond to that? Basically, what I'm getting from you, Ms. Parks, is you want him to become a more stable adult individual. That he needs to buy a reliable car, that he needs to pick up the bills. Are you paying for him? Are you helping support him? How's the money working?
If we go out, most of the time I pay. And then I find out that one of his roommates couldn't pay the rent. So he pitches in, and I'm confused. I'm confused because how are you able to help pay your friend's rent, but you can't take me out, able to take another female out, and can't get your car fixed?
Mr. McClendon, you want to respond to that?
Okay, so I live there. So if my roommate don't have the rent, then we ain't gonna live there.
Then you haven't got the rent.
I'm saying though, I want to go back to our home.
Right. You understand that part? When the rent is off, they don't care who didn't pay it. They don't have the rent. He's got to have the rent in order to stay in the apartment. He'll get put out, evicted, if you don't pay all of the rent. They won't just evict the 2 people who kicked in their part. They evict you all. You get that part?
Yes.
As far as the taking her out and everything, me personally, she's more of a, she likes simple things, but I just try to give her the best I can. So, when I take her out to, the restaurant she want to go to, just to take her out, I usually pay. But, if it's like it's a regular day and she feel like she want to go out to eat, then, she'll pay for it or we'll split the bill, but she likes to drink. So, those drinks cost like $15.
Oh, sure.
So it's like,
what are you doing for money, Ms. Parks?
I work in a major retail store.
You guys can't afford going out for meals at all, whether they're expensive or not expensive, because neither one of you has enough money to do that. And you say you took her to a better restaurant than you took her girlfriend to. You're not supposed to be taking her girlfriend to any restaurant at all. That's the point. The price point is irrelevant. It's the nature of the contact that is inappropriate. Are you with me on that, Mr. McClendon?
Yes, ma'am.
So now I'm going to tell you 2 what I think needs to happen. Because how old were you when you 2 started dating?
Well, we met in college. We was 18.
18?
And she didn't.
Did you finish college?
No, ma'am. I didn't finish.
Okay. It wasn't voluntary, you're leaving.
No, ma'am. I was chasing after females. But she didn't, when we was in college, you know, she didn't even give me the time of day. So it's like, it took me 5 years just to get her. Now she just...
You don't want to mess this up, though.
No, I don't.
Let me help you out. I am truly conflicted. First of all, I think the two of you make a gorgeous couple. There's so much beauty and shine over here, I don't know what to do with it. She's just absolutely gorgeous. And I know why you chased after 5 years. She's worth chasing after for 5 years. But I don't want you to have buyer's remorse once you get her. So let me try to work with her a little bit for you and see if we can work this out. Then I'm gonna work with him for you. Ms. Parks, he's 23 years old. You cannot command that he become a middle-aged adult overnight. 23 is for trying that long shot. 23 is for working on that dream. 23 is for he doesn't have any kids. He doesn't have any responsibility. This is the time to get his grind on and shoot for those stars. That's this process. That's what it is. What you're doing is you got a house built with a picket fence around it and you're trying to stick him in it, and you don't understand why he's not out there running with a lawnmower making it all okay for you. It's not his time for that. It's just not that time. So you need to back off, pursue your dream, keep your hand out and hold his, but don't be afraid to let it go if he should ever date around on you again, because you'll be free a minute and a half and there'll be a line of 35 guys at your door, all of whom are willing to be your man. Do you understand that? Don't stick with a guy because he's the one you got. Stick with a guy because he's the one that's showing you he's the one that you want. You got me? Yes, Mr. McClendon, I'm going to say this to you. You know, hey, knock it out the park. I hope to see you with 10 million followers and all that kind of stuff, but you do need to have a backup plan because it may not happen for you for 20 years. It may not happen for 10 years. It may not happen at all, and you can't just be so focused, laser focused on one thing that you can't see the opportunities around it. If I had continued to try to be a doctor and failed calculus yet again, I wouldn't have saw this door over here that led to this life right here. You got to have peripheral vision when you're looking around. So it's not saying plan B means I don't have faith in my plan A. It's just that I'm a grown person and I got vision and I can see breadth and depth and not just straight in front of me. She is a lovely individual, but if you're not willing to settle down, you need to let her know. And if you want her and you want to keep her, you better be a right guy, and I mean an absolutely 100% right guy, because she don't need to keep you. You with me on that? Yes, she does not need to keep you. And how dare you take out her friend? What are you thinking? How tacky and low can you go? Well, you can go low. I've been here for a while. I've seen it. But I'm saying, you got something that special. You're going to make, one day, after you've been married 5 years, you'll make beautiful children. But you got to do the right thing right now, every day. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, ma'am.
Let him dream. Let him live. Don't work him like a job, but you keep your independence. Don't support him, don't move him in, and don't have his babies. You with me?
Yes, ma'am.
This matter is adjourned. Today on Divorce Court.
I don't feel like Daryl is fighting for his marriage, because if he was, we would not be living apart right now.
I cheated when we started young. It was before marriage, but when we have our disagreements, she likes to bring that back up.
Daryl's drinking is a problem because he gets drunk and says things about me that leads me to believe that he doesn't love me.
I can control my limit on beer, but alcohol, it kind of does bring the negative out of me.
He needs to stop controlling me and respect me for the good woman that I am.
I do feel like I'm old-fashioned, but not controlling. I just like steering people the right direction that I feel like they should go.
He wants me to sit at home and cook and clean and listen to all his orders, and that's not it. That's not what I'm doing.
Divorce court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Tanisha Leonard and Daryl Bartley. The two of you have been together for 8 years, married for 4.5 years, and you have 3 children together, correct? And you have a 4th child from another relationship. What I'm understanding is you're waffling between saving the marriage or just telling him to kick rocks, and you can't decide which one to do. So why don't you tell me a little bit about your situation and why you're here today?
Okay, well, I'm here today because Daryl cheats and he lies. He's constantly DMing females in their DM, and when I ask him about it, he has no explanation. It's just so constant. It's all the time, and he never gives me any type of excuse for it, and he constantly does it. I'm sick of it.
Are you direct messaging women, and are you saying inappropriate things when you do?
Judge, I'm not really direct messaging to say. I may, you know, on social media, I follow a lot of entertainers that get, you know, nude entertainers. So
nude entertainers?
Yeah, nude entertainers. So
nude?
Yes.
Gotcha.
So, you know, if, you know, Atlanta is they call it a strip club capital.
Right.
So I go there often with my family and friends, you know, the guys' night out. So if she may look good that night, I might give her hard eyes. It's never anything.
Hard eyes?
You know, like it's an emoji. You just hit him with the hard eyes.
If you were looking.
Because I like what you had on, or I like what you did on your little video. So I'm just giving you, you know, some thumbs up.
Do you see? Now, and I get that. Do you see how that could be taken by your wife as something disrespectful to her?
Yes and no.
Yeah.
Yes and no.
Let me turn the situation around. Imagine she was going to a strip club with guys in it, and she's giving them the hard eyes and the thumbs up and all of that. Would you find that disrespectful to you?
I probably would be offended.
Yeah. So, do you see what her complaint is?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, there you go. Ooh, that was easier than I thought. I almost know what to do. I was like, oh, wait, I thought I was going to have to work on Ms. Leonard. What else is wrong at your house?
Okay, Daryl also, I believe he has a drinking habit. I'm not going to say problem because it's not. He can stop drinking sometimes if he wants to, but he drinks, and sometimes he'll drink so much he'll forget things that he says to me. Like, he'll say mean things to me about me and my family, and I'm sick of that as well. Like, why do you get drunk and then the next day you act like you don't remember?
Okay, Mr. Bartley, you drink, right?
I drink.
Everybody has, not everybody, a lot of people have an occasional cocktail. When you do drink, do you often get drunk?
I work 10 to 12 hours a day.
Yeah.
So when I come home, I want the house clean, I want a nice hot plate, and I want me a cold beer.
Right.
And I don't see anything wrong with that. It might be 2 or 3 beers, but I don't see anything wrong with that. On the weekend, I do sometimes experiment with liquor, and that's when I have a bad reaction. That's why I try to stay away from the liquor.
So when you do get to the liquor, what kind of drunk are you? Are you a mean drunk, hacky drunk, careless drunk?
I mean, my friends and family say I'm a happy drunk. She tells me that I'm crazy drunk.
What kind of intoxicated person is he?
He's a negative drunk. When he was on his strip club binge with his homeboy, not coming home from work, I found him at a gas station, passed out drunk in his car. He was so drunk when I opened the car door and slapped him about 3 times, he still didn't wake up.
You slapped him about 3 times? He just slipped that right on in there.
Yes, I took his phone from him and went through his phone as well, and I saw that he was talking to females, trying to hook up with them as well. He's always doing this.
Were you drunk, passed out in the car talking to women?
I was, and the reason I was in my car drunk in the gas station because I couldn't make it home, and I didn't want to get a DUI. So I stayed right there. I knew she would come. She got GPS on my phone. She found me, and I didn't know where I was. I'm being real. I'm just being honest.
My goodness. You say you used to cheat on her before you got married, but you've been on the wagon, you haven't cheated on her since you've gotten married. Is that accurate?
Yes, very accurate. Very accurate. I mean, when I was young, I was young and free. I didn't have any commitments to anyone. So I was just being young and free. And I don't think it was cheating.
Ms. Leonard, do you beg to differ?
Yes, I do, because like I said, it's disrespectful to your wife to constantly be talking to females. I mean, all the time. A family member brought a female to my house and sat on my couch and drank with me. After she left, I checked his phone the next day, and he was messaging that female in the DM. And when I asked him about it, because he deleted what he said, he deleted everything he said. When I asked him about it, he said, it's nothing like that. So what did you say?
What did you say?
It was a business venture. I had a business venture for her. I really did. You know, we had, no, honestly, me and my family, we do little things like that. Sometimes we need a couple of them on the team to, if we need a exotic dancer for a party we got tonight, at least she'll be, hey, but it wasn't.
Gotta
like
have
that.
her at the ready, right there.
I'm right there ready.
I got you.
But you deleted what you said.
I want to turn now to, I think, the issue that's really getting under your skin. I mean, that's disrespectful and tacky and wrong and rude, and he knows that, and he's doing it as long as he can get away with it. But I think the thing that's really getting under your skin is that he's trying to turn you into Betty Crocker, a 1950s wife in 2017. Mm-hmm. So I'm going to ask you, what's he doing at home with respect to your duties, and why do you feel that he doesn't respect you?
She works 6 days a week, but she goes in like at 3 and gets off at like 9. And then I feel like she's off in enough time to take a nap, wake up, and cook dinner.
Since she's taken on a certain percentage of the financial duties, don't you think you should take on a certain percentage of the household duties? So, Ms. Leonard, why don't you tell me why you think he's trying to turn you into a 1950s woman?
Okay, he wants me to cook, clean, do all the laundry. I have no problems doing that, but I work full time. I work at 2 o'clock in the morning. I don't get off till 2 o'clock in the afternoon. That's when my kids get off the bus. So when that happens...
What do you do from 2 to 2?
I work at the post office. So,
okay.
We're doing like getting the mail ready for the carriers and such. So I'm
you
tired.
work a 12-hour day?
No.
Not every day.
How often do you work a 12-hour day?
Okay, I work 6 days a week, and I work that 12 hours a day, maybe 4 or 5.
Does she work 6 days a week?
She works 6 days a week, but she goes in like at 3 and gets off at like 9. And the only time she works from 2 to 2 is during holiday season. Mm-hmm. That's the only time. And then I feel like she's off in enough time to take a nap, wake up, and cook dinner. I bought a crock pot. All she had to do is put it in the crock pot. When I get off, the kids get out, everything will be ready.
He could take the meat out before I get there so it'll already be ready. He doesn't do that.
I'm at work.
He doesn't help fold clothes. We have 3 children. You can understand, like, that is a big job for someone. He does not help me at all.
She's not
He doesn't babysit. No, that's what he calls it, babysitting.
Not taking,
How do you
not
babysit
parenting.
your kids? That's what I'm trying to ask him. How do you babysit them? Every time I want to go out, it's a problem. I have to find my own babysitter. I'm sick of it.
She's not keeping it all the way real. Okay, it was a time where my house was like a tornado came through it. I wasn't working at the time, maybe like 2 weeks I wasn't working. So I took in and cleaned the whole house, washed all the clothes. It took like all of maybe 2 days. Get the whole house right, spick and span.
And you did this how many times?
Once.
What? Okay, Your Honor, I have done it more than once. The last time I did it, I told her that I wasn't doing it again because she didn't appreciate it. She would come in, just throw her stuff everywhere, leave things out.
Let me ask you this, because since she's taken on a certain percentage of the financial duties, don't you think you should take on a certain percentage of the household duties?
I do. Every Sunday, I get on the grill. I cook breakfast. I'm not a real, dinner cooker. I will cook breakfast, and every Sunday, I get on the grill. And it's like a neighborhood affair.
I just want to say this.
I can't cook.
If you're not taking on something entirely and just popping up with it on the occasion, it doesn't feel like help. And if you want to be praised to the hilt for some help that you do give, you've got to remember to praise her to the hilt for her doing it on the regular, if you want to be praised for doing it on occasion. Now, I understand that you work harder outside of the home longer than she does, and as a function thereof, she should do most of the housework. But yet and still, she's helping you financially. You should need to help her with the household.
She's saying that I should help in the house, but I don't ask her to come outside when I'm changing starters and changing tires and changing oil, cutting grass. I ain't asked for your help, so why you need my help on something that I feel like women, it should come natural.
It doesn't come naturally, number one. Let me tell you that. It does not come naturally, number one. And number two, help in certain areas in the house, like she helps with the money. You can't have a 2000 attitude to the economics and a 1950 attitude towards the division of labor. Right? Don't make sense, right? I'm going to ask Mr. Bartley next. What is your main complaint in the household and why you think Ms. Leonard wants to leave? I don't understand what you're so. I mean, he's goofy. I get that part. I understand that you got to go find him when he's drunk, passed out in the car. I get that part too. But he's got a steady job. I think he loves you. I don't think he's cheating on you. He's a little disrespectful with the means. But why are you so upset with him? Why do you think she wants to leave?
Your Honor, I think she wants to leave because all her friends are single and they're doing single things, and she don't want to be in a committed relationship with a guy like me. But Your Honor, look at me. Look at me. Would you want to leave somebody like me? Yeah. You know what I'm saying? I'm just being real. I'm just being real, you know. I don't know. If somebody else must got the attention. I really feel like it's social media. I really feel like it's social media that got her distracted.
Explain that to me. Okay. What's the social media doing?
Okay, if we in the house and we sitting in the bed watching TV, she'll probably be on her phone, like, all day. Then you come over on the shoulder, what? You know what I'm saying? It's not anything, but, you know, I just feel like social media got her distracted. I don't have her attention anymore.
And you're a little concerned about the nature of the pictures that she posts, aren't you? That they're a little too sexy?
Can I send you something up here?
Please, please. No, stay there.
Okay.
I got you here for a reason. So tell me what I'm looking at, Mr. Bartley.
See all the angry faces? That's me.
I do.
That's me. She's saying all these crazy stuff about me and
I really need to stop. This is you. I really need to stop wasting time on situations that are going nowhere. Why do you think that has something to do with you?
Because about 30 minutes before, we were just talking, and then she didn't like something I did, and she posted on the internet.
So you're talking subtext.
Yeah, she texting me.
People, dudes, kill me getting married just to look like a good guy, but really they ain't nothing. Please stop making permanent decisions off temporary feelings. Play your own blank heart. That's what you said.
That's what I said.
Okay.
That's how I feel, and I'm with it all.
What? I don't understand what you're so. I mean, he's goofy. I get that part. I understand that you got to go find him when he's drunk, passed out in the car. I get that part too. But he's got a steady job. I think he loves you. I don't think he's cheating on you. He's a little disrespectful with the means. But why are you so upset with him?
Because it's been going on for so long. There's been times when he wasn't coming home at all. I had to put a GPS on his phone and find him. And I did at a gas station. Packed up his children, put them in the car, waited till he walked out and drove off. Because I'm just sick of it. He's not coming home. He just runs the streets all day with his friends. He'll be gone till 4 o'clock in the morning, moseying on in like, oh, it's okay. Where you been all day? What you been doing? Like, that's what I'm sick of.
You don't think his family likes you. Why do you think they don't like you?
Mainly because of the family member bringing the stripper into my home, and then him saying that it was a business venture. You know, what kind of business venture is that? Really, what is that? What is your family on?
Saturday for the fight, we're having a fight party, and we're gonna have some dancers there. She may be one of them. I don't know. You know, I'm just saying that's what we do. We do man things. That's what we do.
Why did you ultimately kick him out of the house 30 days ago? What was the last straw?
For that reason. The reason that someone came and sit in my house on my couch and drank with me, and then he knows her. How do you know her?
He pretended that he didn't know her?
Yes, he didn't walk in and say hey or nothing. He never even came in the house. He just stood outside the whole time. And then he finds her on social media. Like she was a nothing. Like a hood rat stripper. How did you find this hood rat stripper on social media and inbox her? How?
It's easy.
How?
You know, the strip club
if you don't even know her, how would you find her?
Mr. Bartley, let me ask you a question. You want to stay married?
Yes, ma'am, I do. I love my wife.
You love your wife?
I love my wife.
Are you willing to be quiet long enough to allow me to give you some pointers on how to keep her? No.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, let's do that. Mr. Bartley, I don't think you're a bad guy. I really don't. I think you love her. I think you're a little goofy. I think you're under the impression I work hard and I'm not actively cheating, so everything else is off the table. That's all I have to bring is money and no outside kids, and then I'm done. And so I can drink, I can go to the strip clubs, I can hard-eye people because my job as a man is finished. And what I'm telling you is your job as a man is not finished until your wife feels respected, whole, cared for, and empowered. And she doesn't feel any of those things, and that's why you're not in the house. All of those things you do are not necessary to do, and it makes her feel like nothing when you do them. So you need to stop. You need to say, I am man enough to say, I won't do this, I won't do that, I won't do the other thing, because it hurts her. That's it, and that's all. You can't just say, I make the money, so everything's off the table. I can do as I please. That's why she threw you out. She doesn't feel respected. She needs more than money. She can make her own money. She can get a guy that makes her enough money. But you got to be a guy that loves, honors, and respects her, and that's not what she feels. Let me tell you something about social media. Everybody, you get together now, and everybody's got their life at home. They tolerate one another. Then they live on Facebook or they live in the strip club, and then they come home and tolerate one another. Make a baby along the way, then they go back to the strip club. Come back, make another baby, argue, fuss, and then you have to make a life together. What do you do together as a family? What do you do to progress the union? You got to get off of the social media and take care of the home front like it's important, and you have to be there to take care of it with her. You have to construct a life that involves engaging her in something other than arguments. You can't hand her money and say, hands off. I got to be a father. I got to be a husband. I got to be the kind of man. Do you have a daughter?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to be the kind of man that I want my daughter to bring home one day. Would you like your daughter to bring some guy home that's drunk on the weekends, in the car, can't be found, in the strip club, and DMing women? Would you like that?
No, ma'am. I probably
Would hurt her heart, wouldn't it?
Probably kill him.
You are teaching her to take that by doing that to her. That's why you're not in. Manhood is not from the belt down, it's from the heart up. Remember that. This matter is adjourned.
Okay, Judge Lynn gave Daryl a lot of suggestions. I hope that he takes her advice. Do I think he will? Probably not.
I think the strip clubs is causing a lot of problems in my marriage. You know what? I'm just gonna stop going. I'm not gonna go, but with her. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take her with me next time I go. See if she feels the same way that I feel about it.
He just doesn't listen to anybody or anything but himself. And that's the wrong person to listen to.
Today on Divorce Court.
I've been in a relationship with my boyfriend a little over 6 months, and in that time he's had 4 jobs, and he spends most of his time at the cigar shop.
I have a problem with Crystal being too friendly and sociable with other men. Gentlemen walk away thinking perhaps I have a shot.
We got an apartment together. He has not paid 1 full month of rent.
I would want the judge to tell Crystal, you've got 98% of what you want. The other 2%'s on the way.
I just really want to know if this is going to be a viable relationship or is it just smoke and mirrors.
Divorce Court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here with Crystal Jackson and Edwin Jones. Ms. Jackson and Mr. Jones, you've been together for 8 months. Ms. Jackson, you're feeling a little duped, and you're looking for $2,050 in back rent. You also say, and I'm not quite sure what we're trying to get to here, you want to stay in this relationship. You just want him to pay his way.
Yes.
That's what the gist of it anyway. So we're going to work through it, see where we can get. Ms. Jackson, why don't you tell me what's going on? You say you feel like you've been duped. Tell me why you feel that way.
I feel that way because when I met Mr. Jones, we met online. We started dating shortly thereafter. He presented himself to have a job. He had a car. He's very well put together, educational-wise. But it was sort of like when you hear lights and siren of a fire truck, and then you say they're on my street and the fireman gets out And then he walks up to your door and he knocks on your door and he says, "Here's your pizza."
That's a very good metaphor. I will say that. You know what I mean? You thought you were gonna get, somebody to come in conquering, and you get a delivery man.
Yes, yes. And
what did you find out to be the actual truth with respect to Mr. Jones' financial, educational, and work situation?
His work situation, he's in sales, and so he tends to sleep late and start his day in the evening. But every day he has a habit of going to a cigar shop. But for the most part...
Is he selling cigars?
I haven't seen a paycheck from a job in 8 months.
Let's ask him what he does for a living, okay?
Okay.
Mr. Jones, what do you do for a living?
I'm working with an energy company right now, and we're in sales. And she said, about being duped or what have you. When I first met Miss Jackson, I was here to, she, in her business, she didn't have her transportation in order at that particular time. So I took time out of my schedule, my allotted time, to actually go out and work to help her move around, do her business, and make some things happen and come together on her end.
Okay, how long were you assisting her in her efforts?
I would say in her efforts, about 5 months to 6 months.
5 to 6 months?
Yes.
Was he actually assisting you with your economic efforts for 5 to 6 months? Because you only been together 8.
So he was. We spent a lot of time together, but it wasn't always, I didn't really need him at my workplace. So our arrangement in the beginning was that he would take me to work and pick me up in the evenings. But we ended up spending the day together. He was at the second job, he was doing transportation. So I said to him, okay, I've got residents, I've got clients that he can transport, and that's for pay. We would have to hire someone else, so we'll hire you. So a lot of that time he did, but he was getting paid for that.
Excuse me, if I may, actually taking Miss Jackson to review clients, to bring clients into her business, to pick them up, to move them around, not just in a paid venue, not dropping her off from work at her homes or what have you, and then going about my way, but actually spending 4 to 6 hours a day driving here, going there, doing certain things to help her, waiting for her, and being there for her.
Were you working at the time?
I work an evening job. I deal with individuals in the community. I work an evening job, so being up at 7 o'clock in the morning is a
How much do you
moot
make
point.
a month about?
About a month. Here lately, it's been a little bit down, but normally about $1,200 or so a month.
$1,200 a month.
Yeah, we've dwindled down, and I'm looking for other opportunities.
You living with her though, right?
At the particular time, no.
Right now, no?
Not since last month.
Not since well, you put him out?
Yes.
And you put him out because he wasn't contributing to the rent? Is that right?
Yes.
Is that right?
I believe so, yes.
Were you able to contribute meaningfully to the household based upon what you were doing at any point in time?
At a particular point, like I was saying, but if I may digress, the energy and effort that I was putting into helping her move around actually helped her bottom line tremendously. It may not have been a monetary contribution, but it was definitely a financial boost.
Yeah.
Because
Sweat
without
equity.
me,
You put sweat equity into. Did he do a lot for you?
He did a tremendous amount.
I believe so.
Yes, he did.
Okay.
Now,
Let me ask you, Chris, we'll back up just to see, just how long did you know him before you let him move in?
I knew him for about a month, since December, and then he didn't have a place to stay, and staying with me was not an option.
So where did you move him into?
We got an apartment together.
Staying with you where you were wasn't an option.
Right, staying with me where I was not an option.
But you were willing to move in with a guy you knew for 30 days. Go move into a new apartment and live it. Get in bed, go to sleep. Be totally vulnerable to a cat you knew 30 days. Wow. Wasn't it kind of a clue that, you said you met online, he presented with a card, a job, and all that, if he didn't have his own crib? Isn't that an indication that he is not self-sustaining? Women just go out there and be willfully stupid. You know what I mean? Come on now. Man ain't got a place to stay, and you gonna say he deceived you? He ain't got a place to stay. That's what that is. Cat ain't got a job. Or if he doesn't have enough of a job to pay you rent, he can't pay his own rent. You know what I mean? You know why I'm so upset? Is it just me? I feel like I'm alone. But I done fussed enough. Mr. Jones, I'm gonna talk to you for a moment and see where you think this relationship has gone too far afield. What do you think is wrong with this relationship?
Facebook, to be sure.
Well, what's she doing?
Every move we make, everywhere we go, how we're doing it. I can understand some things that you might share, but some things need to be private.
Mm-hmm.
Some things need to be just
What kind of
between you.
things does she share you think she should keep to herself? Mr. Jones, I'm going to talk to you. What do you think is wrong with this relationship?
Basically, just some issues that I've had as far as the social media things.
What's up with social media?
Well, my particular Facebook, Facebook to be sure.
Well, what's she doing?
Well, she's on it way too much, in my opinion. You know, I can understand some things that you might share, but some things need to be private.
Mm-hmm.
Some things need to be just
What
between
kind of
you.
things does she share you think she should keep to herself?
Well, perhaps some things that we do.
Is she talking about you?
No, not talking about me. Some places we may go, some things we may do. Every move we make, everywhere we go, how we're doing it. And then there's the cell phone, just the constant ringing, the constant, you know, we need to talk. We're talking, the phone rings. All of a sudden, everything goes, I go away, I disappear, I become invisible, and the phone just takes preeminence.
Well, Ms. Jackson, let me ask you about that. Have you gone E-crazy? I mean, some people do get sucked into that E-life, and their whole life is on some screen, either the computer or the phone.
As far as Facebook or social media, no, I do post, but it's rare.
Mm-hmm.
As far as the phone, I own my own business. I have business to take care of.
What kind of business is it?
I have a residential care facility.
Oh, that's why her phone's ringing right there.
But see, I understand.
No, you know, something's popping off all day long and all night long at the residential care facility.
From 5 in the morning until 11 at night?
It's residential care. That means, you know, Joe Blow falls at midnight. She got to do something at midnight.
What?
Somebody wets the bed at 3 a.m. You know, I mean, she's got to make sure staffing is there. That is a 24/7, 365 gig.
And I understand that. But
you
then,
living there rent-free. What you talking about?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
You have another thing that I gave you a compatibility test because you're early on in your relationship.
Yes.
And you said a couple of things to me that I thought were interesting. And one of them was that you were looking for a spiritual leader and that you believed that he presented himself as a spiritual leader but has not come across as such. Explain to me what you mean.
We're looking for a church home. So yeah, we are looking for a church home.
What is lacking in his leadership in that regard?
Well, it's actually now later on, it is getting better in that regard. We are going to church, and the communication is better. So he said, okay, we've gone, we visited, we'd like to visit a couple more churches before, you know, he makes a decision. So
he needs to make the decision. That's what you're looking for. You want him to make the decision for you.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Why?
I think it'll cause dissension if we have opposite religious views and attending different churches.
Well, she asked me to do so, to find a church home, and that's what we've been doing. And I explained to her, when leadership goes forward, follow in. We pray together. We're talking things out. We're working through scenarios and situations, and we're looking forward to actually choosing a church home.
Okay. Mr. Jones, I understand you
Yes.
are reluctant to introduce Ms. Jackson to your family. Is that accurate?
No, it is not.
Okay. Well, we're going to talk about that. You know she's hurt?
Yes, I do.
Do you know why she's hurt?
And yes, I do.
Tell me.
To be honest with you, she's hurt because she trusted in me, and I failed her.
In what manner do you believe you failed her? Briefly, Mr. Jones, why are you reluctant, or are you reluctant to introduce her to your family?
Well, Judge, I'm reluctant to interact with my own family, to be honest with you. After my mother passed, my family's been relatively disjointed. I have one son from a previous relationship, previous marriage. She has met my son. She has interacted with my son. And I think that him being the most important person in my life at this particular point, that me introducing her to my one and only son
Demonstrates
states the fact that I take her sincerely and I'm interested in seeing what we can do to heal the breach and move forward.
Ms. Jackson, I think he has a point there about, have you met his son?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Why do you feel he's reluctant to introduce you to his family?
Not so much his family, because he does not go around his family a lot, but I haven't met not one of his friends either.
Oh, we had an opportunity, and I'm glad she brought that to bear. My friends are some guys. I have a very close-knit group of friends.
What, they meet at the cigar shop?
You got it. My cigar buddies. And here's an interesting thing. We have this thing.
Let me ask you a question.
Yes,
Any of your
yes.
cigar buddies got their own place, or they all living with other women?
Well, it's kind of a mixed bag.
Kind of a mixed bag.
Some do, some don't. But in
How
this
old
particular,
are you, sir?
I'm 50. But as we were stating,
Are
at
you
this
seeing
particular
what
time,
I'm saying? You don't want to look at it, but it's right there. I'm hurting your feelings. I'm sorry. That's not what I meant to do. I do mean for you to see what I see, you know? Do you know she's hurt?
Yes, I do.
Do you know why she's hurt?
And yes, I do.
Tell me.
To be honest with you, she's hurt because she trusted in me, and I failed her. And I'm very contrite about that. And
In
I
what
do not
manner
take it
did you
lightly.
fail? You believe you failed her?
I failed her when I was going through the scenario with the sales and so on and so forth. When things were not happening the way that they needed to be, I should have done some other things sooner rather than later than I'm doing right now. And I believe because I didn't do that quickly enough, it disappointed her and it hurt her. And I feel very badly about that because I
How
fell
badly
short.
do you feel? I mean, you know, you can always get a job. You know, it may not be a great job, but you can get a
That's
job.
how badly
I'm
I
still
feel.
talking. You can always get a job and show up with some money.
Yes.
You know what I mean? I got a son working $12 an hour, you know, somewhere. He did just a high school diploma because he's just getting ready to go to college, but he got a gig 40 hours a week. He can give me $300 a week on some rent. Well, why not that?
That is very much in play. I have some of those that I'm reporting to on next week to interview for. Because at a certain point, you can keep saying, but you have to start doing.
Yeah. I want to talk to you, Ms. Jackson, and I want to make you happy. Ms. Jackson, you are beautiful. You are intelligent. You are capable. You are successful. You have one blind spot. You're looking for that guy. And that guy has a resume. Intelligent, well-spoken, professional, spiritual leader, and committed to you. And as soon as you get a guy, because you've been married 4 times already, and now you got this guy that you found on the internet who ticked off all of those little boxes on your resume, and you glommed onto him like whoosh. You didn't make him show what he said before you bought it wholesale. And then you brought it home. Any guy 50 years old don't have a place to stay and gotta move in with you is not gainfully employed. That's what that is. And you listened to what he said because what he said fit what you wanted to hear, which was, I am a dude, I got it together, and all of that. Just I'm a little rough and right in through here. As soon as I move this over here and that over there, everything's gonna be all right. And you wanted to hear that. You wanted to believe that. You wanted to have him come in the house. And so you believed lie after lie after lie, or misrepresentation after misrepresentation, omission after half-truth. And now you're just angry about it. You're hurt because he's not the dude he says he was, and you've ended up being this sugar mama, and you hate that about yourself because you know you're too good for that. You know? He hanging at the cigar shop with some other 50-year-old dudes, ain't got a job, and living with a woman. Move on, move forward. You can find your own church. You know what I'm saying? Spiritual leader. You want to talk about a man as a spiritual leader, he must first commit to you as your husband. He has to give his life to you before he's allowed to lead you anyway. Don't get it twisted. Don't reach for all the trappings of a husband, the trappings of a love, the trappings of a man, because that's what you keep reaching for, and then when you open your hand, you have nothing. This is the 5th time at least. Be fine by yourself. You know what I mean? You take care of yourself. I know you want $2,000 from him. He ain't got $2,000. This was a $2,000 lesson. And don't let a man use you. Don't let a man live in your house. Don't pay a man's bill. He can't pay his way. He ain't got no business with you. You hear me? Yeah. Love yourself. Because you're lovable. There will be no recovering this matter. This matter's adjourned.
Wow. When Judge Lynn rendered her decision, it was something that I already knew, but it really hit home.
Crystal spoke from her heart about how she felt, and she has a right to feel how she feels. That's pretty much how I feel about that. No grudge, no hard feeling, no disagreement. I can understand, just there's work to be done.
I'm disappointed now in myself for holding on to this relationship for so long.
Today on Divorce Court.
I know Kevin's seeing somebody because he's not coming home at night.
That's stupid. She controlling. She want to do everything. She want everything to be up under her. She don't want me to have to do nothing with nobody else.
Somebody's in the picture. Word around town, he's seeing somebody.
It's pathetic and it's pitiful and I'm tired of it.
If Kevin don't leave the other woman alone, then I am not moving with him. He cannot see the kids no more, and I'm going about my business. I might even move out the state. I want the judge to tell Kevin to move me back in our house together with our children, start taking care of his kids.
I want Judge Lynn to tell Kavisha she need to straighten up or she need to move on to somebody else.
Divorce Court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Kavisha Drew and Kevin Drew. The two of you have been married for 15 years. You have 5 children together, but you do not want to be married anymore. Mrs. Drew, you are looking for $6,500 for a car, a U-Haul, and $1,800 for a townhome deposit. I'm going to talk to you about that momentarily. But before we do, Mrs. Drew, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me what one of the primary issues is in your marriage and why you're trying to end it after 15 years?
Well, first of all, Your Honor, I don't know how and why so long, because this guy, he only wants to have sex on Sundays. He has the Sunday rule. The reason why is because on Monday, he's talking about, oh, we just did it yesterday. On Tuesday, I got to walk 3.7 miles just to exercise and get myself together because he wants to keep his stamina up, okay? So then on Wednesday, he's talking about, oh, it's workout day. I can't have sex today. Thursday, the kids are up too late. Friday, it's family night, we can't do it. And Saturday, oh, we'll do it tomorrow. Then on Sunday, he talking about, you know what time it is. It's only on Sunday, Your Honor. And I just can't understand that. And how
hang on for a second. Mr. Drew,
yes, ma'am.
Sex only on Sunday? Is this true?
I like to keep stuff on the schedule, you know, and that's how I like to do it. I was in the military, so you like to keep stuff going on the same day. But it's more to the story than just that.
Well, what is it?
Well, we've been married for 15 years. We've been together longer than that.
Right.
We've had sex probably over 1 million times. So at a certain extent, it gets boring doing the same thing. When I try to catch her in the kitchen, she'll be cooking. I love to see what she cook.
Right.
I try to creep up behind her, try to get one in real quick while the kid's out there somewhere. She wants to stop when I'm doing right in the middle of it and say, no, let's go upstairs to the bedroom. I don't want to go in the bedroom. I want to do it right here. This is where the excitement's going to come from. I try to catch her in the closet when she about to go to the bathroom, get in the shower. I like to catch her right before she get in that shower, you know what I'm saying?
All right,
where everything's still natural. And then, no, I got to go get in the shower first. I've been married with you for 15 years. I don't have to worry about no shower. I already know what you smell like. I'm good with that. I'm straight with that. We all right. You ain't got to hide nothing from me no more.
Now, Mrs. Drew, is it true that he tries to catch you a little trying to make it romantic, a little mysterious, a little here and there.
All he doing is trying to get some Philly. He's not trying to have sex for real. Because when I tell him let's go upstairs, and then it's like, oh no, the kids are going around, they're gonna walk in the door and they're gonna catch us.
That's why I want to do it downstairs, because they upstairs.
How you gonna do it downstairs if they running around the house?
Because
that makes no sense, Your Honor.
Well, do you actually tell her, because I walked 3.7 miles, I can't have sex with you today? Is your stamina that bad?
No, this the thing. This the thing, Your Honor. When I go out, I gotta work. I do mechanic work, I go to school in the evening time, and I help my mother at her job. So when I finally get home, I still gotta go work out. So when I come home, I'm actually tired. That's only Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. I'm usually tired, I'm dead tired, my feet hurt. Then I come in the house, my kids running around. Right. My youngest son is butt naked, running around manhood, flapping everywhere. So I gotta go make sure he's straight. Then it's no food being cooked. House is dirty, I gotta do all that. I gotta clean up, I gotta get over there, I gotta chef up on the stove. Then I gotta go make sure the clothes is washed, because she'll put the clothes in the washer and leave them there for a month. So then I gotta do that, and then when I finally get upstairs after I done worked, done took care of the kids, cooked and cleaned, and I finally decide that I wanna go work out and come home, it's 11 o'clock at night. Then she say, oh, you wanna get it in? No, I'm tired.
But that's every day, though.
I got you, Mr. Drew. I got you, Mr. Drew. Mrs. Drew, you say you have to be completely silent during sex. Explain that to me.
Yes. If I make some noise, he said, oh, you just turned me off. You just turned me off if I make a noise or if I make a certain face. I don't know what kind of face I'm making. I'm enjoying myself, right? So I'll make a certain face, and he'd be like, why you gotta make that ugly face? And then he just
now, Mr. Drew, Mr. Drew, as gently as you can, tell me what is distressing to you about her facial expressions or her voice when you're having sex.
First off, when we get into it and she really get, when she's satisfied, her voice get deep, like mine. And I don't want that, because I don't want a man, I want a woman. So anytime that I'm really doing what I gotta do, and she, oh yeah, that's great. No, of course. What am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to still be going strong when I hear another dude in the room? Come on now.
Now, Mr. Drew, you gotta be a little flexible.
I mean,
in a moment of passion, you have to allow for however it expresses itself. Some men never hear that at all. You know what I'm saying? You're doing a good job. She's just trying to let you know.
But I'm saying I can't help myself. I don't want no other man in the room. So when I hear that, that's my reaction. Ain't nothing I can do about that.
He has a nasty attitude. He has a nasty attitude problem.
What do you mean he has a nasty attitude?
He gets mad at the kids and stay beefing with them. He called them people on the street. And he stay beefing with them for 3 or 4 days at a time and won't talk to them. Then if he gets an attitude for something I said or something I did, he'll run across the house and just knock all the pictures off the wall.
Better that than you.
And then one day, my daughter calls me and say, Daddy is yelling through the house, banging on the walls, talking about you stole his clothes, and he want his clothes back. Where did you put his clothes at? I said, okay, I'm on my way home. I gets home, he huffing and puffing like the big bad wolf and walk out the house. I said, okay, God got you. He goes outside and gets into a terrible accident where a 4x4 came through the windshield, almost took his head off. Because that's that attitude that he plays on. I keep telling him.
That ain't got nothing to do with attitude.
Yes, it has a lot to do with your attitude.
Accident is linked to attitude?
No, Mr. Drew, I think what she's saying is that you go off half-cocked, you're angry, you go out there, and anything can happen to you.
Exactly.
Do you throw the stuff off the wall, and do you beef with your kids for 5 days?
She over-exaggerates everything.
No, it's not an over-exaggeration.
Beefing means I'm not going to sit right here. If you decide that you want to disrespect me, I'm going to give you time to cool off.
Right.
She called that beefing because I'm not going to sit right here and I'm not going to talk to you. So if you got an attitude and I'm telling you this is what needs to be done and you're not doing, I'm gonna say, well, look, don't talk to me then until you get yourself correct.
So you give them the silent treatment until they come around.
But they be coming around.
They don't be coming around because if they come around, I'm already there.
It'll be like with my daughter. She'll walk in, she have a pretty little dress on. She might be going to a recital or going somewhere to a gala or something. He won't even say, you look beautiful today. And I said, Kevin, you gonna speak to your daughter today? And he'll walk away. Like, I'm beefing with her. It's still beef mode.
Oh, okay. I think I got this part all wrapped up. Now what I want to talk about are the outside influences that you say are hurting the marriage.
We're not together anymore, so I moved out the house. So I'm now single. But all the women went straight to his inbox, and he's talking to all of them. There's several of them. So now I talk to my friend about it.
That's fine. You can talk to her because she in my inbox too.
Hang on, Miss Baker.
What do you mean by that?
Mrs. Drew, why don't you tell me who Ms. Sapphire Faison is as you step forward?
When
Who
I
is
need
she to you?
somebody to confide in, this is my best friend, I confide in her. Faison, tell her what's going on, and you ain't Willy Wonka, so don't sugarcoat.
Mrs. Drew, you may run your house, but this is my house,
Okay.
and I run it, so you just relax.
Okay.
Now, Sapphire, why don't you tell me what you think is the primary problem in the Drews relationship?
Disrespect.
Objection.
Mr. Drew, don't interrupt. I will get to you. Why don't you explain that to me?
So she calls me one night, late, hysterical. I'm not understanding anything coming out of her mouth. So she lives really close to me, so I pull up at her house, and he's chucking her clothes out the door. He's locking her out of rooms, like the garage in their house has a deadbolt. She don't even know what's in that room.
It's a garage.
He's always with his mom. He's always with his mom.
That's because he wants his mother's milk and cookies. That's why he's always with his mother.
Mr. Drew, do you feel that Ms. Faison is in your business too much? And
Wait.
is she the outside influence you are worried about?
Way too much. I'm not worried about no outside influence. She needs to be worried about the outside influence because that's all she do. She preached to all her little friends. She give all of them victim stories. She posts stuff on Facebook. She puts stuff on Instagram. All these little memes about, oh, if he ain't doing this right, somebody else will, and all this other stuff. And she got all these friends jumping on it, don't even know the story.
Somebody to vent to.
Yeah, she needs somebody to vent to, tell the truth though. And then you come over here
That is her
and
truth.
come into my house.
Hey, don't argue between each other. Now, Mrs. Drew, are you one of these people that every time you get into an argument with your man, you got to post it to the world so everybody knows your business?
I did it one time. I made a
100.
huge mistake. I posted on Facebook that I'm now single because I moved out the house. We're not together anymore. So I moved out the house. So I put I'm now single. I was hurting actually, and I wanted somebody to talk to. But all the women went straight to his inbox, and he's talking to all of them.
That's what you
There's
get.
several of them. A long list of them. Cousins, friends, cousins, mothers. Everybody is in his inbox now. So now I talk to my friend about it.
That's fine. You can talk to her because she in my
let me
inbox
ask
too.
you, hang on, Miss Faison. Whoa.
What do you mean by that?
Hey.
Just what I said.
Mr. Drew?
I mean, because you could go over there with her.
Stop. Mrs. Drew, stop. Ms. Faison, I'm going to ask you, what is your advice to Mrs. Drew? Do you think that she can fix this relationship, or are you advocating this divorce? Is that what you got going on in her ear?
Yes.
Yeah. Are you married?
No.
You got a man?
Yes.
Do you tell other people what to do with their men?
No.
Well, you telling her what to do with hers?
I mean, she vents to me. So my response is, you need to be in a situation where you're happy.
That whole time, then she get in my inbox, me and her talking, and then she tell me this conversation didn't happen. Yeah.
Ms. Faison, is that accurate? I see you biting your lip. That's a tell. Never go to Vegas. You did it. I see you right there. You did it. You got to be careful about friendships.
Yeah, I know.
They never should become primary over your relationship. You handle your relationship with your man in that house, in the room, not on post, not changing your marital status on some kind of social media. Don't make no sense. It's like trying to be married in the hall of a junior high. It won't work out.
See what happened, didn't you?
So I understand that Ms. Faison is not the only third-party influence that concerns us. We've already discussed her, so I think we ought to bring her out here. We're going to need to talk to your mother, Mr. Drew.
That's right.
And that's exactly what we're going to do.
In trouble now. I go over to help my mother. It's maybe about 11:30. I'm moving her boxes and, you know what I'm saying? I get a text on my phone. Are you over there having sex with your mother?
Who does that, Your Honor? Who does that?
That don't even make sense.
This is her husband, Your Honor.
This is
That don't even make sense.
Hold up. You didn't say that.
Yes, she did.
Thank you very much, Ms. Faison. You may have a seat. I appreciate your input. Ms. Drew, I also understand that you believe there is a third-party problem, and that's with Mr. Drew's mother. So I'm going to have Anna Marie Bell join us. Mr. Drew, what is your opinion with respect to the dissension between these two?
First of all, when we moved down here, a couple of months later, my mother moved down here. Now, it was her idea. I go over to help my mother. It's maybe about 11:30. I'm moving her boxes and, you know what I'm saying? I get a text on my phone. Are you over there having sex with your mother?
Who does that, Your Honor? Who does that?
That don't even make sense.
This is her husband, Your Honor.
This is her
That don't even make sense.
Hold up. up. You didn't say that.
Yes, she did.
Stop.
It was the circumstances around.
Oh my
There's
God.
never no circumstances for that.
It's always
Mrs. Drew,
circumstances with
Mrs.
you.
Drew, Mrs. Drew. No.
That
I'm
just
about to
sounds
say
stupid.
something. What happens is you get upset and then you jump in the gutter. And the gutter is never a place from which a problem can get solved. He's having sex with her. You don't even go there. Whether you like it or you don't like it, whether
Thank
you
you.
or not.
Thank you.
That's just
Thank
the
you.
gutter. We do not resolve problems swimming in the gutter. Whoa. Now, Anna Maria, let me ask you this, and just be honest, because I see a lot of this out there where mothers and sons are tighter than the sons with the wives, and there seems to be a lack of separation there. Do you believe that she has, as the Bible requires, left the home of the parents and cleaved with his wife?
Your Honor, I let my son be a man. That's the whole point I'm trying to make. He has a family and a wife to take care of, and I don't interfere with that. But when he calls me up and he says he needs me, I'm not gonna close the door on him like she wants me to. She told me before, any mother, real mother, any real mother, if the wife and the husband are having a fight, wouldn't let the husband in because he needs to be outside and suffer. Who says that to I'm not gonna let my son stop. No. He left you to get away from you.
Go be a man.
He left her. We are not going to do that.
He left her to get away from her. So I'm not gonna let my son be out in the street. Something happened to him. Oh no, then I'm gonna look at her.
Okay.
Okay.
I got it.
Bottom line.
At the end of the day, however, Mrs. Drew, I believe your overriding concern with Mrs. Bell is that you believe she's trying to set him up with different women.
Yeah.
And we're going to have to deal with that particular allegation. Now, Mrs. Drew, I'm going to ask you to tell me briefly and succinctly and without any flowery language, why do you believe Mrs. Bell is setting your husband up with other women?
Because if it's not her, it's somebody else. Matter of fact, it was on many occasions where I called her.
Mr. Drew.
Where I called her and asked her, where's my husband at? I'm looking for my husband over several different days, you know. I'm looking for my husband. And she'll keep telling me, oh, he's gone to the store, or he'll call you back later. I have him call you when he get in. Come to find out he was living with another woman.
Lies, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Lies.
Then another woman at the job, she has a friend at the job, and her daughter, she introduced my husband to her daughter, and they've been kicking it. So it's like on several occasions, it's different women.
I got you. Mrs. Bell, do you want to respond to those allegations?
Oh my God, this girl, she lies through the skin of her teeth. You know what? At the end of the day, she's a hater. At the end of the day, I can introduce my son to anyone that I choose to. This girl has to get over herself, okay? She's weak-minded. That's why I call her a nitwit get-wit, okay? Because she's simple-minded and she'll get with anybody to get what she wants.
I got you, Ms. Bell. Let me allow Mr. Drew to speak for momentarily here. Mr. Drew,
help me, Lord.
Are you cheating on her or are you not?
No, I'm not cheating on her. I can talk to people just like she talked to people. Half our relationship, she been talking to dudes. Like I said, when I cut my hair, the next month, she was messing with every dude with dreads in the vicinity of our city.
Seriously?
For like 6 months.
But you haven't cheated.
No, I ain't got no reason to. If I was gonna do that, I did that a long time ago.
So that's not your thing?
No, that's not my thing. I like to keep it real. If I'm gonna do something, I'm gonna tell you I did it. And I'm gonna invite you to join, and if you wanna get in it, then we can all have fun. But I'm not gonna sit around and sleep. I'm too old for that. I ain't got time to be sneaking around no more. I got kids and stuff I gotta worry about.
As he said that I was talking to other men when we weren't together.
But we was married, though.
Hang on. I have yet another witness that I believe will shed some light on this matter. So could that witness come forward, please? Would you please stand over there in the witness box? Good day. Thank you for joining us. Could you please state your name?
Jasmine Jeffrey.
And Mr. Drew, who is Ms. Jeffrey to you?
She a friend. She cool people. That's my mother's boss's daughter.
Mrs. Bell, is that accurate?
Yes, she is.
Are you just a friend?
I am. I am. That's why I don't understand what's going on. She calls me, accusing me of sleeping with him and doing XYZ with him. We're legit friends. I've known his mom for a while.
Right.
When I moved down there, his mom introduced me to him. He wasn't dealing with her.
Right, yeah. This looks like a whole new story that we're getting into. And we're gonna need some more time for this. I'm gonna adjourn this matter for a moment, collect my thoughts, collect all my witnesses. This court's adjourned.
Every time she catch an attitude with me, the first thing she do is she slap on her bulletproof vest, which is all 5 of my kids, and she say, well, if you can't get along with me, or if you don't do what I say, you will never see your kids again.
Exactly.
You will never see your kids again.
He went in the store and left his phone in the car. And this girl called and her picture pops up. But also in the phone is pictures of a little boy. So I want to know who is the little boy. Because it ain't my kids. My kids all look the same. This baby looks nothing like them.
Mr. Drew, do you know what little boy she's referring to? Today on Divorce Court.
I'm here because I messed up and I don't want to lose my girl.
He wanted to see other people, and that's the reason we're here right now.
Lena always wants us to do everything together, but we don't have to do everything together to show that I love her.
I do way more for Jason than he does for me.
I'm a private person, and she talks a lot.
I want to say I'll leave him if he doesn't change, but I just don't know.
I mean, I'm gonna make her say yes by showing her that, you know, I would never make this mistake again and that I love her.
There are things that have happened in Jason and I relationship that we really need to work on, and I hope the judge can help us figure it out.
Divorce Court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Qualina Lewis and Jason Williams. The two of you have been together for 4 years, exclusive for the last 2. You are here asking my advice because you love each other, you want to stay together, but you're in a bit of a mess. So we are going to address that. I had you take my compatibility test, and we will talk about that momentarily. But before we do, Ms. Lewis, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your relationship and how we got here today?
You know, when I met Jason, we had a great connection. You know, we were together all the time, wanted to be with each other. But he didn't want to be exclusive, and I did. He wanted to see other people. He didn't want to put a title on it. He wanted to not make me his girlfriend, in his words. But when
How long did that last?
It's kind of still going a little bit right now. Sometimes he's in, sometimes he's not. So that's why we're here.
Well,
right
Mr.
now.
Williams, what is your contention with respect to that?
Part of what she's saying is true, but...
When did things turn so you decided to become monogamous?
First of all, when we first met, I was just getting out of a relationship. So I didn't just want to just jump into another relationship.
Right.
So I wanted to take my time because my last couple of relationships that I've been in, you know what I'm saying, I kind of rushed them. You know what I'm saying, not getting to know this person, you know what I'm saying, and just going head first. So I really liked the Qualina, and you know what I'm saying, I didn't want to rush it. So I wanted to, you know what I'm saying, I wanted it to work. So I wanted to take, no matter how long it take, 2 years, 3 years.
Right.
You know what I'm saying, if it took 5 years for us to, you know what I'm saying, fall in love, I mean, to be together, I wasn't ready.
At what point did you decide that you at least wanted to try to be exclusive?
I mean, because she tried hard. I mean, she was persistent.
pressing.
Yeah.
Were you pressing?
She was hard. Hard.
I was pressing because I liked him a lot, and I could tell that he really liked me. So I was pressing. I was.
Yeah. She wouldn't give in, Your Honor.
So she just wore you down.
She did. She wore me down.
Finally called her your girlfriend.
Yes, I finally, you know.
But it didn't really take, right?
No.
How often, well, let me ask her first, then I'll ask you.
Okay.
How often have you caught him cheating on you in the last, we'll say 2 years ago?
Yes, ma'am.
Is about the exclusivity period. How often has he cheated in those 2 years?
From what I know?
Yeah, from what you know.
From what I know, twice.
Twice.
Yes, the first time, you know, we said we were going to be in a committed relationship. Even before, when he didn't want to be, he wanted me to be committed. You understand?
That's not true. That's not true.
He wanted me to be committed. I couldn't go out on dates,
true.
even though he could. You know, he was so jealous. He was super jealous.
It was both.
Are you super jealous?
I'm not super jealous, Your Honor. I mean, everybody jealous to a certain degree.
One time I was going out with my friends. Right. He didn't mind until I came out with my dress on and I looked good. Judge, he said, "You're not going anywhere looking like that," and he literally ripped the dress off me.
No. That's not what happened, Your
What
Honor.
happened, Mr.
I'm gonna tell
Literally.
you what happened. The truth, what happened. You know, we was having a problem prior to her going out. You know what I'm saying? I didn't even know she was going out. You know what I'm saying? We had a little altercation. It was
Right.
petty. It wasn't that major. You know what I'm saying? But I know we was disagreeing on something. So she get a phone call. One of her friends called to ask if she want to go out. You know what I'm saying? She said yes, but I'm like, huh? You don't say yes to go out when, you know what I'm saying, we trying to fix this little situation or whatever. I said, so you still going out when we having a little altercation? And she was like, yeah. And she turned away. So, you know what I'm saying, not meaning that not reach to reach for, and my finger caught her dress. You know what I'm saying? And it ripped a little bit. It was a mistake. It wasn't that, you know what I'm saying?
Mr. Williams,
I admit to it.
let me say this. I know you admit that it's wrong and all that, but I'm gonna tell you how deep that is and why it concerns me. How dare you walk out of a room when I'm trying to talk to you, is what that said. That's a controlling move. And people who are controlling and get angry and want to control the actions and the leaving and the comings and goings of another person, that's deeply rooted in insecurity, and it's no bueno. You know what I'm saying, Mr. Williams?
Yes, ma'am. I understand what you're saying, but it wasn't nothing like that. It was totally unintentionally.
Yeah, but you reached out to stop her because you were mad that she was leaving.
Kind of turned, a little jealous. She was looking good in that dress. I was kind of jealous because she was, you know what I'm saying, the dress was looking pretty good.
Yeah.
You know.
But all of that is part of the same problem, Mr. Williams.
Yes, ma'am.
I just want you to acknowledge that
Yes, ma'am.
as a concern so you can look for it in the future.
Yes,
because
ma'am.
you know you have the capacity to go there.
Yes, ma'am. I saw that I went too far with it, and immediately you know what I'm saying, I knew the situation was wrong. So I apologized to her, even though I know at the moment she was mad, she wasn't going to accept it right now.
The next thing I want to talk about, because this is the part that always gets me, why are you so committed to getting the commitment from him when so much has gone so wrong so soon?
Yeah. When I went through his messages and seen messages from girls and him, because they were really explicit, like explicit messages, it was emotional.
Now, Mr. Williams, do you know what she's talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have that kind of intimacy with that other woman? I want to get to the bottom of this, Mrs. Lewis. So I'm going to lay some bricks for you.
Yes.
He didn't want to be exclusive in the beginning. You had to nag him into being exclusive. Once he did that, he still cheated on you. While you were together, he would rip your dress. Why are you chasing that wall?
I guess it's just because we have so much fun together. Like, we have a lot of fun. We go fishing, we go, walks on parks. We have a lot of the same interests. But Jason, he's not all bad. He's great.
I'm not saying he's a bad person. I'm saying these are all these negative things, and
Yes,
you're
a lot of
chasing
negative.
getting committed to these negative things. So, Ms. Lewis, what would you need from him in order to clear up? Because you cheated with an ex, correct?
No, I wouldn't say an ex. It was a friend with benefits.
A friend with benefits.
Before her.
Before her, right,
yes, it was somebody that I knew
How
before
did you
her.
find out about that?
Well, I looked through his phone. Usually, his phone is under lock and key. He's super private about his phone all the time. And this day, we had just came back from Alabama. Like, this whole year, our relationship has been the best it's ever been, really. Like, it was
So
going
things are getting
so
better,
great.
on the upswing.
Yeah.
It was really great. So when I went through his messages and seen messages from girls and him, not even about sex, because they were really explicit, like explicit messages. it was more of he cared about that one girl that he's talking about. He was calling her baby. He was saying, I missed you. So that...
So it was an emotional affair.
It was emotional.
Now, Mr. Williams, do you know what she's talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
And you know which texts and emails or whatever she's referring to?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have that kind of intimacy with that other woman?
Through text messages.
Yeah, well,
But the feelings wasn't there. I mean, that's how we talk to each other. I mean, my love is for her. Me and this other girl, we text each other like, good morning, hey love, how you doing? But that's how we talk to each other. You know what I'm saying? It's nothing like that.
Do you understand, Mr. Williams, if you're going to commit to one woman, you can't talk to other women like that?
I do.
You know what I mean? You just can't do it.
Yes, ma'am. I totally understand that.
Is that something that you'd be willing to stop doing?
I stopped it. She knows. She got password. I mean, she got my password to my phone. She, you know what I'm saying? She go through it anytime she wants. She told me to call the other girl and cut it loose. I called her and I cut it loose. I told her not to call me. I won't call her. I won't text her. You know what I'm saying? Don't text me.
Did all that happen? It did.
I stopped it.
He stopped it, but...
You're still really hurt. What do you need?
I honestly don't. I don't know, because I'm asking him what I asked him for. He gave me, you know, break it off with them. Let me see your phone, but I still don't know if I can trust him, you know, because I just started trusting him this year. So when it was good, you know, I thought we were committed. So
and to find that was devastating.
Was devastating. I was so shocked. Like, really, we're good, and this is what you're doing. So, you know, I took care of him. Like, when he got hurt, I'm over here cooking everything, helping him get dressed, helping him shower and everything. So it was like so much betrayal. I don't even know what he could do to make it up to me. Like,
I got you.
I'm still hurt.
Yeah. I'm gonna give you a moment, Ms. Lewis, and Mr. Williams. We've been talking about you this whole time, so I'm gonna give you an opportunity to tell me what your concerns are. I understand you believe that part of the reason maybe that you had this other woman is that you couldn't confide in her.
Yes.
My understanding is you already bought a wedding dress.
Yes.
Here's the thing, I understand that despite the fact that you are dying to have a wedding, he proposed to you, but you said no.
Yes.
Yeah,
how did that happen? So, Mr. Williams, why do you believe you can't confide in Ms. Lewis?
I mean, I'm a private person, Your Honor.
Right.
You know, I like to keep what goes on in the house in the house. If I feel like every time I tell you something and you running out to tell your friends and your family or whatever, everything we talk about, then I don't want to talk to you about nothing. If I feel like my business is going to be in the streets, you know what I'm saying? If I come to you and tell you, you know what I'm saying, like, I don't want nobody to know this.
You got loose lips, Ms. Lewis?
I kind of got loose lips, but, like, it's my mom, you know, we have a good relationship, so I confide in her. And things that I talk about is really common knowledge.
Like what?
Like anything if he'll tell me things about his friends or his family, it's just common knowledge.
It's not a secret. It's no big deal.
It's no big
my
deal.
sister went to a wedding the other day.
Yeah,
that kind of information.
It's no big deal. It's
Mr. Williams, is that the kind of information that she's sharing, or is it something else?
It's something more. But even if it was that right there, if I tell you, even if my sister was, you know what I'm saying, having a wedding, if I tell you, don't tell nobody, why would you go tell somebody?
Because she's a woman.
You know what I'm saying? Like, come on.
You know what I mean? As long as it's not, we talk about what's going on, what's the day, you know, all that kind of stuff. Where is the harm in that?
It's not just that. She tells everything.
I think
personal
he uses
business.
it as an excuse because he likes to be secretive. He lives a secret life. That's what I felt our whole relationship, even to this day. You lived a secret life. Right. And that's what he uses as an excuse. I don't tell you nothing because you tell your mom and you tell the business.
All right, he's secretive. Another brick. Now, I'm behind this wall trying to see you. My understanding is you already bought a wedding dress.
Yes.
Didn't that panic you a little bit?
It did, Yana. It did, because I wasn't ready.
You see it?
This been from the beginning. She's been talking about marriage.
It's a beautiful dress.
But that's how much I am. I'm a romantic. I am. I'm a huge romantic.
Yeah.
So when I seen that red wedding dress, it was on sale, super cheap. So I'm like, I gotta buy it, and I was in love.
Well,
I'm in love.
Well, here's the thing. I understand that despite the fact that you are dying to have a wedding, he proposed to you, but you said no.
Yes.
Yeah.
How did that happen?
I felt like the proposal was really disrespectful.
Because?
Really. Because of the manner in it came. He proposed to me after I found out all the things that he was doing.
Yeah.
I saw all the text messages. Then the next day, I went back in and found some more pictures that he sent. He sent pictures of himself.
No, I didn't.
Girls were sending pictures to him.
That's not
so
true,
then
Yana.
that's when I told him, you know what, we can't work this out.
That's not true, Yana.
And then that's when he proposed to me, got down on one knee, proposed to me. And I'm like, really, Jason? Just last week.
Mr. Williams, what is your take on that?
To be honest with you, it was out of guilt.
So you really didn't mean it?
I meant it. If she would have said yes, I would have been out of there. I would have went and got the ring that morning. You know what I'm saying?
We
But
didn't even have a ring.
I know. I said I would have went and got it. I would have went and bought the ring.
Well, I'm going to tell you a little bit about what I found on my compatibility test, and then I'm going to tell you what I think might be of assistance. I looked at the compatibility test, and the part that always, interests me the most is the part where what's wrong with you. I asked you to list 5 things that are wrong with you, and you said...
I put 1.
You put 1, and what was it?
I think it was...
Something you said you weren't during the course of this proceeding. You said jealousy.
Oh, jealousy.
You told me you weren't, but that's the one thing you wrote down that you were.
Yeah,
and then you left the rest blank.
I'm a little jealous.
Yeah. Whenever someone only puts down one thing or no things, one of the things that's wrong with you is you're not self-aware.
Yeah.
Because there's something wrong with everybody.
Yeah, I mean, we was kind of
I
rushing.
could name like 7, 8 things wrong with you right now.
We was kind of rushing.
And I just met you.
We was kind of rushing, so I just put something down real quick.
Here's the thing.
It was rushing.
Here's the thing, Ms. Lewis.
Yes.
I think he wasn't ready, but I think he might be getting ready.
Yeah.
I think he might. Now, typically, I don't turn a corner on something like this. I'd tell you to walk off. And in fact, if I were you, I'd walk off. No, but let me tell you something. I'd walk off and do my own thing. And if a man really loved me, he's going to turn in my direction and follow me and come get me.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Work on yourself and don't lay your sights on my life is the future with this man. It could very well be. But you got to be happy within you because then it makes this not life or death.
I'm ready. I'm ready to settle down. I'm ready to be married. I'm
You
ready to have
can't
my
make
own
him ready.
children.
I think he's almost ready, but you can't make him ready. But if you do decide to stay with him, you have to let go of what happened. Because you'll be resentful for your entire marriage. And you'll be looking and ducking and dodging. The fact that he has opened up his phone and I think he's really turned a corner. So I think he's worth waiting on. But I wouldn't wait at his house. I wouldn't wait while I was cooking his food. I wouldn't wait while I was cleaning his clothes. I would wait somewhere where I was getting a better education and going out there and living a life. And he's going to like, oh, no.
Yeah.
Look what this woman is doing. But I wouldn't wait by installing myself in his life as the most convenience appliance he's ever had.
Yeah,
you
you're
with
right.
me?
Yeah, I am.
Mr. Williams,
I am.
I don't think you're a bad guy. I think she wore you down, but you love her.
I do.
And I think you are about to be ready. But I think she should take my advice. And once she takes my advice, you gotta get up, get that ring, and get it going on. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, ma'am.
But I control that anger.
Yes, ma'am.
And control that control. Because that's no bueno.
Yes, ma'am.
You with me?
Yes, ma'am.
This matter is adjourned.
Thank you. The judge said that I had to let go of the cheating and everything that's happened in the past if I want this to work out. So I'm gonna try to do that because I really want us to work out.
The judge said I'm not ready for marriage. She said she thinks that I'm getting ready for marriage.
All right, guys, thank you very much for coming today. I have called you for a very special thing. We have an event day after tomorrow, and Khushi, you will make the necessary arrangements. Khushi.
Yeah, sure, sir.
You seem a bit off today.
Everything is good, sir. Don't worry, I will do.
All right, I am counting on you. All the very best.
ਕੱਲ ਰਾਤੀ ਰੋਈਆਂ ਮੈਂ ਤੇਰੇ ਕਰਕੇ ਸੁਣਿਆ ਏ ਤੂੰ ਵੀ ਰੋਇਆ ਮੇਰੇ ਕਰਕੇ ਕੁੜੀਆਂ ਚ ਲੜਾ ਮੈਂ ਵੀ ਤੇਰੇ ਕਰਕੇ ਮੁੰਡਿਆਂ ਚ ਅੜੇ ਤੂੰ ਵੀ ਮੇਰੇ ਕਰਕੇ ਮੈਂ ਨਾ ਪਿਆਰ ਕਰਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਨਾ ਪਿਆਰ ਕਰਾਂ ਕਿਉਂ ਨਖਰੇ ਦੇ ਦਿਖਾਵੇਂ ਕਿਉਂ ਨਖਰੇ ਦੇ ਦਿਖਾਵੇਂ ਇੰਨਾ ਨਾ ਸਤਾਇਆ ਕਰ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਮੇਰੀ ਜਾਨ ਨਿਕਲ ਨਾ ਜਾਵੇ ਮੈਂ ਜਦ ਵੀ ਕੁਝ ਬੋਲਾਂ ਨਾਮ ਬੁਲਾਤੇ ਆਵੇ ਨਾ 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 ਪੁੱਛਦੀ ਮੈਂ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਸੱਚ ਸੱਚ ਦੱਸੀ ਵੇ ਇੱਕ ਵੀ ਨਾ ਗੱਲ ਵੇ ਤੂੰ ਦਿਲ ਵਿੱਚ ਰੱਖੀ ਵੇ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਨਹੀਂ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੀ ਵੇ ਤੇਰਾ ਮੇਰਾ ਪਿਆਰ ਵੇ ਸੁਣ ਮੇਰੀ ਸੁਣ ਲੈ ਯਾਰ ਵੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੋਹਣਾ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਏ ਹੈ ਜਦੋਂ ਵੀ ਲੜਦਾ ਏ ਜਦ ਵੀ ਕਿਸੇ ਨਾਲ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਾਂ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਵੇਖ ਕੇ ਸੜਦਾ ਏ ਰਾਜ ਤੂੰ ਹਰ ਵਾਰੀ ਹੋਏ ਰਾਜ ਤੂੰ ਹਰ ਵਾਰੀ ਲਾਵੇਂ ਇੰਨਾ ਨਾ ਸਤਾਇਆ ਕਰ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਮੇਰੀ ਜਾਨ ਨਿਕਲ ਨਾ ਜਾਵੇ ਮੈਂ ਜਦ ਵੀ ਕੁਝ ਬੋਲਾਂ ਤੇਰਾ ਨਾਮ ਬੁਲਾਤੇ ਆਵੇ ਸਾਰਾ ਦਿਨ ਬਿਜ਼ੀ ਰਹਿਣਾ ਏ ਤੂੰ ਯਾਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਬਹਿਣਾ ਏ ਤੇਰੀ ਦੂਰੀ ਤੇ ਮਜਬੂਰੀ ਦਿਲ ਮੇਰਾ ਏ ਸਹਿੰਦਾ ਏ ਕਿੱਥੇ ਜਾਵਾਂ ਨਾ ਜਾਵਾਂ ਹਰ ਇੱਕ ਗੱਲ ਮੈਂ ਪੁੱਛਦੀ ਆ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਕਦੇ ਮਨਾਉਂਦਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਤੂੰ ਮੈਂ ਕਿੰਨਾ ਰੁੱਸਦੀ ਆ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਚੰਗਾ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਏ ਭਾਵੇਂ ਸਿਰ ਮੇਰਾ ਤੂੰ ਖਾਵੇਂ ਇੰਨਾ ਨਾ ਸਤਾਇਆ ਕਰ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਮੇਰੀ ਜਾਨ ਨਿਕਲ ਨਾ ਜਾਵੇ ਮੈਂ ਜਦ ਵੀ ਕੁਝ ਬੋਲਾਂ ਤੇਰਾ ਨਾਮ ਬੁਲਾਤੇ ਆਵੇ
तो अभी आपने हमारा दुनिया सॉन्ग देखा, सो प्लीज कमेंट करके बताना कि आपको सॉन्ग कैसा लगा।
एंड हाँ, वीडियो को लाइक करना, जाने से पहले रिपल म्यूजिक स्टूडियोज के चैनल को सब्सक्राइब कर लेना। थैंक यू, बाय बाय एवरीवन।